elephants, the kirkis of the Turks, the gripes of the Greeks, the Russian norka, the sacred dragon of the Chinese, the Japanese fing and kerni, the wise and ancient bird which sits upon the ash tree trestle, and the dragons, griffins, basilisks, etc. of the Middle Ages. A second basis wanting only a superstructure of exaggeration, M. Polo's roach had wing feathers 12 paces long, would be the huge birds but lately killed out. Sinbad may allude to the epinus of Madagascar, a gigantic ostrich whose egg contains 2.35 gallons. The late Herr Hildebrand discovered on the African coast, facing Madagascar, traces of another huge bird. Borchardt, Hierozocon 2. 854, notices the other Mavis roach and taking the pulley was followed by lapidation on the part of the parent bird. A Persian illustration in Lane 390 shows the rook carrying off 3 elephants in beak and pounces with the proportions of a hawk and field mice, and the rook hawking at an elephant is a favorite Persian subject. It is possible that the 12 knights of the Round Table were the 12 rooks of Persian story. We need not go, with Faber, to the cherubim which guarded the Paradise Gate. The curious reader will consult Dr. H. H. Wilson's essays, edited by my learned correspondent, Dr. Ost, Librarian of the India House, Volume I. Pages 192-3. FN number 23. It is not easy to explain this passage unless it be a garbled allusion to the steel plate of the diamond cutter. Nor can we account for the wide diffusion of this style of beryls unless to enhance the value of the gem. Diamonds occur in alluvial lands mostly open and comparatively level, as in India, the Brazil and the Cape. Archbishop Epiphanius of Salamis, Ob. AD 403, tells the story about the Jacinth ruby, Epiphaniae opera, Epitapio, Colony 1682, and it was transferred to the diamond by Marco Polo, 329, of Eagles bring up diamonds, and Niccolo de Conti, whose mountain Albanigeras must be Vijayanagar in the kingdom of Golconda. Major renal places the famous mines of Porna or Perna in a mountain tract of more than 200 miles square to the southwest of the Jumma. Al-Qazwini locates the chaos in the Valley of the Moon amongst the mountains of Serendib, Ceylon. The Chinese tell the same tale in the campaigns of Hulaku, and it is known in Armenia. Col. Ul. M. P. 2. 349, suggests that all these are ramifications of the legend told by Herodotus concerning the Arabs and their cinnamon. 3. But whence did Herodotus borrow the tale? FN number 24, Sinbad correctly describes the primitive way of extracting camphor, a drug unknown to the Greeks and Romans, introduced by the Arabs and ruined in reputation by M. Raspail. The best Laurus camphora grows in the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra and Borneo, although Marsden, Marco Polo, declares that the tree is not found south of the equator. In the Kag. Edit. Of 200 nights the Camphor Island, or peninsula, is called Al-Raiqa, which is the Arab name for Jericho town. FN number 25, in Bull. Edit. Kaskazan, Kag, Karkadan and others Karkandan Karkadan, the word being Persian, Karg or Kargadan, the Greek letters, Ovalian, Ist, Anim. 16. 21. The length of the horn, greatly exaggerated, shows that the white species is meant, and it supplies only walking sticks. Cups are made of the black horn, a bundle of fibers, which, like Venetian glass, sweat at the touch of poison. A section of the horn is supposed to show white lines in the figure of a man, and sundry likenesses of birds, but these I never saw. The rhinoceros gives splendid sport, and the African is perhaps the most dangerous of noble game. It has served to explain away and abolish the unicorn among the scientists of Europe. But Central Africa with one voice assures us that a horse-like animal with a single erectile horn on the forehead exists. The late Dr. Bakik, of Niger fame, thoroughly believed in it, and those curious on the subject will read about Tabu Khan, Father of a Horn, in preface, pp. 16, 18, of the Voyage Arthur, by Muhammad ibn Uman al-Townsi, al-Tunisi, Paris, Duprat, 1845. FN number 26, Ibn al-Wardi mentions an Isle of Apes in the Sea of China, and al-Idrisi places it 2 days' sail from Socotra, Socotra. It is a popular error to explain the Homeric and Herodotean legend of the pygmies by anthropoid apes. The pygmy fable, pygmi spitami equals 1 cubit equals 3 spans, was, as usual, based upon fact, as the explorations of late years have proved. The dwarfs are homunculi of various tribes, the Aka, Doko, Tiki-Tiki, Womblekimo, 2-cubit men, the stunted race that shared the central regions of intertropical Africa with the abnormally tall peoples who speak dialects of the great South African tongue, is called the Bantu. Hole makes the pygmies monkeys, a word we have borrowed from the Italians. Moniccio a mono equals ape, and quotes Ptolemy, ape islands, east of Sunda. FN number 27, a kind of barge, Arab. Barrager, plur. A wearage, used on the Nile of subpiriform shape when seen in bird's eye. Lane translates ears like 2 mortars from the calc. Edit. FN number 28, this giant is distinctly polyphemus, but the East had giants and cyclopes of her own. Hierosocon 2. 845. The Ajabal hind, chapt. Xxi, makes Polyphemus copulate with the sheep. Sir John Mandeville, if such person ever existed, mentions men 50 feet high in the Indian islands, and Al-Qazwini and Al-Idrisi transfer them to the Sea of China, a botany bay for monsters in general. FN number 29, fire is forbidden as a punishment amongst Moslems, the idea being that it should be reserved for the next world. Hence the sailors fear the roasting more than the eating. With ours it would probably be the reverse. The Persian insult Paida Sokt equals son of a burnt father is well known. I have noted the advisability of burning the Muslim's corpse under certain circumstances, otherwise the murderer may come to be canonized. FN number 30, Arab. Mastaba equals the bench or form of masonry before noticed. In olden Europe benches were much more used than chairs, these being articles of luxury. So King Hon set him a bench, and hence our king's bench, court. FN number 31, this is from the Bressel. Edit. Volume 4. 32, the calc. Edit gives only an abstract and in the bell. Edit. The ogre returned accompanied by a female, greater than he and more hideous. We cannot accept Mistress Polyphemus. FN number 32, this is from Al-Qazwini, who makes the serpent wind itself round a tree or a rock, and thus break to pieces the bones of the breast in its belly. FN number 33, like a closet, in the calc. Edit. The serpent is an exaggeration of the python which grows to an enormous size. Monstrous Sophidia are mentioned in sober history, for example that which delayed the army of Regulus. Dr. de Lassiter, a sober and sensible Brazilian traveller, mentions his servants sitting down upon a tree trunk in the captaincy of San Paulo, Brazil, which began to move and proved to be a huge snake. F. M. Pinto, the Sindbad of Portugal, though not so respectable, when in Sumatra takes refuge in a tree from tigers, crocodiles, copped adders and serpents which slay men with their breath. Father Lobo in Tiger, chapt. X, was nearly killed by the poison breath of a huge snake, and healed himself with a bizoa carried ad hoc. Matthias makes the breath of crocodiles suavissimus, but that of the Malabar serpents and vipers a deotita ac noxia set a flatter ipsonica pahibiancho. FN number 34, Arab. Or Urat, the word has been borrowed by the Hindustani jargon, and means a woman, a wife. FN number 35, so in Al-Idrisi and Langels, the Brez. Edit. Has Al-Qazita, and Al-Qazwini al-Salamit. The latter notes in it a petrifying spring which communes, the X. 104, places in Sunda, that is Java Minor of M. Polo. Some read Salabat Timor, one of the Moluccas famed for sanders, cloves, cinnamon, etc., purchase 2. 1784. FN number 36, evidently the hippopotamus, Pliny, 8. 25, 9. 3 and 23. 11. It can hardly be the Moluccan tapir, as shields are not made of the hide. Hole suggests the buffalo which found its way to Egypt from India via Persia, but this would not be a speciesum miraculum. FN number 37, the ass-headed fishes from Pliny, 9. Cap. 3. All those tails are founded upon the manatee, whose dorsal protuberance may have suggested the camel, the seal and the dugong or sea calf. I have noticed, Zanzibari. 205, legends of ichthyological marvels current on the East African seaboard, and even the monsters of the Scottish waters are not all known. Witness the mysterious Brigdy. See Bocharticities I. 7, and Purchas 3. 930. FN number 38, the colossal tortoise is noticed by Elian, Donat. Animal. 16. 17, by Strabo, Lib. 15, by Pliny, 9. 10, and Diodorus Siculus, 4. 1, who had heard of a tribe of Genifagi. Elian makes them 16 cubits long near Taproban and serving as house roofs, and others turned the shell into boats and coracles. A Colossocles was first found on the Squilic Hills by Dr. Falconer and Major, afterwards Sir Proby, Cantley. In 1867 M. Emile Blanchard exhibited to the Académie des Sciences a monster crab from Japan 1.20 meters long, or 2.50 including legs, and other travelers have reported 4 meters. These crustacea seem never to cease growing and attain great dimensions under favorable circumstances, that is when not troubled by man. FN number 39, Lane suggests, 3. 97, and with some probability, that the bird was a nautilus, but the wild traditions concerning the barnacle goose may perhaps have been the base of the fable. The albatross also was long supposed never to touch land. Possible the barnacle, like the baronets of Tartary and Lamb, may be a survivor of the day when the animal and vegetable kingdoms had not yet branched off into different directions. FN number 40, Arab. Zawar, also meaning luncheon. The 5 daily prayers made on Muslims take strict account of time, and their nomenclature of its division is extensive. FN number 41. This is the insane herb. Davis, who visited Sumatra in 1599, Purchas I. 120, speaks of a kind of seed, whereof the little being eaten, maketh a man to turn fool, all things seeming to him to be metamorphosed. Linscoton's Deuteroa was a poppy-like bud containing small kernels like melons which stamped and administered as a drink make a man as if he were foolish, or out of his wits. This is Father Lobo's Vangini of the Caffres, called by the Portuguese Deutero, Daturis Stramonium, still used by dishonest confectioners. It may be Dampier's ganja, or bang, which he justly describes as acting differently according to different constitutions. For some it stupefies, others it makes sleepy, others merry and some quite mad. Harris, Collect. 2. 900, Dr. Fryer also mentions duty, bung and post, the poust of Bernia, an infusion of poppy seed. FN number 42, Arab. Ghoul, here an ogre, a cannibal. I cannot but regard the ghoul of the waste as an embodiment of the natural fear and horror which a man feels when he faces a really dangerous desert. As regards cannibalism, Al-Islam's religion of common sense freely allows it when necessary to save life, and unlike our mawkish modern sensibility, never blames those who alimentis talibus usa produxia animos. FN number 43, for cannibals. See the Masagit of Herod, I, the Paideia of India, 3, and the Acidons Neomietis, 4, Strabo, Lib. 4, of the Lucy, Pomponius Mela, 3. 7, and Saint Jerome, ad Jovinum, of Scoti. M. Polo locates them in Tragvia, a kingdom of Sumatra, 3. 17, and in Andaman, the Andamanian Isles. Possibly the 10 Mani-o-Lai which Ptolemy, 7, confusing with the Nicobars, places on the eastern side of the Bay of Bengal, and thence derives the Heraclean stone, magnet, which attracts the iron of ships. See Serapion, de Magnete, Vol. 6, edit. Of 1479, and Brown's Vulgar Errors, p. 74, 6th edit. Mandeville finds his cannibals in Limaray, Sumatra, and Bavima in the Isle of Java, Java. Ibn al-Wardi and al-Qazwini notice them in the Al-Saksa, in the Sea of Zanj, Zanzibar. The name is corrupted Persian Sagsar, dog's heads, hence the dog-descended race of Camoons in Thegu, Thilus. X. 122. The Bressel. Edit. 4. 52, calls them Khawarij equals certain sectarians in eastern Arabia. Needless to say that coconut oil would have no stupefying effect unless mixed with opium or datura, hemp or henbane. FN number 44, black pepper is produced in the Goanese, but we must go south to find the Balad al-Filfil, home of pepper, that is Malabar. The exorbitant prices demanded by Venice for this spice led directly to the discovery of the Cape route by the Portuguese, as the grains of paradise, Amomum granum paradisi, induced the English to explore the West African coast. FN number 45, Arab. Asda. Sansk. Castor. Gr. Casitron. Lat. Cassitros, evidently derived from one root. The Heb. Is Badif, a substitute, an alloy. Tanaka is the Vug. Arab. Word, a congener of the Assyrian Anaku, and Kala-I is the corrupt Arab. Term used in India. FN number 46, Arabian Ulysses had probably left a Penelope or two at home and finds a Calypso in the Soggia. His modesty at the mention of womankind is notable. FN number 47, these are the commonplaces of Muslim consolation on such occasions. The artistic part is their contrast with the unfortunate widower's prospect. FN number 48, lit. A margin of stone, like the curbstone of a well. FN number 49, I am not aware that this vivised picture of the widower is the custom of any race, but the fable would be readily suggested by the sati rite of the Hindus. Simple vivisecture was and is practiced by many people. FN number 50, because she was weaker than a man. The Bressel. Edit. However, has a guglet of water and 5 scones. FN number 51, the confession is made with true Eastern sangfroid and probably none of the hearers disapproved of the murders which saved the speaker's life. FN number 52, this tale is evidently taken from the escape of Aristomenes the Messenian from the pit into which he had been thrown, a fox being his guide. The Arabs in an early day were eager students of Greek literature. Hole, p. 140, noted the coincidence. FN number 53, Bressel. Edit. Khwaja, Ahawal G, meaning a schoolmaster, a man of letters, a gentleman. FN number 54, and he does repeat at full length what the hearers must have known right well. I abridge. FN number 55, Island of the Bell, Arab. Nekas equals a wooden gong used by Christians but forbidden to Muslims. Kala is written Kala, color and a variety of ways. Baron Walkener places it at Kedah in the Malay Peninsula opposite Sumatra. Renadit identifies it with Calabar, somewhere about the point of Malabar. FN number 56, Islands, because Arab cosmographers love to place their specios a miracula in such places. FN number 57, like the companions of Ulysses who ate the sacred oxen, ed. 12. FN number 58, so the enormous kingfisher of Lucian's drew history, lib. 2. FN number 59, This tale is borrowed from Ibn al-Wardi, who adds that the greybeards awoke in the morning after eating the young rook with black hair which never turned white. The same legend is recounted by al-Damiri, Ob. AH 808 equals 1405-6, who was translated into Latin by Bochat, Hierozocon 2. p. 854, and quoted by Holland Lane 3. 103. An excellent study of Marco Polo's route was made by my learned friend the late Professor G. Bianchini of Bologna, Deluxolo Rook, Bologna, Gamberini, 1868. Professor Bianchini predicted that other giant birds would be found in Madagascar on the East African coast opposite, but he died before hearing of Hildebrand's discovery. FN number 60, Arab. Isa, the earliest garb of Eastern man, and, as such preserved in the Meccan pilgrimage. The waistcloth is either tucked in or kept in place by a girdle. FN number 61, Arab. Lif, a succedaneum for the unclean sponge, not unknown in the Turkish baths of London. FN number 62. The Persians have a pinion monster called Tasmepa equals strap legs without bones. The old man is not an orang-outan nor an ifrit as in Saif al-Muluk, Night Kuksai, but a jocose exaggeration of a custom prevailing in parts of Asia and especially in the African interior where the tsetse fly prevents the breeding of Burton beasts. Ibn Battuta tells us that in Malabar everything was borne upon men's backs. In Central Africa the king tried a slave, and on ceremonious occasions mounts his prime minister. I have often been reduced to this style of conveyance and found man the worst imaginable riding. There is no hold and the sharpness of the shoulder ridge soon makes the legs ache intolerably. The classicists of course find the shake of the sea in the Tritons and Nereus, and Bochat, Hiero. 2. 858, 880, notices the Homo aquaticus, Senex Judaeus and Senex Marinus. Hole, p. 151, suggests the inevitable Arnautan, man no wood, one of our humiliating copyists, and quotes Destiny in Scarron's comical romance, Part 2. Chapt. I, and Jealousy enfolding Rinaldo. O. F. Lib. 42. FN number 63, more literally the chief of the sea, coast, Sheikh being here a chief rather than an elder, alderman. So the old man of the mountain, famous in crusading days, was the chief who lived on the Nusayriya or Ansari range, a northern prolongation of the Libanese. Our old man of the text may have been suggested by the Quranic commentators on Chapt. Vi. When an infidel rises from the grave, a hideous figure meets him and says, "Why wonderest thou at my loathsomeness? I am thine evil deeds. Thou didst ride upon me in the world, and now I will ride upon thee." Suiting the action to the words. FN number 64. In parts of West Africa and especially in Greenland there are many stories of women and children being carried off by apes, and all believe that the former bear issue to them. It is certain that the anthropoid ape is lustfully excited by the presence of women, and I have related how at Cairo, 1856, a huge cynocephalus would have raped a girl had it not been bayoneted. Young ladies who visited the Demidoff Gardens and Menagerie at Florence were often scandalized by the vicious exposure of the baboon's party-colored persons. The female monkey equally solicits the attentions of man, and I heard in India from my late friend, Mirza Ali Akbar of Bombay, that to his knowledge connection had taken place. Whether there would be issue and whether such issue would be viable are still disputed points. The produce would add another difficulty to the pseudoscience called psychology, as such mule would have only half a soul and issue by a congener would have a quarter soul. A traveller well known to me once proposed to breed pithcoid men who might be useful as hewers of wood and drawers of water. His idea was to put the highest races of apes to the lowest of humanity. I never heard what became of his breeding stables. FN number 65, Arab. Jaws al-Hindi, Our word cocoa is from the port. Cocoa, meaning a bug, bugbear, in allusion to its caricature of the human face, hair, eyes and mouth. I may here note that a cocoa tree is easily climbed with a bit of rope or a handkerchief. FN number 66. Tomb pictures in Egypt show tame monkeys gathering fruits, and Grossier description of China, quoted by Holland Lane, mentions a similar mode of harvesting tea by irritating the monkeys of the Middle Kingdom. FN number 67. Bresl. Edit. Cloves and cinnamon in those days grew in widely distant places. FN number 68. In pepper plantations it is usual to set bananas, musapar and isiaka, for shading the young shrubs which bear bunches like ivy fruit, not pods. FN number 69. The Bresl. Edit. Has Al-Marat. Langels calls it the island of Alcamari. See Lane, 3. 86. FN number 70. Insula, Pro. Peninsula. Comorin is a corrupt of Cania, equals Virgo, the goddess Durga, and Kumari, a maid, a princess, from a temple of Shiva's wife, hence Ptolemy's, Greek letters, and near it to the N. East, Greek letters, Promentorium Cari quod Comorini caput in Selvacant, says Matthias, Ist. Indic. I. P. 16. In the text Alad refers to the eaglewood, Aloe eclana gallicum, so called because spotted like the bird's plume. That of Chimpa, Cochin China, mentioned in Camoons, Dillis. X. 129, is still famous. FN number 71, Arab. Burkat equals tank, pool, reach, bite. Hence Burkat fine in the Suez Gulf. Pilgrimage I. 297. FN number 72, probably Cape Comorin, to judge from the river, but the text names Sarandib, Ceylon Island, famous for gems. This was noticed by Marco Polo, 3. Cap. 19, and ancient authors relate the same of Daproban. FN number 73, I need hardly trouble the reader with a note on pearl fisheries. The descriptions of travellers are continuous from the days of Pliny, 9. 35, Solinus, Cap. 56, and Marco Polo, 3. 23. Maximilian of Transylvania, in his narrative of Magellan's voyage, Nova Sorbis, p. 532, says that the Celebes produce pearls big as turtle doves' eggs, and the king of Borneo, had 2 unions as great as goose's eggs. Pigaffer, in Purchas, reduces this to hen's eggs, and Sir Thomas Herbert to dove's eggs. FN number 74, Arab. Anbar pronounced ambar, wherein I would derive ambrosia. Ambergris was long supposed to be a fossil, a vegetable which grew upon the sea bottom or rose in springs, or a substance produced in the water like naphtha or bitumen. Now it is known to be the ester of a whale. It is found in lumps weighing several pounds upon the Zanzibar coast and is sold at a high price, being held a potent aphrodisiac. A small hollow is drilled in the bottom of the cup and the coffee is poured upon the bit of ambergris it contains, when the oleaginous matter shows in dots amidst the creamer, coffee cream, the bubbly froth which floats upon the surface and which an expert coffee servant distributes equally among the guests. Argenzola mentions in Ceylon, springs of liquid bitumen thicker than our oil and some of pure balsam. FN number 75, the tale-teller forgets that Sinbad and his companions have just ascended it, but this in consequence is a characteristic of the Eastern saga. I may note that the description of ambergris in the text tells us admirably well what it is not. FN number 76, this custom is alluded to by Lane, Mod Egypt, ch. 15, it is the rule of pilgrims to Mecca when to will to walk or ride, pilgrimage I. 180. Hence all men carry their shrouds, mine, after being dipped in the holy water of Zemzem, was stolen from me by the rascally Samal of Berbera. FN number 77, Arab. Folk, Semedics. Reed Cloak and Ramats. equals a raft. FN number 78. These lines occur in modified form in Night 11. FN number 79. These underground rivers, which Dr. Livingstone derided, are familiar to every geographer from Spencer's Mole to the Poiger of Heidelberg and the Tamavo near Trieste. Hence Peter Wilkins borrowed his cavern which led him to Grandevillet. I have some experience of Sindbad's sorrows, having once attempted to descend the Poiger on foot. The classics had the Alpheus, Pliny v. 31, and Seneca, Nat. Qui. Vi, and the Tigris-Euphrates supposed to flow underground, and the medievals knew the Abana of Damascus and the Zendawad of Isfahan. FN number 80. Abyssinians can hardly be called blackamoors, but the arrogance of the white skin shows itself in Easterns, for example Turks and Brahmins, as much as, if not more than, amongst Europeans. Southern India at the time it was explored by Vasco da Gama was crowded with Abyssinian slaves imported by the Arabs. FN number 81, Sarandip and Ceylon, the Taproban of Ptolemy and Diodorus, derived from the Pali Sihalem, not the Sansk. Sinhala, shortened to Silam and Ilam in Old Tamil. Bandetunk would find it in the Malay Pulosalam equals Isle of Gems, the Ratnad Hipu or Jewel Isle of the Hindus and the Jazirat al-Yaqut or Ruby Island of the Arabs, and the learned Colonel Ewell, Marco Polo 296, remarks that we have adopted many Malayan names, for example Bagu, China and Japan. Sarandib is clearly Silindwipa, which Mandeville reduced to Silga. FN number 82. This is the well-known Adam's Peak, the Jibal al-Rahman of the Arabs where Adam fell when cast out of Eden in the lowest or lunar sphere. Eve fell at Jeddah, a modern myth, and the unhappy pair met at Mount Arafat, that is recognition, near Mecca. Thus their fall was a fall indeed. Pilgrimage 3. 259. FN number 83. He is the Alcinous of our Arabian Odyssey. FN number 84. This word is not in the dictionaries, whole, p. 192, and Lane understand it to mean the hogged deer, but why, one cannot imagine. The animal is neither beautiful nor uncommon, and most men of my day have shot dozens in the sign Chicago's. FN number 85, M. Polo speaks of a ruby in Ceylon, Ceylon, a palm long and 3 fingers thick. William of Tyre mentions a ruby weighing 12 Egyptian drams, Gibbon 2. 123, and Mandeville makes the king of Mamre wear about his neck a ruby by orient 1 foot long by 5 fingers large. FN number 86, the fable is from Al-Qazwini and Ibn al-Wadi who place the serpent, an animal sacred to Asclepius, Pliny, 29. 4, in the Sea of Zanj, that is Zanzibar. In the Grow Hills of N. Eastern Bengal the skin of the snake buriwar is held to cure pain. Asiat. Rees. Volume 3. FN number 87, for emerald, whole, p. 177, would read emery or adamantine spar. FN number 88, evidently Maharaj A equals Great Raja, Raja in Chief. An Hindu title common to the 3 potentates before alluded to, the Nrsinga, Balhara or Samiri. FN number 89, this is probably classical. So the page said to Philip of Macedon every morning, remember, Philip, thou art mortal, also the slave in the Roman triumph. Respis post, hominem tessi memento. And the dying Severus, Ernlet. Soon shalt thou enclose what hardly a whole world could contain. But the custom may also have been Indian. The contrast of external pomp with the real vanity of human life suggests itself to all. FN number 90, Arab. Hut, a term applied to Jonah's whaling to monsters of the deep, Samak being the common fishes. FN number 91, usually a 2-bow prayer. FN number 92. This is the recognized formula of Muslim sales. FN number 93, Arab. Walima, like our wedding breakfast but a much more ceremonious and important affair. FN number 94, that is his wife, euphemistically. I remember an Italian lady being much hurt when a Maltese said to her mia Mogli, con rispetto parlando, my wife, saving your presence. What? She cried. He speaks of his wife as he would of the sweepings. FN number 95. The serpent in Arabic is mostly feminine. FN number 96. That is in envying his wealth, with the risk of the evil eye. FN number 97. I subjoin a translation of the 7th voyage from the Calc. Edit. Of the 200 nights which differs in essential points from the above. All respecting Sindbad the seaman has an especial interest. In one point this world-famous tale is badly ordered. The most exciting adventures are the earliest, and the falling off of the interest has a somewhat depressing effect. The rook, the ogre and the old man know the sea should come last. FN number 98, Arab. Al-Suez, this successor of ancient Asino was, according to local tradition, founded by a sultan from Alsace in Morocco who called it after his name Little Sus, the wormlet. FN number 99, Arab. Man, a weight varying from 2 to 6 pounds. Even this common term is not found in the tables of Lane's Mod. Egyptians, Appendix B. The Mount is a well-known Anglo-Indian weight. FN number 100. This article is not mentioned elsewhere in the Nights. FN number 101. Apparently a fancy title. FN number 102. The island is evidently Ceylon, long famed for elephants, and the tree is the well-known banyan, Ficus indica. According to Linscoten and Wolfe, the elephants of all lands do reverence and honor to those of Ceylon. FN number 103. Tusks not teeth which are not valued. As Hole remarks, the elephants of Pliny and Sindbad are equally conscious of the value of ivory. Pliny, 8:3, quotes Herodotus about the buying of ivories and relates how elephants, when hunted, break their conure, as Juba called them, against a tree trunk by way of ransom. Elian, Plutarch, and Philostratus speak of the linguistic intelligence and religious worship of the half-reason with the hand, which the Hindus term half equals an Manas. Finally, Topsel's Jesner, p. 152, makes elephants bury their tusks, which commonly drop out every 10th year. In Arabian literature the elephant is always connected with India. FN number 104. This is a true city of brass. New houses for equals yellow copper, as we learn in Night Klxxi. It is situated in the Maghreb, Mauritania, the region of magic and mystery, and the idea was probably suggested by the grand Roman ruins which rise abruptly from what has become a sandy waste. Compare with this tale the city of brass, Night Klxxi. In Egypt Nuhaz is Vulg. Pronounced Nihaz. FN number 105, the Bresl. Edit. Adds that the seal ring was of stamped stone and iron, copper and lead. I have borrowed copiously from its volume Vi. pp. 343, etc. FN number 106, as this was a well-known pre-Islamic bard, his appearance here is decidedly anachronistic, probably by intention. FN number 107, the first Muslim conqueror of Spain whose lieutenant, Tariq, the gallant and unfortunate, named Gibraltar, Jibal al-Tariq. FN number 108, the colours of the Banu Umayyah, Umayyad, caliphs were white, of the Banu Abbas, Abbasids, black, and of the Fatimids green. Carrying the royal flag denoted the generalissimo or plenipotentiary. FN number 109, that is Old Cairo, or Festat. The present Cairo was then a Coptic village founded on an old Egyptian settlement called Luet Geshroma, to which belonged the tanks on the hill and the great well, Bayuzuf, absurdly attributed to Joseph the Patriarch. Lu is evidently the origin of Levi and means a high priest, Rugsh 2. 130, and his son's name was Roma. FN number 110, I cannot but suspect that this is a clerical error, for Al-Sayman Hudi, a native of Saymanhood, Wilkinson's Samanud, in the Delta on the Damietta branch, the Old Serbonitis, in Coptic Jim Nuti equals Jim the God, a town which has produced many distinguished men in Muslim times. But there is also a Samad lying a few miles downstream from Dendra and, as its mounds prove, it is an ancient site. FN number 111, Egypt had not then been conquered from the Christians. FN number 112, Arab. Kazan fakar, that is thin and slightly porous earthenware jars used for fakar, a fermented drink, made of barley or raisins. FN number 113, I retain this venerable blunder, the right form is Samam, from Sam, the poison wind. FN number 114, that is for worship and to prepare for futurity. FN number 115, the camel carries the Badawi's corpse to the cemetery which is often distant, hence to dream of a camel is an omen of death. FN number 116, Quran 24:39. The word sarab, mirage, is found in Isaiah 35:7, where the passage should be rendered and the mirage, sharab, shall become a lake, not, and the parched ground shall become a pool. The Hindus prettily call it Mrigatrishana equals the thirst of the deer. FN number 117, a name of Allah. FN number 118, Arab. Kinter equals a hundredweight, that is 100 ibs, about 98 3/4 ibs. Avoya. Hence the French quintal and its congeners, liter. FN number 119, that is from Sham, Syria, to the land of Adnan, ancestor of the naturalized Arabs, that is, to Arabia. FN number 120, Quran 21. Every man is given in pledge for that which he shall have wrought. FN number 121. There is a constant clerical confusion in the texts between Ara, Juniperus succicedrus used by the Greeks for the images of their gods, and marmor marble or alabaster, in the Talmud marmara equals marble. Evidently from Greek letters, equals brilliant, the brilliant stone. FN number 122. These ifritical names are chosen for their bizarrery. Al-Dahish equals the amazed, and Alamish equals one with weak eyes always watering. FN number 123. The Arabs have no word for million, so Messer Marco Miglian could not have learned it from them. On the other hand, the Hindus have more quadrillions than modern Europe. FN number 124. This formula, according to Muslims, would begin with the beginning. There is no ilah but Allah, and Adam is the apostle. Rasul equals one sent, a messenger, not Nabi equals prophet, of Allah. And so on with Noah, Moses, David, not Solomon as a rule, and Jesus, to Muhammad. FN number 125. This son of Baraja has been noticed before. The text embroiders the Quranic chapter No. 27. FN number 126. The Bresl. Edit. Vi. 371. Read Samhu equals his poison, prob. A clerical error for Samhu equals his shaft. It was a duel with the Shihab or falling stars, the meteors which are popularly supposed, I have said, to be the arrows shot by the angels against devils and evil spirits when they approach too near heaven in order to overhear divine secrets. FN number 127. A fancy sea from the Lat. Casa. FN number 128. Andalusian equals Spanish, the Vandal land, a term accepted by the Muslim invader. FN number 129. This fine description will remind the traveller of the old Orani towns deserted since the 6th century, which a silly writer miscalled the giant cities of Bashan. I have never seen anything weirder than a moonlight night in one of these strong places whose masonry is perfect as when first built. the snowy light pouring on the jet-black basalt and the breeze sighing and the jackal wailing in the desert around. FN number 130, Zanj, I have said, is the Arab form of the Persian Zanzibar, equals black land, our Zanzibar. Those who would know more of the etymology will consult my Zanzibar, etc., chaps. FN number 131, Arab. Tanja equals Strabo, Greek letters, derivation uncertain, Tangitania, Tangiers. But why the terminal S? FN number 132, or Amida, by the Turks called Gara, black, amid from the colour of the stones, and the Arabs Dabakr, Diabka, a name which they also give to the whole province Mesopotamia. FN number 133, May-African, an episcopal city in Diyarbakir. The natives are called Fariki, hence the abbreviation in the text. FN number 134, Arab. Ayat al-Najat, certain Quranic verses which act as talismans, such as, and wherefore should we not put our trust in Allah? 14. 15. Say thou, naught shall befall us save what Allah hath decreed for us. 9. 51, and sundry others. FN number 135, these were the brides of the treasure, alluded to in the story of Hassan of Bassorah and elsewhere. FN number 136, Arab. Ishara, which may also mean beckoning. Easterns reverse our process. We wave hand or finger towards ourselves, they towards the object, and our fashion represents to them, go away. FN number 137, that is musing a long time and a long sim. FN number 138, Arab. Dihaz from the Persian. This is the long dark passage which leads to the inner or main gate of an eastern city, and which is built up before a siege. It is usually furnished with mastaba benches of wood and masonry, and forms a favourite lounge in hot weather. Hence Lot and Moses sat and stood in the gate, and here man speaks with his enemies. FN number 139, the names of colours are as loosely used by the Arabs as by the classics of Europe. For instance, a light grey is called a blue or a green horse. Much nonsense has been written upon the colours in Homer by men who imagine that the semi-civilized determine tints as we do. They see them but they do not name them, having no occasion for the words. As I have noticed, however, the Arabs have a complete terminology for the varieties of horse hues. In our day we have witnessed the birth of colours, named by the dozen, because required by women's dress. FN number 140. For David's Miracles of Metallurgy, see volume I. 286. FN number 141, Arab. Khwarazm, the land of the Khwarazmio, who are mentioned by Herodotus, 393, and a host of classical geographers. They place it in Sogdiana, Hod, Sukt, and it corresponds with the Khiva country. FN number 142, Arab. Burqa, usually applied to a woman's face veil and hence to the covering of the Kaaba, which is the bride of Mecca. FN number 143, alluding to the trick played upon Bilqis by Solomon, who had heard that her legs were hairy like those of an ass. He lay down a pavement of glass overflowing water in which fish were swimming, and thus she raised her skirts as she approached him, and he saw that the report was true. Hence, as I have said, the depilatory. FN number 144. I understand the curiously carved windows cut in arabesque work of marble, India, or basalt, the Oran, and provided with small panes of glass set in emeralds where tin would be used by the vulgar. FN number 145, Arab. Poulad from the Purs. Poulad. Hence the name of the famous Druze family Jumlat, a corruption of Jan Poulad equals Lifo steel. FN number 146, Pharaoh, so called in Quran, 38. 11. because he tortured men by fastening them to 4 stakes driven into the ground. Sale translates the contriver of the stakes and adds, some understand the word figuratively, of the firm establishment of Pharaoh's kingdom, because the Arabs fixed their tents with stakes, but they may possibly intend that prince's obstinacy and hardness of heart. I may note that in Tasawwuf, or Muslim Gnosticism, Pharaoh represents, like Prometheus and Job, the typical creature who upholds his own dignity and rights in presence and despite of the Creator. Sahib the Sufi declares that the secret of man's soul, that is its emanation, was first revealed when Pharaoh declared himself God, and Al-Ghazali sees in his claim the most noble aspiration to the divine, innate in the human spirit. Abistan, Volume 3. FN number 147, in the Calc. Edit. Tammuz, son of the daughter, etc. According to the Arabs, Tadmor, Palmyra, was built by Queen Tadmora, daughter of Hassan bin Uzaina. FN number 148. It is only by some such drought that I can account for the survival of those marvelous Orani cities in the Great Valley S.E. of Damascus. FN number 149. So Moses described his own death and burial. FN number 150. A man's or irat, shame, extends from the navel, included, to his knees, a woman's from the top of the head to the tips of her toes. I have before noticed the Hindustani application of the word. FN number 151, Arab. Jama, equals the assembly, so called because the general resurrection will take place on that day and it witnessed the creation of Adam. Both these reasons are evidently afterthoughts, as the Jews received a divine order to keep Saturday, and the Christians, at their own sweet will, transferred the weekly rest day to Sunday, wherefore the Muslim preferred Friday. Sabbatarianism, however, is unknown to Al-Islam and business is interrupted by Quranic order 12. 9-10, only during congregational prayers in the mosque. The most a Mohammedan does is not to work or travel till after public service. But the Muslim hardly wants a day of rest, whereas a Christian, especially in the desperately dull routine of daily life and toil, without a gleam of light to break the darkness of his civilized and most unhappy existence, distinctly requires it. FN number 152, mankind, which sees itself everywhere and in everything, must create its own analogues in all the elements, air, sylphs, fire, jinns, water, mermen and mermaids, and earth, kobolds. These merwomen were of course seals or manatees, as the wild women of Hana were gorillas. FN number 153. Here begins the Sindbadnama, the origin of Dolopathos, 13th century by the Truvia Harbors, of the 7 sages, John Holland in 1575, the 7 wise masters and a host of minor romances. The Persian Sindbadnama assumed its present shape in AD 1375. Professor Falconer printed an abstract of it in The Orient, June 35 and 36, 1841, and Mr. W. A. Clouston reissued the Book of Sindbad, with useful notes in 1884. An abstract of the Persian work is found in all edits of the Nights, but they differ greatly, especially that in the Bressel edit. 12. Pages 237 to 377, from which I borrow the introduction. According to Hamza Isfahani, C.H. Xle, the Regli who succeeded to Alexander the Great and preceded Sapor caused some 70 books to be composed, amongst which were the Liber-Maruk, Liber-Bassinas, Liber-Sindbad, Liber-Shimas, etc., etc. FN number 154, Eusebius de Prep. Evang. 3. 4. Quotes prophesy concerning the Egyptian belief in the Lords of the Ascendant whose names are given, Greek letters, in these Amenashiaka we have the first almanac, as the first newspaper in the Roman Acta Dinner. FN number 155, Al-Masudi, the Herodotus of the Arabs, thus notices Sindbad the Sage, in his Muruj, etc., written about AD 934. During the reign of Kurush, Cyrus, lived Al-Sindbad, who wrote the 7 Wazirs, etc. Al-Yaqubi had also named him, circ. AD 880. For notes on the name Sindbad, see Sindbad the Seaman, Knight XXV. I need not enter into the history of the 7 sages, a book evidently older than the Knights in present form, but refer the reader to Mr. Clouston, of whom more in a future page. FN number 156, evidently borrowed from the Christians, although the latter borrowed from writers of the most remote antiquity. Yet the saying is the basis of all morality and in few words contains the highest human wisdom. FN number 157. It is curious to compare the dry and business-like tone of the Arab style with the rhetorical luxuriance of the Persian, p. 10 of Mr. Clouston's Book of Sindbad. FN number 158. In the text Isfadaj, the Pers. Ispt, or Saft, ab, lit. Equals white water, so used for women's faces suggesting a age of bismuth, blangrosity, creme de l'imperatrice, pearline, opaline, milk of beauty, etc., etc. FN number 159. Commentators compare this incident with the biblical story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife and with the old Egyptian romance and fairy tale of the brothers Anapan and Saturn dating from the 14th century, the days of Pharaoh Ramses Mayaman, who built Bitam and Ramses, at whose court Moses or Osasif is supposed to have been reared. Cambridge Essays 1858. The incident would often occur, for example Fredricum Hippolytus, Fausticum Crispus and Lucinian, Asoka's wife and Canilla, etc., etc. Such things happen in everyday life, and the situation has recommended itself to the folklore of all peoples. FN number 160. Another version of this tale is given in the Bressel. Edit. Volume 8. Pages 273-8, Night 675-6. It is the story of the king and the virtuous wife in the Book of Sindbad. In the versions Arabic and Greek, Sintibaz, the king forgets his ring, in the Hebrew Sandaba, his staff, and his sandals in the Old Spanish Libro de los Enganos et los Asesimientos de las Mujeres. FN number 161. One might fancy that this is biblical, Bathsheba and Uriah. But such villainies must often have occurred in the East, at different times and places, without requiring direct derivation. The learned Professor H. Wilson was mistaken in supposing that these fictions originate in the feeling which has always pervaded the East unfavorable to the dignity of women. They belong to a certain stage of civilization when the sexes are at war with each other, and they characterize chivalrous Europe as well as misogynous Asia, witness Jenkins, Clark of Oxenford, while Aesop's fable of the lion and the man also explains their frequency. FN number 162. The European form of the tale is to Jas Perdrix, a sentence often quoted but seldom understood. It is the reproach of them. Labwin the Count, proprietor of the Pretty Countess, made him eat partridge every day for a month, on which the abbé says, always partridge is too much of a good thing. Upon this text the Count speaks. A correspondent mentions that it was told by Horace Walpole concerning the confessor of a French king who reproved him for conjugal infidelities. The degraded French, for Tujas de la Perdrix or de Perdrix, suggests a foreign origin. Another friend refers me to know. X. of the Saint Nouvelles Nouvelles, compiled in AD 1432 for the amusement of the Dauphin, afterwards Louis XI, whose chief personage and Grand Seigneur du Royaume d'Angleterre, is lectured upon fidelity by the Lord's minion, a Junet Graciax Gentilhomme de Saint Hostel. Here the partridge became paste-stung gill. Possibly Scott refers to it in Red Gauntlet, Chapt. 4. One must be very fond of partridge to accept it when thrown in one's face. Did not Voltaire complain at Potsdam of Tugend's Perdrix and make it one of his grievances? A similar story is that of the chaplain who, weary of the same diet, uttered grace as follows: rabbits hot, rabbits cold, rabbits tender, and rabbits tough, rabbits young, and rabbits sold. I thank the Lord I've had enough. And I as cordially thank my kind correspondents. FN number 163, the great legal authority of the realm. FN number 164, in all editions there was here tells the tale of the merchant's wife and the parrot which, following Lane, I have transferred to volume I. p. 52. But not to break the tradition, I here introduce the Persian version of the story from the Book of Sindbad. In addition to the details given in the note to volume I, 52, vol 1, FN number 90, I may quote the two talking birds left to watch over his young wife by Raja Rasalu, son of Shailivahana, the great Indian monarch Cirque. AD 81, who is to the Punjab what Rustam is to Persia and Antar to Arabia. In the Seven Wise Masters the parrot becomes a magpie, and Mr. Clouston, in some clever papers on popular tales and fictions contributed to the Glasgow Evening Times, 1884, compares it with a history, in the Gesta Romanorum, of the adulteress, the Abigail, and the three cocks, two of which crowed during the Congress of the Lady and her lover. All these evidently belong to the Sindbad cycle. FN number 165, in the days of the Caliph al-Mustaqfi Bailah, AH 333 equals 944, the youth of Baghdad studied swimming, and it is said that they could swim holding chafing dishes upon which were cooking pots and keep afloat till the meat was dressed. The story is that of the washerman and his son who were drowned in the Nile, of the Book of Sindbad. FN number 166, the going to the bath suggested that she was fresh from coition. FN number 167, taken from the life of the Egyptian Mameluke Sultan, No. 8, Rin. A.H. 825 equals AD 1421, who would not suffer his subjects to prostrate themselves or kiss the ground before him. See Herbalot for details. FN number 168. This nauseous Joe Miller has often been told in the hospitals of London and Paris. It is as old as the Hittopedisa. FN number 169, Quran 4. 81. All is from Allah, but the evil which befalls mankind, though ordered by Allah, is yet the consequence of their own wickedness, I add, which wickedness was created by Allah. FN number 170, the Bresl. Edit. 12. 266, says bathing. FN number 171, this tale is much like that told in the Fifth Night, volume I. 54. It is the story of the prince and the lamia in the Book of Sindbad, wherein it is given with Persian rhetoric and diffuseness. FN number 172, Arab. War equals rocky, hilly, tree-less ground unfit for riding. I have noted that the three Heb words here, for example Kiryath Iran equals city of forest, Koresh, now Hirsch, a scrub, and Pards, Greek letters, a chase, a hunting park opposed to, Greek letters, an orchard, are preserved in Arabic and are intelligible in Palestine. Unexplored Syria, I. 207. FN number 173, the privy and the bath are favourite haunts of the jinns. FN number 174, Arab history is full of petty wars caused by trifles. In Egypt the clans Said and Haram, and in Syria the Qais and Yemen, which remain to the present day, were as pugnacious as Highland caterans. The tale bears some likeness to the accumulative nursery rhymes in the house that Jack built, and the old woman and the crooked sixpence, which find their indirect original in an allegorical Talmudic hymn. FN number 175. This is the story of the old man who sent his young wife to the market to buy rice, told with Persian reflections in the Book of Sindbad. FN number 176, Quran 12:28. The words were spoken by Potiphar to Joseph. FN number 177, Quran 4:78. A misquotation, the words are, "Fight therefore against the friends of Satan, for the craft of Satan shall be weak." FN number 178, that is Quranic versets. FN number 179, in the Book of Sindbad this is the story of the prince who went out to hunt and the stratagem which the wazir practiced on him. FN number 180, I have noted that it is a dire affront to an Arab if his first cousin marry any save himself without his former leave. FN number 181, that is the flowery, the splendid, an epithet of Fatima, the daughter of the Apostle, the bright blooming. Fatima is an old Arab name of good omen, the weaner. In Egypt it becomes Fatuma, an incrementative equals great weaner, and so Amina, Khadija and Nafisa on the banks of the Nile are barbarized to Amuna, Kaduga and Nusa. FN number 182, that is his coming misfortune, the phrase being euphemistic. FN number 183, Arab. Ray, in theology it means private judgment and Ray, act. Patik, is a rationalist. The Hanafi school is called a Shab al-Ray because it allows more liberty of thought than the other three orthodox. FN number 184, the angels in Al-Islam ride piebald. FN number 185, in the Bressel. Edit. Zajir, 12:286. FN number 186, this is the king's son and the merchant's wife of the Hitopadesa, Chapt. I, transferred to all the Prakrit versions of India. It is the story of the bathkeeper who conducted his wife to the son of the king of Kanuj in the Book of Sindbad. FN number 187, the pious Caliph al-Muqtadi by Enrila, AH 467 equals A.D. 1075, was obliged to forbid men entering the baths of Baghdad without drawers. FN number 188, this peculiarity is not uncommon amongst the so-called Aryan and Semitic races, while to the African it is all but unknown. Women highly prize a confirmation which, as the prostitute described it, is always either in his belly or in mine. FN number 189, Easterns, I have said, are perfectly aware of the fact that women corrupt women much more than men do. The tale is the story of the libertine husband in the Book of Sindbad, blended with the story of the go-between and the bitch in the Book of Sindbad. It is related in the Disciplina Clericalis of Alphonsus, AD 1106, the Fablia of la Vile qui seduisit la June Phil, the Justa Romanorum, 13th century, and the cunning Sidigari in the Kathasarat Sagara. FN number 190, the Kashmir people, men and women, have a very bad name in Eastern tales, the former for treachery and the latter for unchastity. A Persian distich says, "If folk be scarce as food and earth, ne'er let three lots come near ye, first be Sindhi, second Jat, and third a rascally Kashmiri." The women have fair skins and handsome features but, like all living in that zone, Persians, Sindhis, Afghans, etc., their bosoms fall after the first child and become like others. This is not the case with Hindu women, Rajputs, Marathas, etc. FN number 191, by these words she appealed to his honor. FN number 192, these vehicles suggest derivation from European witchery. In the Bressel. Edit. 12:304, one of the women rides a McNassa or broom. FN number 193, that is a recluse who avoids society. FN number 194, consecrated ground is happily unknown to Muslims. FN number 195. This incident occurs in the third Kalanos tale. See volume I. 157, volume 1, FN number 290, and note to p. 145. Volume 1, FN number 264. FN number 196, the Mac. Edit. Has n r equals river. FN number 197, that is marked with the Wasm tribal sign to show their blood. The subject of Wasm is extensive and highly interesting, for many of these brands date doubtless from prehistoric ages. For instance, some of the great owners in nation, not tribe, use a circlet, the initial of their name, a 9-letter, which thus shows the eye from which it was formed. I have given some specimens of Wasm in the land of Midian, I. 320, where, as amongst the Semitic Bedouin, various kinds of crosses are preserved long after the death and burial of Christianity. FN number 198, that is from the heights. The sail is a dangerous feature in Arabia as in southern India, where many officers have lost their lives by trying to swim it. FN number 199, Arab. By use arrogance in the Spanish sense of arrogante, gay and gallant. FN number 200, in this reach off Paul Pry escapes without losing an eye. FN number 201, Eastern tale tellers always harp upon this theme, the cunning precautions taken by mankind and their utter confusion by fate and fortune. In such matters the West remarks, "Ske femvet, dürvet." FN number 202, as favourite in occupation in Oriental lands as in southern Europe and the Brazil, where the quinto country villa must be built by the roadside to please the mistress. FN number 203, the in-case would contain the pens, hence called in India kalam an equals reed, pen, box. I have advised travellers to prefer the strong Egyptian article of brass to the Persian, which is of wood or papier-mâché, prettily varnished, but not to wear it in the waist belt, as this is a sign of being a scribe, pilgrimage I. 353. FN number 204, the vulgar Eastern idea is that women are quite knowing enough without learning to read and write, and at all events they should not be taught anything beyond reading the Quran, or some clearly written book. The contrast with modern Europe is great, greater still in Anglo-America of our day, and greatest with the new sects which propose boonies and bisexuals and women robed with the sun. FN number 205, in the Brestle. Edit. The prince ties a key to a second arrow and shoots it into the pavilion. FN number 206, the box trick has often been played with success by Lord Byron amongst a host of others. The readiness with which the wazir enters into the scheme is characteristic of Oriental civility. An honest Muslim should at least put in a remonstrance. FN number 207, this story appears familiar, but I have not found it easy to trace. In the Book of Sindibad, p. 83, it is apparently represented by a lacuna. In the Squire's Tale of Chaucer, Canis's ring enables the wearer to understand bird language, not merely to pretend as does the slave boy in the text. FN number 208, the crow is an ill-omened bird in Al-Islam and in Eastern Christendom. The crow of cursed life and foul odour, says the Book of Kalila and Dimna, p. 44. The Hindus are its only protectors, and in this matter they follow suit with the bears. I may note that the word belongs to the days before Aryan and Semitic speech had parted. We find it in Heb, or Eb, Arab, Gurab, Lat, Corvus, Ing, Crow, etc. FN number 209, again in the Hibernian sense of being killed. FN number 210, quoted in Nightlxxi, said by Kitfa or Itfa, Potiphar, when his wife, Raylaws Uleka, charged Joseph with attempting her chastity, and he saw that the youth's garment was whole in front and rent in rear. Quran, chapter 12. FN number 211, this witty tale, ending somewhat grossly here, has overwandered the world. First we find it in the Katha, where Apakashaw, the merry wife of Vairarachi, disrobes her suitors, a family priest, a commander of the guard and the prince's tutor, and leave the bath and stows them away in baskets which suggest Falstaff's buck-basket. In Miss Stokes' Indian fairy tales the fair wife of an absent merchant plays a similar notable prank upon the Cotwell. There was here, the Kazi and the king, and akin to this is the exploit of Timur Ramakrishnan, the Madrasi Tilulan Spiegel and Skokin, who by means of a lady saves his life from the Raju and the high priest. Mr. G. H. Damant, pages 357 to 360 of the Indian Antiquary of 1873, relates the tale of the Touchstone, a legend of Dinah, wherein a woman sells her 4 admirers. In the Persian tales ascribed to the dervish Mokkels, of Isfahan, the Lady Aruia tricks and exposes a Qazi, a doctor and a governor. Boccaccio, 8. 1. Has the story of a lady who shut up her gallant in a chest with her husband's sanction, and a similar tale. 9. 1. Of Renucio and Alexander with the corpse of Scanideo, Throcod. Hence Alijate, circ. AD 1430, derived the plot of his metrical tale of the Lady Prioress and her 3 sisters, which was modified in the Netherlandish version by the introduction of the Long Wapper, a Flemish Robin Goodfellow. Followed in English the metrical tale of the Wright's Chaste Wife, by Adam of Cobham, edited by Mr. Furnivall from the Miss of Circ. AD 1460, where the victims are a lord, a steward and a proctor. See also the Master Maiden Drive, now Sir George Dasent's Popular Tales from the Norse. Mr. Clouston, who gives these details more fully, mentions a similar Scottish story concerning a lascivious monk and the chaste wife of a miller. FN number 212, when Easterns sit down to a drinking bout, which means to get drunk as speedily and pleasantly as possible. They put off dresses of dull colours and robe themselves in clothes supplied by the host, of the brightest he may have, especially yellow, green and red of different shades. So the lady's proceeding was not likely to breed suspicion, although her tastes were somewhat fantastic and like Miss Julia's peculiar. FN number 213, Arab. Najisa, meaning anything unclean which requires ablution before prayer. Unfortunately mucus is not of the number, so the common Muslim is very offensive in the matter of nose. FN number 214. Here the word la'an is used, which most Muslims express by some euphemism. The vulgar Egyptian says nel, saper and sapristi for saker and sacristy. The Hindustani express it I send him the 3 letters lam, ain and nun. FN number 215. The Mac. Edit. Is here very concise, better the Brisi. Edit. 12. 326. Here we have the Eastern form of the 3 wishes, which dates from the earliest ages and which amongst us has been degraded to a matter of black pudding. It is the grossest and most brutal satire on the sex, suggesting that a woman would prefer an additional inch of penis to anything this world or the next can offer her. In the book of Sindbad it is the story of the peery and religious man, his learning the great name, and his consulting with his wife. See also La Fontaine's Toi who hates, Prius Ladle, and L'Equatus who hates de Saint Martin. FN number 216, Arab. Laylat al-Qadr equals night of power or of divine decrees. It is better than 1,000 months, Quran Xkvi. 3. But unhappily the exact time is not known, although all agree that it is one of the last 10 in Ramazan. The latter, when named by Kilab ibn Murrah, ancestor of Muhammad, about 2 centuries before Al-Islam, corresponded with July to August and took its name from Ramza or intense heat. But the Prophet, in the 10th Hijri year, most unwisely forbade Naz equals triennial intercalation, Quran 9. 36, and thus the lunar month went round all the seasons. On the night of power the Quran was sent down from the preserved tablet by Allah's throne, to the first all-lunar heaven whence Gabriel brought it for opportunist revelation to the apostle, Paranxkvi. Also during this night all divine decrees for the ensuing year are taken from the tablet and are given to the angels for execution whilst, the gates of heaven being open, prayer, as in the text, is sure of success. This mass of absurdity has engendered a host of superstitions everywhere varying. Lane, Mod. Egypt, Chapter 25, describes how some of the faithful keep tasting a cup of salt water which should become sweet in the night of nights. In Muslim India not only the sea becomes sweet, but all the vegetable creation bows down before Allah. The exact time is known only to prophets, but the pious sit through the night of Ramazan 27th, or 26th, praying and burning incense pasties. In Istanbul this is officially held to be the night of power. So in medieval Europe on Christmas Eve the cattle worshipped God in their stalls, and I have met peasants in France and Italy who firmly believed that brute beasts on that night not only speak but predict the events of the coming year. FN number 217, hence the misfortune befell her, the pious especially avoid temporal palaces. FN number 218. This is our tale of the maid and the magpie, the mac. Edit. Does not specify the tailor, any bird, but the brestle. Edit. Hazakuk, a pie. The true magpie, c. Pika, called Bazarai, and Zagzagan Abu Masa, equals the sweeper, from its tail, is found on the Libanese and anti-Libanese, unexplored Syria too. 77 143. But I never saw it in other parts of Syria or in Arabia. It is completely ignored by the Reverend Mr. Tristram in his painfully superficial book The Natural History of the Bible, published by the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, or rather Ignorance, London, 1873. FN number 219. This is the story of the two partridges, told at great length in the book of Sindbad. Cedar Saysi's text in the Kalila War Damna, quoted in the book of Kalila and Damna, p. 306. FN number 220, this extremely willful young person had rendered rape excusable. The same treatment is much called for by certain heroines of modern fiction. Let me mention Princess Napraxine. FN number 221, the story of the hidden robe, in the book of Sindbad, where it is told with all manner of Persian embellishments. FN number 222, now turned into government offices for local administration, a tribunal of commerce, etc. FN number 223, Arab. Boab, a personage as important as the old French concierge and a man of trust who has charge of the keys and with letting vacant rooms. In Egypt the Berber from the Upper Nile is the favorite Swiss, being held more honest or rather less rascally than the usual Egyptian. These Berbers, however, are true barbarians, over-fond of buzzer, the beer of Osiris, and not unfrequently dangerous. They are supposed by Muslims to descend from the old Assyrians expelled by Joshua. For the favorite chaff against them, eating the dog, not the puppy pie, see Pilgrimage I. 93. They are the Padis of Egypt to whom all kinds of bulls and blunders are attributed. FN number 224, Arab. Juma, which means either Friday or a week. In pre-Muslim times it was called Al-Araba, the other weekdays being Shia or Saturday, the Hanjaba, Daba and Faminis or Thursday. Juma, literally equals meeting or congregation, day, was made to represent the Jewish Sabbath and the Christian Sunday because on that day Allah ended the work of creation. It was also the date of Muhammad's entering Al-Medina. According to Al-Bayzawi, it was called Assembly Day because Ka'ab ibn Lower, one of the Prophet's ancestors, used to gather the people before him on Fridays. Muslims are not forbidden to do secular work after the congregational prayers at the hour when they must hasten to the commemoration of Allah and leave merchandising. Quran, Chaps. Ikse. 9. FN number 225, This is done only by the very pious. If they see a bit of bread, they kiss it, place it upon their heads, and deposit it upon the wall or some place where it will not be trodden on. She also removed the stones lest haply they prove stumbling blocks to some Muslim foot. FN number 226, Arab. Ashjar, which may mean either the door posts or the wooden bolts. Lane 3. 174, translates it among the trees in a room. FN number 227, Quran 9. 51, when Muhammad reproaches the unbelievers for not accompanying him to victory or martyrdom. FN number 228, Arab. Pina, a true veil, not the burqa or nose bag with the peepholes. It is opposed to the taqwa or head veil. Europeans inveigh against the veil which represents the loop of Louis XIV's day. It is on the contrary the most coquettish of contrivances, hiding coarse skins, fleshy noses, wide mouths and vanishing chins, and showing only lustrous and liquid black eyes. Moreover, a pretty woman, when she wishes, will always let you see something under the veil. Pilgrimage I. 337. FN number 229, a yellow-flowered artemisia or absinthe whose wood burns like home oak. Unexplored Syria 2. 43, see Volume 2. 24 for further details. FN number 230, the farz or obligatory prayers, I have noted, must be recited, if necessary, in the most impure place, not so the other orisons. Hence the use of the sajjad or prayer Article 2 well known to require description. FN number 231, Anglice stomachache, a colic. FN number 232, Arab. Al-Hafiza, which has two meanings. Properly it signifies the third order of traditionists out of a total of 5 or those who know 300,000 traditions and their ascriptions. Popularly one who can recite the Quran by rote. There are 6 great traditionists whose words are held to be prime authorities. 1. Al-Bukhari, 2. Muslim, and these are entitled Al-Sahihan, the 2 true authorities. After them, 3. Al-Tirmidhi, and 4. Abu Dawud, these 4 being the authors of the 4 Sunan, the others are 5. Al-Nasai and 6. Ibn Majah. See Jarat Salsaya Uti pp. 2, 6, and, for modern Arab studies, Pilgrimage I. 154 etc. FN number 233, Lane 3. 176, marries the amorous couple, thus making the story highly proper and robbing it of all its point. FN number 234, Arab. Sabahat. That is Sabah Allah by al-Khair equals Allah give thee good morning, still the popular phrase. FN number 235, Arab. Tarizak, with the implied hint of her being a Muariz or Shipanda. The Bresl. Edit. 12. 356, bluntly says Kivadatak thy pimping. FN number 236, Arab. Rafwai, the Rafugar or fine drawer in India, who does this artistic style of dunning, is famed for skill. FN number 237, the question sounds strange to Europeans, but in the Muslim East a man knows nothing, except by hearsay, of the women who visit his wife. FN number 238, Arab. Al-Bayt, so as not shrewdly to say wife. FN number 239, this is a mere abstract of the tale told in the introduction, volume I. 1012. Here however, the rings are about 80, though the number varies from 90 to 570. FN number 240, the father suspected the son of intriguing with one of his own women. FN number 241, Arab. Anheb. Laban, up. To Laban halib, or simply halib equals fresh milk. Milk artificially soured, the dahin of India, the kisner of the Slavs and Akostofin cream. But in the nights, contrary to modern popular usage, Laban is also applied to fresh milk. The soured form is universally in the East eaten with rice and enters into the salad or cucumber salad. I have noted elsewhere that all the galactophagi, the nomads who live on milk, use it in the soured, never in the fresh form. The Badawi have curious prejudices about it. It is a disgrace to sell it, though not to exchange it, and Laban, or milk vendor, is an insult. The Brahmi and Bilok pomades have the same pendona possibly learnt from the Arabs. Pilgrimage I. 363. Farigd, Akat, Mahia, Saraba, Jamida and other lacteal preparations. Seabid. I. 362. FN number 242. I need hardly say that the poison would have been utterly harmless, unless there had been an abrasion of the skin. The slave girl is blamed for carrying the jar uncovered because thus it would attract the evil eye. In the book of Sindbad the tale appears as the story of the poisoned guest, and the bird is a stork. FN number 243. The prince expresses the pure and still popular Muslim feeling, and yet the learned and experienced Mr. Redhouse would confuse this absolute predestination with providence. A friend tells me that the idea of absolute fate in the nights makes her feel as if the world were a jail. FN number 244. In the book of Sindbad this is the story of the sandalwood merchant and the advice of the blind old man. Mr. Clouston, p. 163, quotes a Talmudic joke which is akin to the Sheikh's advice and a reply of Tyl Spiegel, the arch-rogue, which has also a family resemblance. FN number 245, Arab. Sa, a measure of corn, etc., to be given in alms. The Kamus makes it equals 4 muds, each being 1/3 pounds. The people understand by it 4 times the measure of a man's 2 open hands. FN number 246, that is till thou restore my eye to me. This style of prophesis without apodosis is very common in Arabic and should be preserved in translation, as it adds a naivete to the style. We find it in Genesis 3:2, and now lest he put forth his hand, etc. FN number 247, they were playing at Morihana, like children amongst us. It is also called Hakm wa Riza equals order and consent. The penalty is usually something ridiculous, but here it was villainous. FN number 248, every Muslim capital has a sheikh of the thieves who holds irregular levies and who will return stolen articles for consideration, and this has lasted since the days of Diode or Siculus, Pilgrimage I. 91. FN number 249, this was not the condition, but I have left the text as it is characteristic of the writers in consequence. FN number 250, the idea would readily occur in Egypt where the Pulex is still a plague although the Sultan is said to hold his court at Tiberias. Male and female says the rouge, otherwise it would be easy to fill a bushel with fleas. The insect was unknown to older India according to some and was introduced by strangers. This immigration is quite possible. In 1863 the jigger, P. penetrans, was not found in Western Africa. When I returned there in 1882 it had passed over from the Brazil and had become naturalized on the equatorial African seaboard. The Arabs call shrimps and prawns sea fleas, barguth alba, showing an inland race. See Pilgrimage I. 322. FN number 251, submission to the Sultan and the tidings of his well-being should content every Eastern subject. But, as Oriental history shows, the form of government is a despotism tempered by assassination. And under no rule is man socially freer, and his condition contrasts strangely with the grinding social tyranny which characterizes every mode of democracy or constitutionalism, that is political equality. FN number 252, here the text has markup equals a shoe, elsewhere null equals a sandal, especially with wooden sole. In classical Arabia, however, null may be a shoe, a horseshoe, iron plate, not trim like ours. The Bressel. Edit. Has water, any footgear. FN number 253, watermelons, Bataic, says the Mac. Edit. A misprint for Arits or rice. Watermelons are served cut into square mouthfuls, to be eaten with rice and meat. They serve excellently well to keep the palate clean and cool. FN number 254, the text recounts the whole story over again, more than European patience can bear. FN number 255, the usual formula when telling an improbable tale. But here it is hardly called for. The same story is told, on so weak authority, of the alewife, the three graziers and Attorney General nay, Temp. James II, 1577 to 1634, when 5 years old, Joan. Asiat. Soc. NS 30. 280. The same feat had been credited to Thomas Egerton, Lord Chancellor in AD 1540 to 1617, Chalmers, Biographical Dictionary 23. 267-68. But the story had already found its way into the popular jest books such as Tales and Quick Answers, very merry and pleasant to read, 1530, Jack of Dover's Quest of Inquiry for the Fool of All Fools, 1604, under the title The Fool of Westchester, and in witty and entertaining exploits of George Buchanan, commonly called the King's Fool. The banker Bard Rogers, in Italy, was told a similar story concerning a widow of the Lambertini house, 6th century. Thomas Wright, Introduction to the Seven Sages, says he had met the tale in Latin c. 6th centuries, and a variant in the Nouveau Conseil, Amsterdam 1737, under the title Jugement Subtil du Duc d'Ossinkante de Macans. Its origin is evidently the old Sindibadnama translated from Syriac into Greek, Syntipas, 6th century, into Hebrew, Misl Sandiba, 6th century, and from the Arabian version into Old Castilian, Libro de los Enganos et los Asayamientos de las Mujeres, AD 1255, whereof a translation is appended to Professor Comparatti's Society. The Persian metrical form, an elaboration of one much older, dates from 1375, and gave rise to a host of imitations such as the Turkish tales of the 40 Wazirs and the Canaries Katha Manjari, where 4 persons contend about a purse. See also Gladwin's Persian Moonshi, No. Vi. of Pleasing Stories, and Mr. Clouston's paper, The Lost Purse, in the Glasgow Evening Times. All are the Eastern form of Gavanese on Font Terrible, showing the portentous precocity for which some children, infant phenomena, calculating boys, etc., have been famous. FN number 256, from the Bresle. Edit. 12. 381. The Salab or Rabbi Hossein, father of the Fortlet, is the fox. In Morocco Akab, Talib Yusuf and Dway are the jackal. Arabs have not preserved jackal from the Heb. Shul and Persian shagl and Persian shagl, not shagl, as the Reverend Mr. Tristram misinforms his readers. Nat. Hist. P. 85. FN number 257. The name is Old and Classical Arabic. In Antar the young Amazon Jada was called Judah in public. Story of Jada and Khalid. It is also, as will be seen, the name of a quarter in Cairo, and men are often called after such places, for example Al-Jabni from the Souk Al-Jabn in Damascus. The story is exceedingly Egyptian and the style abounds in vulgarisms, especially in the Bresle. Edit. 9. 311. FN number 258. Had the merchant left his property to be divided after his death and not made a will, he widow would have had only 1/8 instead of a 1/4. FN number 259, lit. From tyrant to tyrant, that is from official to official, al-Salama, the tyranny of popular parlance. FN number 260, the coin is omitted in the text but it is evidently the nus for half dirham. Lane, 3 235, noting that the dinar is worth 170 nusfs in this tale, thinks that it was written, or copied, after the Ottoman conquest of Egypt. Unfortunately, he cannot tell the precise period when the value of the small change fell so low. FN number 261, Arab Yom Mubarak. Still a popular exclamation. FN number 262, that is of the door of daily bread. FN number 263, Arab. Zira, a small fish differently described, Desasi, Relation de l'Egypte par Abd al-Latif, pages 278 to 288, Lane, Nights 3. 234. It is not found in Sunnini's list. FN number 264, a tank or lake elite in the southern parts of Cairo, long ago filled up. Von Hammer believes it inherited the name of the old Karen's Lake of Memphis, over which corpses were ferried. FN number 265, thus making the agreement a kind of religious covenant, as Catholics would recite to Pater or an Ave Maria. FN number 266, Arab. Yamskim equals O poor devil, mesquin, meschino, words evidently derived from the East. FN number 267, plur. Of Maghrib a Western man, a Moor. I have already derived the word through the Lat. Moris from Maghribian. Europeans being unable to pronounce the gain, or GH like the modern Kens, would turn it into Mayan. They are mostly of the Maliki school, for which see sail, and are famous as magicians and treasure finders. Amongst the suite of the late Emir Abd al-Qadir, who lived many years and died in Damascus, I found several men profoundly versed in Eastern spiritualism and occultism. FN number 268, the names are respectively, Slave of the Salvation, of the One, God, of the Eternal, of the Compassionate, and of the Loving. FN number 269, that is the most profound, the root is that of Baitini, a Gnostic, a reprobate. FN number 270, that is the tall one. FN number 271, the loud pealing or ear, breaking thunder. FN number 272, Arab. Faz and Miknas, which the writer evidently regards as one city. Faz means a hatchet, from the tradition of one having been found, says Ibn Said, when digging the base under the founder Idris bin Idris, AD 808. His sword was placed on the pinnacle of the minaret built by the Imam Abu Ahmad bin Abi Bakr enclosed in a golden etui studded with pearls and precious stones. From the local pronunciation is derived the red cap of the Neo-Muslim East, see Ibn Battuta p. 230. FN number 273, Arab. Al-Kurj, whence the span. Las Alforjas. FN number 274, Arab. Kebab, mutton or lamb cut into small squares and grilled upon skewers. It is the roast meat of the Nearer East where, as in the West, men have not learned to cook meat so as to preserve all its flavor. This is found in the asao of the Argentine gaucho who broils the flesh while still quivering and before the fiber has time to set. Hence it is perfectly tender, if the animal be young, and has a meaty taste half lost by keeping. FN number 275, equivalent to our puritanical mercy. FN number 276, Arab. Bakja, from the Persian buksha. A favorite way of keeping fine clothes in the East is to lay them folded in a piece of rough long cloth with pepper and spices to drive away moths. FN number 277. This is always specified, for respectable men go out of town on horseback, never on footback, as our friends the Boers say. I have seen a Syrian put to sore shame when compelled by politeness to walk with me, and every acquaintance he met addressed him Anta Zalama. What? Afoot? FN number 278. This tale, including the enchanted sword which slays whole armies, was adopted in Europe as we see in Straparola, 4. 3, and the Water of Life which the Grimms found in Hesse, etc. Gamma Grethel's German Popular Stories, Edgar Taylor, Bells, 1878, and now published in fuller form as Grimm's Household Tales, by Mrs. Hunt, with introduction by A. Lang, 2 vols. 8vo, 1884. It is curious that so biting and carping a critic, who will condescend to notice a misprint in another's book, should lay himself open to general animadversion by such rambling farrago of half-digested knowledge as that which composes Mr. Andrew Lang's introduction. FN number 279. These retorts of Judah are exactly what a sharp Egyptian fella would say on such occasions. FN number 280. Arab. Salamat, plur. Osalam, a favorite Egyptian welcome. FN number 281. This sentence expresses a Muslim idea which greatly puzzles strangers. Arabic has no equivalent of a thank you. Kasarullah Kairak being a mere blessing, Allah increase thy weal, nor can Al-Islam express gratitude save by a paraphrase. The Muslim acknowledges a favor by blessing the donor and by wishing him increase of prosperity. May thy shadow never be less. Means, mayest thou always extend to me thy shelter and protection. I have noticed this before, but it merits repetition. Strangers, and especially Englishmen, are very positive and very much mistaken upon a point, which all who have to do with Egyptians and Arabs ought thoroughly to understand. Old dwellers in the East know that the theory of ingratitude in no way interferes with the sense of gratitude innate in man and beast, and that the lively sense of favors to come is as quick in Orient land as in Europe. FN number 282. Outside this noble gate, the Bab al-Nay, there is a great cemetery wherein, by the by, lies Burkhardt, my predecessor as a Hajj to Mecca and Al-Medina. Hence many beggars are always found squatting in its neighborhood. FN number 283. Friends sometimes walk alongside the rider holding the stirrup in sign of affection and respect, especially to the returning pilgrim. FN number 284, equivalent to alas. It is a woman's word never used by men, and foreigners must be most careful of this distinction under pain of incurring something worse than ridicule. I remember an officer in the Bombay Army who, having learned Hindustani from women, always spoke of himself in the feminine and hugely scandalized the sepoys. FN number 285, that is a neighbor. The quarters of a town in the East are often on the worst of terms. See pilgrimage. FN number 286. In the patriarchal stage of society, the mother waits upon her adult sons. Even in Almatia I found, in many old-fashioned houses, the ladies of the family waiting upon the guests. Very pleasant, but somewhat startling at first. FN number 287. Here the apodosis would be we can all sup together. FN number 288. Arab. Oya equals oratory, which is to a masjid what a chapel is to a church. FN number 289. Arab. Qasr, prop. A palace, so the Tuscan peasant speaks of his palazzo. FN number 290. This sale of a free-born Muslim was mere felony. But many centuries later Englishmen used to be sold and sent to the plantations in America. FN number 291. Arab. Cause, lit. An archer, suggesting lay archers de la Saint-Hermandate. In former days it denoted a sergeant, an operator, an officer who executed magisterial orders. In modern Egypt he became a policeman, pilgrimage I. 29. As Carvas he appears in gorgeous uniform and sword, an orderly attached to public offices and consulates. FN number 292, a purely imaginary king. FN number 293, the Bresle. Edit. 9. 370, here and elsewhere uses the word nutia equals nota, for the common barrier or mala. FN number 294, Arab. Tuaf, the name given to the sets, ashwat, of 7 circuits with the left shoulder presented to the holy house, that is walking widdershins or against the sun. with the sun being like the movement of a watch. For the requisites of this rite see Pilgrimage 3. 234. FN number 295, Arab. Ok, brother has a wide signification amongst Muslims and may be used to and of any of the saving faith. FN number 296, said by the master when dismissing a servant and meaning, I have not failed in my duty to thee. The answer is, Allah acquit thee thereof. FN number 297, a Muslim prison is like those of Europe a century ago. To think of it gives goose flesh. Easterns laugh at our idea of penitentiary and the Arabs of Bombay call it Al-Bistan, the garden, because the court contains a few trees and shrubs. And with them a garden always suggests an idea of paradise. There are indeed only two efficacious forms of punishment all the world over, corporal for the poor and fines for the rich, the latter being the severer form. FN number 298, that is he shall answer for this. FN number 299, a pun upon Kalia, beehive, and Kalia, empty. Kalia is properly a hive of bees with a honeycomb in the hollow of a tree trunk, opposed to Koora, hive made of clay or earth, Al-Hariri, as of Tiflis. There are many other terms, for Arabs are curious about honey. Pilgrimage 3. 110. FN number 300, Lane 3. 237, supposes by this title that the author referred his tale to the days of the Caliphate. Commander of the Faithful was, I have said, the style adopted by Omar in order to avoid the clumsiness of Caliph, successor of the Caliph, Abu Bakr, of the Apostle of Allah. FN number 301, Eastern thieves count 4 modes of housebreaking: 1. Picking out burnt bricks, 2. Cutting through unbaked bricks, 3. Wetting a mud wall, and 4. Boring through a wooden wall. Vikram and the Vampire P. 172. FN number 302, Arab. Zabat, lit. A lizard, them, also a wooden lock, the only one used throughout Egypt. An illustration of its curious mechanism is given in Lane, M.E. Introduction. FN number 303, Arab. Dabas. The Eastern mace is well known to English collectors. It is always of metal, and mostly of steel, with a short handle like our facetiously called life bretiver. The head is in various forms, the simplest a ball, smooth and round, or broken into sundry high and angular ridges like a melon, and in select weapons shaped like the head of some animal, bull, etc. See Knight Xlvi. FN number 304. The red habit is a sign of wrath and vengeance, and the Persian kings like Fath al-Shah used to wear it when about to order some horrid punishment, such as the shag. In this a man was hung up by his heels and cut in two from the fork downwards to the neck, when a turn of the chopper left that untouched. White robes denoted peace and mercy as well as joy. The white hand and black hand have been explained. A white death is quiet and natural, with forgiveness of sins. A black death is violent and dreadful, as by strangulation. A green death is robing in rags and patches like the dervish, and a red death is by war or bloodshed. A. P. 2. 670. Among the mystics it is the resistance of man to his passions. FN number 305. This in the East is the way poor say featherloy, whilst Europeans would hold it to mere bit of impudence. Aping dignity. FN number 306. The Chief Mufti or Doctor of the Law, an appointment first made by the Osmanli Muhammad II, when he captured Constantinople in AD 1453. Before that time the functions were discharged by the Qazi al-Quzat, Qazi-in-Chief, the Chancellor. FN number 307, so called because here lived the makers of crossbows, Arab. Banduk now meaning a firepiece, musket, etc. It is the modern district about the well-known Khan al-Hams or E. FN number 308, pronounced Guderiya, and so called after one of the troops of the Fatimite caliphs. The name Yaminiya is probably due to the storyteller's inventiveness. FN number 309. I have noted that as a rule in the Knight's poetical justice is administered with much rigor and exactitude. Here, however, the tale-teller allows the good brother to be slain by the two wicked brothers as he permitted the adulterous queens to escape the sword of Kamar al-Zaman. Dr. Stingas brings to my notice that I have failed to do justice to the story of Sharkan, Volume 2, p. 172, where I note that the interest is injured by the gratuitous incest, but this has a deeper meaning and a grander artistic effect. Sharkan begins with most unbrotherly feelings towards his father's children by a second wife. But Allah's decree forces him to love his half-sister despite himself, and awe and repentance convert the savage, who joys at the news of his brother's reported death, to a loyal and devoted subject of the same brother. But Judah with all his goodness proved himself an arrant softy and was no match for two atrocious villains. And there may be overmuch of forgiveness as of every other good thing. FN number 310, in such case the Ida would be 4 months and 10 days. FN number 311, not quite true. Weil's German version, from a miss in the Ducal Library of Gotha, gives the story of Judah of Cairo and Muhammad of Tunis in a very different form. It has been pleasantly translated from the German and edited by Mr. W. F. Kirby, of the British Museum, under the title of The New Arabian Nights, London, W. Swanson & Co., and the author kindly sent me a copy. New Arabian Nights seems now to have become a fashionable title applied without any signification, such at least is the pleasant collection of 19th-century novelettes, published under that designation by Mr. Robert Louis Stevenson, Chatto and Windus, Piccadilly, 1884. FN number 312. Von Hammer holds this story to be a satire on Arab superstition and the compulsory propagation, the compel in prayer, of al-Islam. Lane, 3. 235, omits it altogether for reasons of his own. I differ with great diffidence from the learned baron whose Oriental reading was extensive, but the tale does not seem to justify his explanations. It appears to me simply one of the wilder romances, full of purposeful anachronisms, for example dated between Abraham and Moses, yet quoting the Quran, and written by someone familiar with the history of Oman. The style too is peculiar, in many places so abrupt that much manipulation is required to make it presentable. It suits, however, the rollicking, violent brigand-like life which it depicts. There is only one incident about the end which justifies von Hammer's suspicion. FN number 313, the Persian hero of romance who converses with a Simurgh griffin. FN number 314, the word is as much used in Egypt as wunderbar in Germany. As an exclamation is equivalent to mighty fine. FN number 315, in modern days used in a bad sense, as a free thinker, etc. So Dalila the Wily is noted to be a philosopheress. FN number 316, the game is much mixed up after Arab fashion. The Tufat is the Sayagosh equals black ears, of India, Feelers Caracal, the Persian lynx, which gives very good sport with ducks, hunts. Lynxes still abound in the thickets near Cairo. FN number 317, the sons of Khatan, especially the Arab tribe, made much history in Oman. Yarab, the eponymous, is written Yarab and Yarab, but Yarab, from Yarab Aorist of Aruba, is best, because according to all authorities he was the first to cultivate primitive Arabian speech and Arabic poetry. Corson de Percival's Hist. De Arabs I.50, etc. FN number 318, he who shooteth an arrow by night. See the death of Antar shot down in the dark by the archer Jazza, son of Jabir, who had been blinded by a red-hot saber pass before his eyes. I may note that it is a mere fiction of Allah's May, as the real Antar, or Antara, lived to a good old age, and probably died the straw death. FN number 319, see volume 2, p. 77, for a reminiscence of masterful King Kuleb and his Hema war domain. Here the phrase would mean, none could approach them when they were wroth, none were safe from their rage. FN number 320, the sons of Naban, whom Mr. Badger calls Niban, supplied the old Maliks or kings of Oman. History of the Imams and Sayyids of Oman, etc., London, Kletsok. 1871. FN number 321, this is a sore insult in Arabia, where they have not dreamt of a Jawab club, like that of Calcutta in the old days, to which only men who had been half a dozen times jawabbed, equals refused in Anglo-Indian jargon, could belong. I am not a stallion to be struck on the nose, say the Arabs. FN number 322, again inverted speech. It is as if we said, now, you're a damned fine fellow, so, etc. Allah curse thee. Thou hast guarded thy women alive and dead, said the man of Sulaim in admiration after thrusting his spear into the eye of dead Rabbi. FN number 323, the Badawi use javelins or throw spears of many kinds, especially the prettily worked Mazrak, pilgrimage eye. 349, spears for footmen, shulfa, a bamboo or palm stick with a head about a hand broad, and the knightly lance, a male bamboo some 12 feet long with iron heel and a long tapering point often of open work or damascened steel, under which are tufts of black ostrich feathers, 1 or 2. I never saw a crescent-shaped head as the text suggests. It is a pandora not to sell these weapons, you say, give me that article and I will satisfy thee. After which the sons of the Sant will haggle over each copper as if you were cheapening a sheep. Ibid. 373. FN number 324. The shame was that Gertrude had seen the girl and had fallen in love with her beauty instead of applying for her hand in recognized form. These punctilios of the desert are peculiarly nice and touchy, nor do strangers readily realize them. FN number 325. The Arabs derive these Nochide from Imlek, great-grandson of Shem, who after the confusion of tongues settled at Sana'a, then moved north to Mecca and built the fifth Kaaba. The dynastic name was Arkham, M.C. De Percival's Arkham, which he would identify with Rickham, Numbers 31. 8. The last Arkham fell before an army sent by Moses to purge the Holy Land, Al-Hijaz, of idolatry. Commentators on the Quran, Chaps. 7, call the Pharaoh of Moses Al-Walid and derive him from the Amalekites. We have lately ascertained that this Mentha was of the shepherd kings and thus, according to the older Muslims, the Hyksos were of the seed of Imlek. Pilgrimage 2. 116, and 3. 190, in Syria they fought with Joshua son of Nun. The tribe or rather nationality was famous and powerful. We know little about it and I may safely predict that when the Amalekite country shall have been well explored, it will produce monuments second in importance only to the Hittites. A nomadic tribe which occupied the peninsula of Sinai, Smith's dict of the Bible, is peculiarly superficial, even for that most superficial of books. FN number 326, the Amalekites were giants and lived 500 years. Pilgrimage, look, sit. FN number 327, his men being 90 against 500. FN number 328, Arab. Kaum, Pron. Gum, here equals a Razir, afterwards equals a tribe. Relations between Badawi tribes are of 3 kinds. 1. Ashab, allies offensive and defensive, friends who intermarry. 2. Kiman, blur. Of Kaum, when the blood feud exists. And, 3. Akwan equals brothers. The last is a complicated affair. A cohort brotherhood denotes the tie between patron and client, a noble and an ignoble tribe, or between the stranger and the tribe which claims an immemorial and unalienable right to its own lands. Hence a small fee, alfka, must be paid and the traveller and his beast become yakil, or entitled to brother help. The guardian is known in the west as Rafik, Rabia in eastern Arabia, Ghafir in Sinai, amongst the Somal, Aban and Vigilas Mogaza. Further details are given in Pilgrimage 3. 85-87. FN number 329, Arab. Mal, here equals Badawi money, flocks and herds, are fee from for, via, cattle, as pecunia from picus, etc., etc. FN number 330, the litholatry of the old Arabs is undisputed. Manat, the goddess idol, was a large rude stone, and when the Meccans sent out colonies, these carried with them stones of the Holy Land to be set up and worshipped like a Kaaba. I have suggested, Pilgrimage 3. 159, that the famous black stone of Mecca, which appears to me a large aerolite, is a remnant of this worship, and that the tomb of Eve near Jeddah was the old sacred Hoila or long stone, Ibid. 3. 388. Jeddah is now translated the grandmother, alluding to Eve, a myth of late growth. It is properly Jeddah equals a plain lacking water. FN number 331. The first Adites, I have said, did not all perish. A few believers retired with the Prophet at Heba to Hazramaut. The second Adites, who had Marib of the Dam for capital and Luqman for king, were dispersed by the flood of Al-Yaman. Their dynasty lasted 1,000 years, the exodus taking place according to De Sacy in AD 150-170 or shortly after AD 100 c. De Percival, and was overthrown by Yarab bin Qatan, the first Arabist, c. 90cxxv. FN number 332. This title has been noticed. It suggests the Saint Abraham of our medieval travellers. Every great prophet has his agnomen: Adam the pure, or elect, of Allah; Noah the Najee, or saved, of Allah; Moses, Kalim, the speaker with Allah; Jesus the new, spirit breath, or Kalam, the word, of Allah. For Muhammad's C. Al-Buzairi's Mantle Poem VV. 3158. FN number 333, Quran, Chaps. 3. 17. Verily the true religion in the sight of Allah is Islam, that is resigning or devoting myself to the Lord, with a suspicion of salvation conveyed by the root Salima, he was safe. FN number 334, Arab. Sukkah, which is supposed to be a stone. The allusion is to Antar's sword, Dami, made of a stone, black, brilliant and hard as a rock, an aerolite, which had struck a camel on the right side and had come out by the left. The blacksmith made it into a blade 3 feet long by 2 spans broad, a kind of falchion or chopper, cased it with gold and called it Dami, the trenchant, from its sharpness. But he said to the owner: the sword is trenchant, O son of the Galib clan, trenchant in sooth, but where is the sword, man? Whereupon the owner struck off the maker's head, a most satisfactory answer to all but one. FN number 335, Arab. Qatwa, lit. A bit cut off, fragment, nail paring, and here and diminutive. I have described this scene in Pilgrimage 3. 68. Latro often says, thy gear is wanted by the daughter of my paternal uncle, wife, and thus parades his politeness by asking in a lady's name. FN number 336. As will appear, the two brothers were joined by a party of horsemen. FN number 337, who says the Mac. Edit. Forgetting Falhan with characteristic inconsequence. FN number 338, Muhammad, the deserving great praise, is the name used by men. Ahmad, more laudable, by angels, and Muhammad, praised, by devils. For a similar play upon the name, Allah Muhammadist, God is God the praiseworthy, Seed Abistan 2. 416. FN number 339, the Mac. Edit. Here gives Saz, but elsewhere Saza, which is the correct form. FN number 340, Sapor II, AD 310-330, was compelled to attack the powerful Arab hordes of Oman, most of whom, like the Tayi, Oz and Khazraj, the Banu Naban and the Hinoi left Al-Yaman AD 100-170, and settled in the north and northeast of Al-Najd. This great exodus and dispersion of the tribes was caused, as has been said, by the bursting of the Dam of Marib originally built by Abd al-Shams Sabah, father of Himyar. These Yemenian races were plunged into poverty and roamed northwards, planting themselves amongst the Arabs of Mad, son of Adnan. Hence the kingdom of Ghassan in Syria, whose Phylix under the Romans, that is Greek emperors of Constantinople, controlled Palestine, Persia, the Arabs of Syria and Palestine, and the kingdom of Hira, whose Lakhmite princes, dependent upon Persia, managed the Arabs of the Euphrates, Oman and Al-Bahrain. The Madites still continued to occupy the central plateau of Arabia, a feature analogous with India above the Ghats. FN number 341, I have described, Pilgrimage I. 370, the grisly spot which a Badawi will dignify by the name of Wadi al-Wad equals Vale of Roses. FN number 342, Quran 13. 3. Of every fruit 2 different kinds, that is large and small, black and white, sweet and sour. FN number 343, a graft upon an almond tree, which makes its kernel s.vit and gives it an especial delicacy of favour. See Russell's excellent Natural History of Aleppo, p. 21. FN number 344, so called from the flavour of the kernel. It is well known at Damascus where a favourite fruit is the dried apricot with an almond by way of kernel. There are many preparations of apricots, especially the mare's skin, Jild al-Fez or Kamar al-Din, a paste folded into sheets and exactly resembling the article from which it takes name. When wanted, it is dissolved in water and eaten as a relish with bread or biscuit. Pilgrimage I. 289. FN number 345, Anti-Karma Takal equals the vulgarist Cain. FN number 346, this may be Ctesiphon, the ancient capital of the Chosroes, on the Tigris below Baghdad, and spoken of elsewhere in the Nights, especially as, in Night Clicks VI, it is called as Bania al-Madain, Madain Kisra, the cities of Chosroes, being the Arabic name of the old dual city. FN number 347, Quran Vi. 103. The translation is sales, which I have generally preferred, despite many imperfections. Lane renders this sentence, the eyes see not him, but he seeth the eyes, and Mr. Rodwell, no vision taketh in him, but he taketh in all vision, and, better, no eyesight reacheth to him. FN number 348, Sale, Sect. 1, tells us all that was then known of these 3 which with Luke and Nazran the 3 daughters of God, goddesses or energies, the Hindu sectus, Allat al-Uzza and Manat mentioned in the Quran were the chiefs of the pre-Islamitic pantheon. I cannot but suspect that all will be connected with old Babylonian worship. Al-Baidawi, in Qur. Ixxi. 22, says of Wad, Suwa, Yargus, Iluk and Nazrat they were names of pious men between Adam and Noah, afterwards deified. Yargus was the giant idol of the Mazhaj tribe Batakama of Al-Yaman and afterwards at Najran al-Uzza was widely worshipped. Her idol, of the tree Semrat, belonging to Ghatafan was destroyed after the Prophet's order by Khalid bin Walid. Allat or Allat is written by Pocock, Spec. 110, Ilahat that is deities in general. But Herodotus evidently refers to one god when he makes the Arabs worship Dionysus as Greek letters, and Urania as Greek letters, and the Tashdid in Alat would, to a Greek ear, introduce another syllable, Alilat. This was the goddess of the Quraysh and Thaqif whose temple Atf was circuited like the Kaaba before Muhammad destroyed it. FN number 349, Shays, Shaith, is Abseth, father Seth, of the Hebrews, a name containing the initial and terminal letters of the Egypto-Phoenician Hebrew alphabet and the abjad of the Arabs. Those curious about its connection with the name of Allah, El, the zodiacal signs and with the constellations, visions but not wholly uninteresting, will consult Unexplored Syria, Volume I. 33. FN number 350, The Exclamation of an Honest Fella. FN number 351, This isn't with the Chosru who kissed the Ibsen hero between the eyes and bade him adieu, giving him as a last token a rich robe. The coarse hand of the storyteller exaggerates everything till he makes it ridiculous. FN number 352, The context suggests this is a royal form of throwing the handkerchief, but it does not occur elsewhere. In face, the European idea seems to have arisen from the Oriental practice of sending presents in napkins or kerchiefs. FN number 353, That is if the disappointed suitor attack me. FN number 354, That is if ever I he tempted to deny it. FN number 355, Arab. Musayfa Hakomadayarasis, the Arab fashion of shaking hands. The right palms are applied flat to each other, then the fingers are squeezed and the hand is raised to the forehead. Pilgrimage 2. 332. FN number 356, a city and province of Khuzestan, the old Susiana. Dashed may be either the town in Khorasan or the forests, dashed, belonging to Awaz in Tbilot. FN number 357, This is the contest between Antar and the satrap Khosrowan at the court of Mansur, but without its tragical finish. FN number 358, Elliptical he rode out in great state, that is to say if greatness can truly be attributed to man, for, etc. FN number 359, according to Tbilot, SV Rostak, it is a name given to the villages of Khorasan as Sawad, to those of Iraq and Maklif to those of Al-Yaman. There is, however, a well-known Al-Rustak, which like Al-Bahrain always takes the article, in the province of Oman west of Muscat, and as it rhymes with Iraq it does well enough. Mr. Badger calls this ancient capital of the Yarb Imams Rustak, Imams of Oman. FN number 360, that is a furious night. FN number 361, in the Mac. Edit. Hassan, which may rhyme with Naban, but it is a mere blunder. FN number 362, in classical Arabic Iraq, like Yemen, Bahrain and Rustak, always takes the article. FN number 363, the storyteller goes back from Kufa founded in Noah's day to the times of Abraham. FN number 364, this maneuver has often been practiced, especially by the first Crusaders under Bohemond, Gibbon, and in late years by the Arab Slavs in eastern intertropical Africa. After the skirmishes with the natives they quartered and bristled the dead like game, roasted and boiled the choice pieces and pretended to eat the flesh. The enemy, who was not afraid of death, was struck with terror by the idea of being devoured, and this seems instinctive to the undeveloped mind. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. Translated and annotated by Richard F. Burton. Volume 7, privately printed by the Burton Club. I inscribe these pages to an old and valued friend, John W. Larking, Willow of Alexandria, in whose hospitable home, the Sycamores, I made my final preparations for a pilgrimage to Mecca and El Medina. R. F. Burton. Contents of the 7th volume. The History of Ghurab and his brother Ujib, continued, 138. Otbah and Ra'iyah 139. Hind, daughter of Al-Naman, and Al-Hajjaj 140. Huzaymah bin Bishr and Ikrimah al-Fayyaz 141. Yunus the scribe and the Caliph Walid bin Sal 142. Harun al-Rashid and the Arab girl 143. Al-Azmai and the three girls of Basora 144. Ibrahim of Mosul and the Devil 145. The Lovers of the Banu Ura 146. The Badawi and his wife 147. The Lovers of Basora 148. Ishaq of Mosul and his mistress and the Devil 149. The Lovers of Al-Medina 150. Al-Malik al-Nazir and his Wizard 151. The Rogueries of Dalila the Crafty and her daughter Zainab the Coney Catcher A. The Adventures of Mercury Ali of Cairo 152. Ardashir and Hayat al-Nufus 153. Junna the Seaborn and her son King Badr Basim of Persia 154. King Muhammad bin Sabik and the merchant Hassan A. Story of Prince Saif al-Muluk and the Princess Badiou al-Jammu. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night. When it was the 637th night, Shahrazad continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sa'idin having broken into the palace of King Jamak and pounded to pieces those therein, the survivors cried out, Quarter! Quarter! And Sa'idin said to them, Pinion your king. So they bound Jamak and took him up, and Sa'idin drove them before him like sheep, and brought them to Gharib's presence, after the most part of the citizens had perished by the enemy's swords. When the king of Babel came to himself, he found himself bound and heard Sa'idin say, I will sup tonight off this King Jamak, whereupon he turned to Gharib and cried to him, I throw myself on thy mercy. Replied Gharib, Become a Muslim, and thou shalt be safe from the ghoul and from the vengeance of the living one who ceaseth not. So Jamak professed al-Islam with heart and tongue, and Gharib bade loose his bonds. Then he expounded the faith to his people and they all became true believers, after which Jamak returned to the city and dispatched thence Provant-land henchmen to Gharib, and went to the camp before Babel where they passed the night. On the morrow, Gharib gave the signal for the march and they fared on till they came to Ma'iferikin, FN number 1, which they found empty, for its people had heard what had befallen Babel and had fled to Kufa city and told Ajib. When he heard the news, his doomsday appeared to him and he assembled his braves and informing them of the enemy's approach ordered them make ready to do battle with his brother's host, after which he numbered them and found them 30,000 horse and 10,000 foot. FN number 2, so, needing more, he levied other 50,000 men, cavalry and infantry, and taking horse amid a mighty host, rode forwards, till he came upon his brother's army encamped before Mosul and pitched his tents in face of their lines. Then Gharib wrote a writ and said to his officers, Which of you will carry this letter to Ajib? Whereupon Sahim sprang to his feet and cried, O King of the Age, I will bear thy missive and bring thee back an answer. So Gharib gave him the epistle and he repaired to the pavilion of Ajib who, when informed of his coming, said, Admit him. And when he stood in the presence asked him, Whence comest thou? Answered Sahim, From the king of the Arabs and the Persians, son-in-law of Chosru, king of the world, who sendeth thee a writ, so do thou return him a reply. Quoth Ajib, Give me the letter. Accordingly Sahim gave it to him and he tore it open and found therein, In the name of Allah the Compassionating, the Compassionate. Peace on Abraham the friend await. But afterwards, as soon as this letter shall come to thy hand, do thou confess the unity of the bountiful King, causer of causes and mover of the clouds, FN number 3, and leave worshipping idols. And thou do this thing, thou art my brother and ruler over us, and I will pardon thee the deaths of my father and mother, nor will I reproach thee with what thou hast done. But an thou obey not my bidding, behold, I will hasten to thee and cut off thy head and lay waste thy dominions. Verily, I give thee good counsel, and the peace be on those who pace the path of salvation and obey the Most High King. When Ajib read these words and knew the threat they contained, his eyes sank into the crown of his head and he gnashed his teeth and flew into a furious rage. Then he tore the letter in pieces and threw it away, which vexed Sahim and he cried out upon Ajib, saying, Allah with thy hand for the deed thou hast done. With this Ajib cried out to his men, saying, Seize yonder hound and hew him in pieces with your hangers. FN number 4. So they ran at him, but he bared blade and fell upon them and slew of them more than 50 braves, after which he cut his way out, though bathed in blood, and went back to Grib, who said, What is this case, O Sahim? And he told him what had passed, whereat he grew livid for rage and crying Allahu Akbar, God is most great, bade the battle drums beat. So the fighting men donned their hauberks and coats of straight woven mail and baldricked themselves with their swords. The footmen drew out in battle array, whilst the horsemen mounted their prancing horses and dancing camels and levelled their long lances, and the champions rushed into the field. Ajib and his men also took horse, and host charged down upon host. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 638th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib and his merry men took horse, Ajib and his troops also mounted, and host charged down upon host. Then ruled the Qazi of battle, in whose ordinance is no wrong, for a seal is on his lips and he speaketh not, and the blood railed in rills and purfled earth with curious embroidery, heads grew grey and hotter waxed battle and fiercer. Feet slipped and stood firm the valiant and pushed forwards, whilst turned the faint heart and fled. Nor did they leave fighting till the day darkened and the night darkened. Then clashed the cymbals of retreat, and the two hosts drew apart each from other, and returned to their tents, where they righted. Next morning, as soon as it was day, the cymbals beat to battle and daring do, and the warriors donned their harness of fight and baldricked FN number 5. Their blades the brightest bright, and with a brown lance bedight mounted out a steed every night, and cried out, saying, This day no flight. And the two hosts drew out in battle array, like the surging sea. The first to open the chapter FN number 6, of war was Sahim, who drave his destrier between the two lines and blade with swords and spears and turned over all the capitula of combat till men of choicest wits were confounded. Then he cried out, saying, Who is for fighting? Who is for jousting? Let no sluggard come out nor weakling. Whereupon there rushed at him a horseman of the Kafirs, as he were a flame of fire, but Sahim let him not stand long before him ere he overthrew him with a thrust. Then a second came forth and he slew him also, and a third and he tare him in twain, and a fourth and he did him to death, nor did they cease sallying out to him, and he left not slaying them, till it was noon, by which time he had laid low 200 braves. Then Ajib cried to his men, Charge once more, and sturdy host on sturdy host downbore, and great was the clash of arms and battle roar. The shining swords outrang, the blood in streams ran, and footmen rushed upon footmen, death showed in van and horse hoof was shodden with skull of man, nor did they cease from so smiting till waned the day and the night came on in black array, when they drew apart and, returning to their tents, passed the night there. As soon as morning morrowed the two hosts mounted and sought the field of fight, and the Muslims looked for Gharib to back steed and ride under the standards as was his wont, but he came not. So Sahim sent to his brother's pavilion a slave who, finding him not, asked the tent pitchers, FN number 7, but they answered, We know naught of him. Whereat he was greatly concerned and went forth and told the troops, who refrained from battle, saying, And Gharib be absent, his foe will destroy us. Now there was for Gharib's absence a cause strange but true, which we will set out in order due. And it was thus. When Ajib returned to his camp on the preceding night, he called one of his guardsmen by name Sair and said to him, O Sair, I have not treasured thee save for a day like this, and now I bid thee enter among Gharib's host and, pushing into the marquee of their lord, bring him hither to me and prove how wily thy cunning be. And Sair said, I hear and I obey. So he repaired to the enemy's camp and stealing into Gharib's pavilion, under the darkness of the night, when all the men had gone to their places of rest, stood up as though he were a slave to serve Gharib, who present, being athirst, called to him for water. So he brought him a pitcher of water, drugged with bang, and Gharib could not fulfill his need ere he fell down with head distancing heels, whereupon Sair wrapped him in his cloak and carrying him to Ajib's tent, threw him down at his feet. Quoth Ajib, O Sair, what is this? Quoth he, This be thy brother Gharib, whereat Ajib rejoiced and said, The blessings of the idols light upon thee. Loose him and wake him. So they made him sniff up vinegar and he came to himself and opened his eyes. Then, finding himself bound and in a tent other than his own, exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious the great. Thereupon Najib cried out at him, saying, Dost thou drawn me, O dog, and seek to slay me and take on me thy blood wreak of thy father and thy mother? I will send thee this very day to them and rid the world of thee. Replied Gharib, Kafir hound. Soon shalt thou see against whom the wheels of fate shall revolve and who shall be overthrown by the wrath of the Almighty King, who wotteth what is in hearts and who shall leave thee in judgment tormented and confounded. Have ruth on thyself and say with me, There is no God but the God and Abraham is the friend of God. When Ajib heard Gharib's words, he sparked and snorted and railed at his god, the stone, and called for the sword and the leather rug of blood. But his wazir, who was at heart a Muslim though outwardly a miscreant, rose and kissing ground before him, said, Patience, O king, deal not hastily, but wait till we know the conquered from the conqueror. If we prove the victors, we shall have power to him and, if we be beaten, his being alive in our hands will be a strength to us. And the emirs said, The minister speaketh sooth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 639th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ajib purposed to slay Gharib, there was he rose and said, Deal not hastily, for we have always power to kill him. So Ajib bade lay his brother Gharib in irons and chain him up in his own tent and set 1,000 stout warriors to guard him. Meanwhile Gharib's host, when they awoke that morning and found not their king, were as sheep sans a shepherd, but Sayyidin the Ghul cried out at them, saying, O folk, don your war gear and trust to your Lord to defend you. So Arabs and Ajams mounted horse, after clothing themselves in hauberks of iron and skirting themselves in straight-knit mail, and sallied forth to the field, the chiefs and the colours moving in van. Then dashed out the Ghul of the mountain, with a club on his shoulder, 200 pounds in weight, and wheeled and careered, saying, Ho, worshippers of idols, come ye out and renown it this day, for 'tis a day of onslaught. Whoso knoweth me hath enough of my mischief, and whoso knoweth me not, I will make myself known to him. I am Sayyidin, servant of King Gharib, who is for jousting, who is for fighting. Let no faint heart come forth to me today nor weakling. And there rushed upon him a champion of the infidels, as he were a flame of fire, and drove at him. But Sayyidin charged home at him and dealt him with his club a blow which broke his ribs and cast him lifeless to the earth. Then he called out to his sons and slaves, saying, Light the bonfire, and whoso falleth of the Kafirs do ye dress him and roast him well in the flame, then bring him to me that I may break my fast on him. So they kindled a fire midmost the plain and laid thereon the slain, till he was cooked, when they brought him to Sayyidin, who gnawed his flesh and crunched his bones. When the miscreants saw the mountain Ghul do this deed, they were frighted with sorite, but Ajib cried out to his men, saying, Out on you! Fall upon the ogre and hew him in hunks with your scimitars. So 20,000 men ran at Sayyidin, whilst the footmen circled round him and rained upon him darts and shafts, so that he was wounded in 24 places, and his blood ran down upon the earth, and he was alone. Then the host of the Muslims drave at the heathenry, calling for help upon the Lord of the three worlds, and they ceased not from fight and fray till the day came to an end, when they drew apart. But the infidels had captured Sayyidin, as he were a drunken man for loss of blood, and they bound him fast and set him by Gharib, who, seeing the Ghul a prisoner, said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. O Saladin, what case is this? O my lord, replied Saladin, it is Allah, extolled and exalted be he, who ordaineth joy and annoy, and there is no help but this and that betide. And Gharib rejoined, thou speakest sooth, O Saladin. But Ajib passed the night in joy, and he said to his men, mount ye on the morrow and fall upon the Muslims, so shall not one of them be left alive. And they replied, hearkening and obedience. This is how it fared with them. But as regards the Muslims, they passed the night, dejected and weeping for their king and Saladin. But Sahim said to them, O folk, be not concerned, for the aidance of Almighty Allah is nigh. Then he waited till midnight, when he assumed the garb of a tent pitcher, and, repairing to Ajib's camp, made his way between the tents and pavilions till he came to the king's marquee, where he saw him seated on his throne surrounded by his princes. So he entered, and going up to the candles which burnt in the tent, snuffed them and sprinkled levigated henbane on the wicks, after which he withdrew and waited without the marquee, till the smoke of the burning henbane reached Ajib and his princes, and they fell to the ground like dead men. Then he left them and went to the prison tent, where he found Gharib and Saladin, guarded by 1,000 braves, who were overcome with sleep. So he cried out at the guards, saying, Woe to you! Sleep not, but watch your prisoners and light the cressets. Presently he filled the cresses with firewood, on which he strewed henbane, and lighting it, went round about the tent with it, till the smoke entered the nostrils of the guards, and they all fell asleep, drowned by the drug. When he entered the tent, and finding Gharib and Saladin also insensible, he aroused them by making them smell and sniff at a sponge full of vinegar he had with him. Thereupon he loosed their bonds and collars, and when they saw him, they blessed him and rejoiced in him. After this they went forth and took all the arms of the guards, and Sahim said to them, Go to your own camp, while he re-entered Ajib's pavilion and, wrapping him in his cloak, lifted him up and made for the Muslim encampment. And the Lord, compassionate, protected him, so that he reached Gharib's tent in safety and unrolled the cloak before him. Gharib looked at its contents, and seeing his brother Ajib bound, cried out, Allahu Akbar, God is most great. Aidance. Victory. And he blessed Sahim and bade him arouse Ajib. So he made him smell the vinegar mixed with incense, and he opened his eyes and, finding himself bound and shackled, hung down his head earthwards. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 640th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after Sahim had aroused Ajib, whom he had made insensible with henbane and had brought to his brother Gharib, the captive opened his eyes and, feeling himself bound and shackled, hung down his head earthwards. Thereupon cried Sahim, O accursed, lift thy head. So he raised his eyes and found himself amongst Arabs and Ajamis, and saw his brother seated on the throne of his estate and the place of his power, wherefore he was silent and spake not. Then Gharib cried out and said, Strip me this hound. So they stripped him and came down upon him with whips, till they weakened his body and subdued his pride, after which Gharib set over him a guard of 100 knights. And when this fraternal correction had been administered, they heard shouts of, There is no God but the God, and God is most great, from the camp of the Kafirs. Now the cause of this was that, 10 days after his nephew King Al-Daimai, Gharib's uncle, had set out from Al-Jazira, with 20,000 horse, and on nearing the field of battle, has dispatched one of his scouts to get news. The man was absent a whole day, at the end of which time he returned and told Al-Daimai all that had happened to Gharib with his brother. So he waited till the night, when he fell upon the infidels, crying out, Allahu Akbar, and put them to the edge of the biting scimitar. When Gharib heard the takbir, FN number 8, he said to Sahim, Go find out the cause of these shouts and walk rise. So Sahim repaired to the field of battle and questioned the slaves and camp followers, who told him that King Al-Daimai had come up with 20,000 men and had fallen upon the idolaters by night, saying, By the virtue of Abraham the friend, I will not forsake my brother's son, but will play a brave man's part and beat back the host of miscreants and please the omnipotent king. So Sahim returned and told his uncle's daring do to Grib, who cried out to his men, saying, Don your arms and mount your steeds and let us succour my father's brother. So they took horse and fell upon the infidels and put them to the edge of the sharp sword. By the morning they had killed nigh 50,000 of the Kafirs and made other 30,000 prisoners, and the rest of Egypt's army dispersed over the length and breadth of earth. Then the Muslims returned in victory and triumph, and Gharib rode out to meet his uncle, whom he saluted and thanked for his help. Quoth Al-Daimai, I wonder if that dog Ajib fell in this day's affair. Quoth Gharib, O uncle, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. Know that he is with me in chains. When Al-Daimai heard this he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and the two kings dismounted and entered the pavilion, but found no Ajib there, whereupon Gharib exclaimed, O glory of Abraham, the friend, with whom be peace, adding, Alas, what an end is this to a glorious day. And he cried out to the tent pitchers, saying, Woe to you! Where is my enemy who oweth me so much? Quoth they, When thou mount'st, and we went with thee, thou didst not bid us guard him. And Gharib exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. But Al-Daimai said to him, Hasten not nor be concerned, for where can he go, and we in pursuit of him? Now the manner of Ajib's escape was in this wise. His page Sayya had been ambushed in the camp, and when he saw Gharib mount and ride forth, leaving none to guard his enemy Ajib, he could hardly credit his eyes. So he waited a while and presently crept to the tent, and taking Ajib, who was senseless for the pain of the bastinado, on his back, made off with him into the open country and fared on at the top of his speed from early night to the next day, till he came to a spring of water, under an apple tree. There he set down Ajib from his back and washed his face, whereupon he opened his eyes and seeing Sayya, said to him, O Sayya, carry me to Kufa that I may recover there and levy horsemen and soldiers wherewith to overthrow my foe, and know, O Sayya, that I am anhungered. So Sayya sprang up and going out to the desert caught an ostrich poult and brought it to his lord. Then he gathered fuel and deftly using the fire sticks kindled a fire, by which he roasted the bird which he had hauled FN number 9, and fed Ajib with its flesh and gave him to drink of the water of the spring, till his strength returned to hits, after which he went to one of the Badawi tribal encampments, and stealing thence a steed mounted Ajib upon it and journeyed on with him for many days till they drew near the city of Kufa. The viceroy of the capital came out to meet and salute the king, whom he found weak with a beating his brother had inflicted upon him, and Ajib entered the city and called his physicians. When they answered his summons, he bade them heal him in less than 10 days' time. They said, We hear and we obey, and they tended him till he became whole of the sickness that was upon him and of the punishment. Then he commanded his wazirs to write letters to all his nabobs and vassals, and he indicted 21 writs and dispatched them to the governors, who assembled their troops and set out for Kufa by forced marches. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 641st night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ajib sent orders to assemble the troops, who marched forthright to Kufa. Meanwhile, Gharib, being troubled for Ajib's escape, dispatched in quest of him 1,000 braves, who dispersed on all sides and sought him a day and a night, but found no trace of him. So they returned and told Gharib, who called for his brother Sahim, but found him not, whereat he was sore concerned, fearing for him from the shifts of fortune. And lo! Sahim entered and kissed ground before Gharib, who rose, when he saw him, and asked, Where hast thou been, O Sahim? He answered, O king, I have been to Kufa, and there I find that the dog Ajib hath made his way to his capital and is healed of his hurts. Eke, he hath written letters to his vassals and sent them to his nabobs who have brought him troops. When Gharib heard this, he gave the command to march, so they struck tents and fared for Kufa. When they came in sight of the city, they found it compassed about with a host like the surging main, having neither beginning nor end. So Gharib with his troops encamped in face of the Kafirs and set up his standards, and darkness fell down upon the two hosts, whereupon they lighted campfires and kept watch till daybreak. Then King Gharib rose and making the wuzu ablution, prayed a two-bow prayer according to the rite of our father Abraham the friend, on whom be the peace, after which he commanded the battle drums to sound the point of war. Accordingly, the kettle drums beat to combat and the standards fluttered whilst the fighting men armoured on and the horses mounted and themselves displayed into plain fared. Now the first to open the gate of war was King Al-Daimai, who urged his charger between the two opposing armies and displayed himself and blade with the swords and the spears, till both hosts were confounded and at him marvelled, after which he cried out, saying, Who is for jousting? Let no sluggard come out to me nor weakling, for I am Al-Daimai, the king, brother of Kandamir the king. Then there rushed forth a horseman of the Kafirs, as he were a flame of fire, and drave at Al-Daimai, without word said, but the king received him with a lance thrust in the breast so that the point issued from between his shoulders, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire, the abiding place dire. Then came forth a second he slew, and a third he slew likewise, and they ceased not to come out to him and he to slay them, till he had made an end of 76 fighting men. Hereupon the miscreants and men of might hung back and would not encounter him, but Jib cried out to his men and said, Fie on you, O folk! If ye all go forth to him, one by one, he will not leave any of you, sitting or standing. Charge on him all at once and cleanse of them our earthly woe and strew their heads for your horses' hoofs like a plain of stone. So they waved the striking flag and host was heaped upon host, blood rained in streams upon earth and railed and the judge of battle ruled, in whose ordinance is no upright. The fearless stood firm on feet in the stead of fight, whilst the faint heart gave back and took to flight thinking the day would never come to an end nor the curtains of gloom would be drawn by the hand of night, and they ceased not to battle with swords and to smite till light darkened and murks darkened. Then the kettle drums of the infidels beat the retreat, but Gharib, refusing to stay his arms, drave at the Paynimry, and the believers in unity, the Muslims, followed him. How many heads and hands they shore! How many necks and sinews they tore, how many knees and spines they mashed, and how many grown men and youths they to death bashed. With the first gleam of morning grey the infidels broke and fled away, in disorder and disarray, and the Muslims followed them till middle day and took over 20,000 of them, whom they brought to their tents in bonds to stay. Then Gharib sat down before the gate of Kufa and commanded a herald to proclaim pardon and protection for every wight who should leave the worship to idols dight and profess the unity of his Almighty, the Creator of mankind and of light and night. So was made proclamation as he bade in the streets of Kufa, and all that were therein embraced the true faith, great and small. Then they issued forth in a body and renewed their Islam before King Gharib, who rejoiced in them with exceeding joy, and his breast broadened, and he threw off all annoy. Presently he inquired of Mardas and his daughter Medea, and, being told that he had taken up his abode behind the Red Mountain, he called Sahim and said to him, Find out for me what is become of thy father. Sahim mounted steed without stay orderly and set his berry brown spear in rest and fared on in quest till he reached the Red Mountain, where he sought for his father, yet found no trace of him nor of his tribe. However, he saw in their stead an elder of the Arabs, a very old man, broken with excess of years, and asked him of the folk and whither they were gone. Replied he, O my son, when Mardas heard of Gharib's descent upon Kufa, he feared with great fear and, taking his daughter and his folk, set out with his handmaids and negroes into the wild and wood, and I wot not whither he went. So Sahim, hearing the Sheikh's words, returned to Gharib and told him thereof, whereat he was greatly concerned. Then he sat down on his father's throne and, opening his treasuries, distributed largesse to each and every of his braves. and he took up his abode in Kufa and sent out spies to get news of Egypt. He also summoned the grandees of the realm, who came and did him homage, as also did the citizens, and he bestowed on them sumptuous robes of honor and commended the yachts to their care. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 642nd night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Gharib, after giving robes of honor to the citizens of Kufa and commending the yachts to their care, went out on a day of the days to hunt, with 100 horse, and fared on till he came to a wadi, abounding in trees and fruits and rich in rills and birds. It was a pasturing place for roes and gazelles, to the spirited delight whose sense reposed from the languor of fight. They encamped in the valley, for the day was dear and bright, and there passed the night. On the morrow, Gharib made the wuzu ablution and prayed the two-bow dawn prayer, offering up praise and thanks to Almighty Allah, when, lo and behold, there arose a clamour and confusion in the meadows, and he bade Sahim go see what was to do. So Sahim mounted forthright and rode till he espied goods being plundered and horses halted and women carried off and children crying out. Whereupon he questioned one of the shepherds, saying, What be all this? And they replied, This is the harem of Mardas, chief of the Banu Qatan, and his good and that of his clan. For yesterday Jamkin slew Mardas and made prize of his women and children and household stuff and all the belonging of his tribe. It is his wont to go a-raiding and to cut off highways and waylay wayfarers, and he is a furious tyrant. Neither Arabs nor kings can prevail against him, and he is the scourge and curse of the country. Now when Sahim heard these news of his sire's slaughter and the looting of his harem and property, he returned to Gharib and told him the case, wherefore fire was added to his fire and his spirit chafed to wipe out his shame and his blood wit to claim. So he rode with his men after the robbers till he overtook them and fell upon them, crying out and saying, Almighty Allah upon the rebel, the traitor, the infidel. And he slew in a single charge 21 fighting men. Then he halted in midfield, with no coward's heart, and cried out, Where is Jamkin? Let him come out to me, that I may make him quaff the cup of a disgrace and rid of him earth's face. Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when forth rushed Jamkin, as he were a calamity of calamities or a piece of a mountain, cased in steel. He was a mighty huge FN number 10, a Malachite, and he gave at Gharib without speech a salute, like the fierce tyrant he was. And he was armed with a mace of China steel, so heavy, so potent, that had he smitten a hill he had smashed it. Now when he charged, Gharib met him like a hungry lion, and the brigand aimed a blow at his head with his mace, but he evaded it and it smote the earth and sank therein half a cubit deep. Then Gharib took his battle flail and smiting Jamkin on the wrist, crushed his fingers and the mace dropped from his grasp, whereupon Gharib bent down from his seat in cell and snatching it up, swiftlier than the blinding levin, smote him therewith full on the flat of the ribs, and he fell to the earth like a long-stemmed palm tree. So Sahim took him and pinioning him, haled him off with a rope, and Gharib's horsemen fell on those of Jamkin and slew 50 of them. The rest fled, nor did they cease flying till they reached their tribal camp and raised their voices in clamour, whereupon all who were in the castle came out to meet them and asked the news. They told the tribe what had passed, and, when they heard that their chief was a prisoner, they set out for the valley vying one with other in their haste to deliver him. Now when King Gharib had captured Jamkin and had seen his braves take flight, he dismounted and called for Jamkin, who humbled himself before him, saying, I am under thy protection, O champion of the age. Replied Gharib, O dog of the Arabs, dost thou cut the road for the servants of Almighty Allah, and fearest thou not the Lord of the worlds? O my master, asked Jamkin, and who is the Lord of the worlds? O dog, answered Gharib, and what calamity dost thou worship? He said, O my lord, I worship a god made of dates FN number 11, kneaded with butter and honey, and at times I eat him and make me another. When Gharib heard this, he laughed till he fell backwards and said, O miserable, there is none worship worth save Almighty Allah, who created thee and created all things and provideth all creatures with daily bread, from whom nothing is hid, and he over all things is omnipotent. Quoth Jamkin, and where is this great God, that I may worship him? Quoth Garib, O fellow, know that this God's name is Allah the God, and it is he who fashioned the heavens and the earth and gathered the trees to grow and the waters to flow. He created wild beasts and birds and paradise and hellfire, and veileth himself from all eyes seeing and of none being seen. He, and he only, is the dweller on high. Extolled be his perfection. There is no God but he. When Jamkin heard these words, the ears of his heart were opened, his skin shuddered with horripilation, and he said, O my Lord, what shall I say that I may become of you and that this mighty Lord may accept of me? Replied Garib, say, there is no God but the God, and Abraham the friend is the apostle of God. So he pronounced the profession of the faith and was written of the people of felicity. Then quoth Garib, say me, hast thou tasted the sweetness of al-Islam? And quoth the other, yes, whereupon Garib cried, loose his bonds. So they'd unbound him, and he kissed ground before Garib and his feet. Now whilst this was going on, behold, they spied a great cloud of dust that towered till it walled the wood. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 643rd night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jamkin Islamized and kissed the ground between the hands of Garib, and, as they were thus, behold, a great cloud of dust towered till it walled the wold, and Garib said to him, go and see for us what it be. So he went forth, like a bird in full flight, and presently returned, saying, O king of the age, this dust is of the Banu Emir, the comrades of Jamkin. Whereupon quoth Garib to the new Muslim, ride out to thy people and offer to them al-Islam, and they profess, they shall be saved, but, and they refuse, we will put them to the sword. So Jamkin mounted and driving steed towards his tribesmen, cried out to them, and they knew him, and dismounting, came up to him on foot and said, we rejoice in thy safety, O our Lord. Said he, O folk, whoso abideth me shall be saved, but whoso gainsayeth me, I will cut him in twain with this cimeter. And they made answer, saying, command us what thou wilt, for we will not oppose thy commandment. Quoth he, then say with me, there is no God but the God, and Abraham is the friend of God. They asked, O our Lord, whence hadst thou these words? And he told them what had befallen him with Garib, adding, O folk, know ye not that I am your chief in battle plain, and where men of cut and thrust are fain, and yet a man single-handed me to prison hath ta'en, and made me the cup of shame and disgrace to drain? When they heard his speech, they spoke the word of unity, and Jamkin led them to Garib, at whose hands they renewed their profession of al-Islam and wished him glory and victory, after they had kissed the earth before him. Garib rejoiced in them and said to them, O folk, return to your people and expound al-Islam to them. But all replied, O our Lord, we will never leave thee, whilst we live, but we will go and fetch our families and return to thee. And Garib said, go, and join me at the city of Kufa. So Jamkin and his comrades returned to their tribal camp and offered al-Islam to their women and children, who all to a soul embraced the true faith, after which they dismantled their abodes and struck their tents and set out for Kufa, driving before them their steeds, camels and sheep. During this time Garib returned to Kufa, where the horsemen met him in state. He entered his palace and sat down on his sire's throne with his champions ranged on either hand. Then the spies came forwards, and informed him that his brother Ajib had made his escape and had taken refuge with Jalan Defend No. 12, bin Kaka, lord of the city of Oman and land of Al-Yaman, whereupon Garib cried aloud to his host, O men, make you ready to march in 3 days. Then he expounded al-Islam to the 30,000 men he had captured in the first affair and exhorted them to profess and take service with him. 20,000 embraced the faith, but the rest refused, and he slew them. Then came forward Jamkin and his tribe and kissed the ground before Garib, who bestowed on him a splendid robe of honor and made him captain of his vanguard, saying, O Jamkin, mount with the chiefs of thy kith and kin and 20,000 horse and fare on before us to the land of Jaland bin Karka. Hearkening and obedience, answered Jamkin, and, leaving the women and children of the tribe in Kufa, he set forward. Then Garib passed in review the harem of Madas, and his eye lit upon Medea, who was among the women, wherewith he fell down fainting. They sprinkled rose water on his face, till he came to himself, when he embraced Medea and carried her into a sitting chamber, where he sat with her, and they twain lay together that night without fornication. Next morning he went out, and sitting down on the throne of his kingship, robed his uncle Al-Damai with a robe of honor, and appointed him his viceroy over all Al-Iraq, commending Medea to his care, till he should return from his expedition against Egypt, and, when the order was accepted, he set out for the land of Al-Yaman and the city of Oman with 20,000 horse and 10,000 foot. Now, when Egypt and his defeated army drew in sight of Oman, King Jaland saw the dist of their approach and sent to find out its meaning scouts, who returned and said, Verily this is the dist of one Hizajib, lord of Al-Iraq. And Jaland wondered at his coming to his country, and, when assured of the tidings, he said to his officers, Fare ye forth and meet him. So they went out and met him and pitched tents for him at the city gate, and Ajib entered into Jaland, weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted. Now Jaland's wife was the daughter of Ajib's paternal uncle, and he had children by her, so, when he saw his kinsman in this plight, he asked for the truth of what ailed him, and Ajib told him all that had befallen him, first and last, from his brother, and said, O king, Garib biddeth the folk worship the Lord of the heavens, and forbiddeth them from the service of Simlikas and other of the gods. When Jaland heard these words he raged and revolted, and said, By the virtue of the sun, Lord of life and light, I will not leave one of thy brother's folk in existence. But where didst thou quit them, and how many men are they? Answered Ajib, I left them in Kufa, and they be 50,000 horse. Whereupon Jaland called his Wazir Jawamard, FN number 13, saying, Take these 70,000 horse and fare to Kufa, and bring me the Muslims alive, that I may torture them with all manner of tortures. So Jawamard departed with his host and fared through the first day and the second till the 7th day, when he came to a wadi abounding in trees and rills and fruits. Here he called a halt. Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 644th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Jaland sent Jawamard with his army to Kufa, they came upon a wadi abounding in trees and rills, where a halt was called, and they rested till the middle of the night, when the wazir gave the signal for departure, and mounting, rode on before them till hard upon dawn, at which time he descended into a well-wooded valley, whose flowers were fragrant and whose birds warbled on boughs, as they swayed gracefully to and fro, and Satan blew into his sides and puffed him up with pride, and he improvised these couplets and cried, I plunge with my braves in the seething sea, seize the foe in my strength and my valiancy, and the doughtiest knights wot me well to be friend to friend and fierce foe to mine enemy. I will load gun with the captives' chains right soon, and return in all joy and glee, for I've donned my mail and my weapons wield, and on all sides charge at the chivalry. FN number 14. Hardly had Jawamard made an end of his verses when there came out upon him from among the trees a horseman of terrible mien, covered and clad in steely sheen, who cried out to him, saying, Stand, O riffraff of the Arabs! Doff thy dress, and ground thine arms gear, and dismount thy destrier, and be off with thy life. When Jawamard heard this, the light in his eyes became dark as night, and he drew his sabre and drove at Jamkin, for he it was, saying, O thief of the Arabs, wilt thou cut the road for me, who am captain of the host of Jaland bin Karka, and am come to bring Garib and his men in bond? When Jamkin heard these words, he said, How cooling is this to my heart and liver! and he made at Juamad versifying in these couplets. I am the noted knight in the field of fight, whose sabre and spear every foe affright. Jamkin am I, to my foes a fear, with a lance lunge known unto every knight. Gurb is my lord, nay my pontiff, my prince, where the two hosts dash very lion of might, an imam of the faith, pious, striking on the plain where his foes like the fawn take flight, whose voice bids folk to the faith of the friend, false, doubling idols and gods despite. Now Jamkin had fared on with his tribesmen 10 days' journey from Kufa city and called a halt on the 11th day till midnight, when he ordered a march and rode on advancing them till he descended into the valley of Fosed and heard Juamad reciting his verses. So he drave at him as the driving of a ravening lion, and smiting him with his sword, clove him in twain and waited till his captains came up, when he told them what had passed and said to them, take each of you 5,000 men and disperse round about the wadi, whilst I and the Banu may fall upon the enemy's van, shouting, Allahu Akbar, God is most great. When ye hear my slogan, do ye charge them, crying like me upon the Lord, and smite them with the sword. We hear and we obey, answered they, and turning back to the braves did his binding and spread themselves about the sides of the valley in the twilight forerunning the dawn. Presently, lo and behold, up came the army of Al-Yaman, like a flock of sheep, filling plain and steep, and Jamkin and the Banu Umayyah fell upon them, shouting, Allahu Akbar, till all heard it, Muslims and miscreants. Whereupon the true believers ambushed in the valley answered from every side, and the hills and mountains responsive cried, and all things replied, green and dried, saying, God is most great. Aidance and victory to us from on high. Shame to the miscreants who his name deny. And the Kafirs were confounded and smote one another with sabres keen, whilst the true believers and pious fell upon them like flames of fiery sheen, and naught was seen but heads flying and blood jetting and faint hearts hieing. By the time they could see one another's faces, 2/3 of the infidels had perished, and Allah hastened their souls to the fire, an abiding place dire. The rest fled and to the deserts sped, whilst the Muslims pursued them to slay and take captives till middle day, when they returned in triumph with 7,000 prisoners, and but 26,000 of the infidels escaped, and the most of them wounded. Then the Muslims collected the horses and arms, the loads and tents of the enemy, and dispatched them to Kufa with an escort of 1,000 horse. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 645th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jamkin in his battle with Juamad slew him and slew his men, and, after taking many prisoners and much money and many horses and loads, sent them with an escort of 1,000 riders to Kufa city. Then he and the army of Al-Islam dismounted and expounded the saving faith to the prisoners, who made profession with heart and tongue, whereupon they released them from bonds and embraced them and rejoiced in them. Then Jamkin made his troops, who had swelled to a mighty many, rest a day and a night, and marched with the dawn, intending to attack Jaland bin Kaka in the city of Oman, whilst the 1,000 horse fared back to Kufa with the loot. When they reached the city, they went in to King Riba and told him what had passed, whereat he rejoiced and gave them joy, and, turning to the Ghul of the mountain, said, Take horse with 20,000 and follow Jamkin. So Sa'idin and his sons mounted and set out, amid 20,000 horse for Oman. Meanwhile, the fugitives of the defeated Kafirs reached Oman and went into Jaland, weeping and crying, Woe! And ruin. Whereat he was confounded and said to them, What calamity hath befallen you? So they told him what had happened, and he said, Woe to you! How many men were they? They replied, O king, there were 20 standards, under each 1,000 men. When Jaland heard these words he said, May their son pour no blessing on you. Fie upon you! What? Shall 20,000 overcome you, and you 70,000 horse, and Juamad able to withstand 3,000 in field of fight? Then, in the excess of his rage and mortification, he bared his blade and cried out to those who were present, saying, "Fall on them." So the courtiers drew their swords upon the fugitives and annihilated them to the last man and cast them to the dogs. Then Jaland cried aloud to his son, saying, "Take 100,000 horse and go to Al-Iraq and lay it waste altogether." Now this son's name was Gurjan, and there was no doughtier knight in all the force, for he could charge single-handed 3,000 riders. So he and his host made haste to equip themselves and marched in battle array, rank following rank, with the prince at their head, glorying in himself and improvising these couplets. "I'm Al-Gurjan, and my name is known to beat all who in wold or in city wone. How many a soldier my sword at will struck down like a cow on the ground bestrown. How many a soldier I've forced to fly and have rolled their heads as a ball is thrown. Now I'll drive and harry the land Iraq FN number 15, and like rain I'll shower the blood of foe, and lay hands on Ganb and his men, whose doom to the wise a warning shall soon be shown." The host fared on 12 days' journey, and, while they were still marching, behold, a great dust cloud arose before them and walled the horizon and the whole region. So Gurjan sent out scouts, saying, "Go forth and bring me tidings of what meaneth this dust." They went till they passed under the enemy's standards, and presently returning said, "O king, verily this is the dust of the Muslims." Whereat he was glad and said, "Did ye count them?" And they answered, "We counted the colours, and they numbered 20. Quoth he, "By my faith, I will not send one man at arms against them, but will go forth to them alone by myself and strew their heads under the horses' hooves." Now this was the army of Jamkin who, espying the host of the Kafirs and seeing them as a surging sea, called a halt. So his troops pitched the tents and set up the standards, calling upon the name of the All-Wise One, the Creator of light and gloom, Lord of all creatures, who seeth while him none see, the high to infinity, extolled and exalted be he. There is no God but he. The miscreants also halted and pitched their tents, and Gurjan said to them, "Keep on your arms, and in armor sleep, for during the last watch of the night we will mount and trample yonder handful and defeat." Now one of Jamkin's spies was standing nigh and heard what Gurjan had contrived. So he returned to the host and told his chief, who said to them, "Arm yourselves, and as soon as it is night, bring me all the mules and camels and hang all the bells and clinkets and rattles ye have about their necks." Now they had with them more than 20,000 camels and mules. So they waited till the infidels fell asleep, when Jamkin commanded them to mount, and they rose to ride, and on the Lord of the worlds they relied. Then said Jamkin, "Drive the camels and mules to the miscreants' camp and push them with your spears for goads." They did as he bade, and the beasts rushed upon the enemy's tents, whilst the bells and clinkets and rattles jangled FN number 16, and the Muslims followed at their heels, shouting, "God is most great," till all the hills and mountains resounded with the name of the highmost deity, to whom belong glory and majesty. The cattle, hearing this terrible din, shook fright and rushed upon the tents and trampled the folk, as they lay asleep. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 646th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Jamkin fell upon them with his men and steeds and camels, and the camp lay sleeping, the idolaters started up in confusion and, snatching up their arms, fell upon one another with smiting, till the most part was slaughtered. And when the day broke, they looked and found no Muslim slain, but saw them all on horseback, armed and armoured, wherefore they knew that this was a sleight which had been played upon them, and Gurjan cried out to the remnant of his folk, "O sons of whores, what we had a mind to do with them, that have they done with us, and the craft hath gotten the better of our cunning." And they were about to charge when, lo and behold, a cloud of dust rose high and walled the horizon sky, when the wind smote it, so that it spired aloft and spread pavilion-wise in the lift, and that it hung, and presently appeared beneath it the glint of helmet and gleam of hauberk and splendid warriors, baldricked with their tempered swords and holding in rest their supple spears. When the Kafirs saw this, they held back from the battle, and each army sent out, to know the meaning of this dust, scouts, who returned with the news that it was an army of Muslims. Now this was the host of the mountain whom Qutb has dispatched to Jamkin's aid, and Saladin himself rode in their van. So the two hosts of the true believers joined company, and rushing upon the Paynimri like a flame of fire, plied them with keen sword and Rudanian spear and quivering lance, what while day was darkened and eyes for the much dust darkened. The valiant stood fast, and the faint-hearted coward fled to the wilds, and the words swift sped, whilst the blood over earth was like torrents shed, nor did they cease from fight till the day took flight, and in gloom came the night. Then the Muslims drew apart from the miscreants and returned to their tents, where they ate and slept, till the darkness fled away and gave place to smiling day, when they prayed the dawn prayer and mounted to battle. Now Qurjan had said to his men as they drew off from fight, for indeed 2/3 of their number had perished by sword and spear, O folk, tomorrow I will champion it in the stead of war where cut and thrust jar, and where braves push and will I will take the field. So, as soon as light was seen and morn appeared with its shine and sheen, took horse the hosts twain and shouted their slogans amain, and bared the brand intent lance in hand, and in ranks took stand. The first to open the door of war was Qurjan, who cried out, saying, Let no coward come out to me this day nor craven. Whereupon Jamkin and Sayed and stood by the colours, but there ran at him the captain of the Banu Amir, and the two crave each at other while, like two rams butting. Presently Qurjan seized the Muslim by the jerkin under his hauberk and, dragging him from his saddle, dashed him to the ground where he left him, upon which the Kafirs laid hands on him and bound him and bore him off to their tents, whilst Qurjan wheeled about and careered and offered battle, till another captain came out, whom also he took prisoner, nor did he leave to do thus till he had made prize of 7 captains before midday. Then Jamkin cried out with so mighty a cry, that the whole field made reply and herded the armies twain, and ran at Qurjan with a heart in rage for pain, improvising these couplets. Jamkin am I, and a man of might, whom the warriors fear with a sore affright. I waste the forts and I leave the walls to wail and weep for the whites I smite. Then, O Qurjan, tread the rightful road and quit the paths of thy foul upright. Own the one true God, who dispread the skies and made founts to flow and the hills pegged tight, and the slave embrace the true faith, he'll scape hell pains and in heaven be dex and dight. When Qurjan heard these words, he sparked and snorted and foully abused the sun and the moon and crave at Jamkin, versifying with these couplets. I'm Qurjan, of this age the night, and my shade to the lions of Shara FN number 17. Is blight. I storm the forts and snare kings of beasts, and warriors fear me in field of fight. Then, hark I Jamkin, if thou doubt my word, come forth to the combat and try my might. When Jamkin heard these verses, he charged him with a stout hearty. They smote each at other with swords till the two hosts lamented for them, and they lunged with lance, and great was the clamour between them. Nor did they leave fighting till the time of mid-afternoon prayer was past and the day began to wane. Then Jamkin crave at Qurjan, and smiting him on the breast with his mace, FN number 18, cast him to the ground, as he were the trunk of a palm tree, and the Muslims pinioned him and dragged him off with ropes like a camel. Now when the miscreants saw their prince captive, a hot fever fit of ignorance seized on them, and they bore down upon the true believers thinking to rescue him, but the Muslim champions met them and left most of them prostrate on the earth, whilst the rest turned and sought safety in flight, seeking surer sight, while the clanking sabres their backsides smite. The Muslims ceased not pursuing them till they had scattered them over mount and wood, when they returned from them to the spoil, whereof was great store of horses and tents and so forth. Good luck to it for a spoil. Then Jamkin went into Kajan and expounded to him al-Islam, threatening him with death unless he embraced the faith. But he refused, so they cut off his head and stuck it on a spear, after which they fared on towards Oman FN number 19, city. But as regards the Kafirs, the survivors returned to Jaland and made known to him the slaying of his son and the slaughter of his host, hearing which he cast his crown to the ground and buffeting his face, till the blood ran from his nostrils, fell fainting to the floor. They sprinkled rose water on his head, till he came to himself and cried to his wazir, "Write letters to all my governors and nabobs, and bid them lead not a smiter with a sword nor a lunger with a lance nor a bender of the bow, but bring them all to me in one body." So he wrote letters and dispatched them by runners to the governors, who levied their power and joined the king with a prevailing host, whose number was 180,000 men. Then they made ready tents and camels and noble steeds and were about to march when, behold, up came Jamkin and Sayyidin the Ghul, with 70,000 horse, as they were lions fierce-faced, all steel-encased. When Jaland saw the Muslims trooping on, he rejoiced and said, "By the virtue of the sun, and her resplendent light, I will not leave alive one of my foes, no, not one to carry the news, and I will lay waste the land of Al-Iraq, that I may take my wreak for my son, the havoc-making champion bold, nor shall my fire be quenched or cooled." Then he turned it to Ajib and said to him, "O dog of Al-Iraq, 'twas thou broughtest this calamity on us. But by the virtue of that which I worship, except I avenge me of mine enemy, I will do thee die after foulest fashion." When Ajib heard these words, he was troubled with sore trouble and blamed himself, but he waited till nightfall, when the Muslims had pitched their tents for rest. Now he had been degraded and expelled the royal camp together with those who were left to him of his suite, so he said to them, "O my kinsmen, know that Jaland and I are dismayed with exceeding dismay at the coming of the Muslims, and I know that he will not avail to protect me from my brother nor from any other, so it is my counsel that we make our escape, whilst all lie asleep, and flee to King Yarab bin Qatan, FN number 20, for that he hath more of men and is stronger of rein." They, hearing his advice, exclaimed, "Right as I read," whereupon he bade them kindle fires at their tent doors and march under cover of the night. They did his binding and set out, so by daybreak they had already fared far away. As soon as it was morning, Jalan mounted with 260,000 fighting men, clad kapabai in hauberks and cuirasses and straight-knit mailcoats. The kettle drums beat a point of war and all drew out for cut and thrust and fight and fray. Then Jamkin and Sayyidin rode out with 40,000 stalwart fighting men, under each standard 1,000 cavaliers, doughty champions, foremost in champaign. The two hosts drew out in battles and bared their blades and levelled their limber lances, for the drinking of the cup of death. The first to open the gate of strife was Sayyidin, as he were a mountain of cyanite or a marid of the jinn. Then dashed out to him a champion of the infidels, and the Ghul slew him and casting him to the earth, cried out to his sons and slaves, saying, "Light the fire and roast me this dead one." They did as he bade and brought him the roast, and he ate it and crunched whilst the Kafirs stood looking on from afar, and they cried out, "O for aid from the light-giving sun," and were affrighted at the thought of being slain by Sayyidin. Then Jalan shouted to his men, saying, "Slay me yonder loathsome beast." Whereupon another captain of his host drove at the Ghul, but he slew him, and he ceased not to slay horseman after horseman, till he had made an end of 30 men. With this the blamed Kafirs held back and feared to face him, crying, "Who shall cope with jinns and gulls?" But Jalan raised his voice, saying, "Let 100 horse charge him and bring him to me, bound or slain." So 100 horse set upon Sayyidin with swords and spears, and he met them with a heart firmer than flint, proclaiming the unity of the requiting king, whom no one thing diverteth from other thing. Then he cried aloud, "Allahu Akbar," and, smiting them with his sword, made their heads fly, and in one onset he slew of them 74, whereupon the rest took to flight. So Jaland shouted aloud to 10 of his captains, each commanding 1,000 men, and said to them, "Shoot his horse with arrows till it fall under him, and then lay hands on him." Therewith 10,000 horse drove at Saladin, who met them with a stout heart, and Jamkin, seeing this, bore down upon the miscreants with his Muslims, crying out, "God is most great." Before they could reach the Ghul, the enemy had slain his steed and taken him prisoner, but they ceased not to charge the infidels, till the day grew dark, for dust and eyes were blinded, and the sharp sword clanged while firm stood the valiant cavalier, and destruction overtook the faint heart in his fear, till the Muslims were amongst the Paynims like a white patch on a black bulldot, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 647th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that battle raged between the Muslims and the Paynims till the true believers were like a white patch on a black bull. Nor did they stint from the melee till the darkness fell down, when they drew apart, after there had been slain of the infidels men without compt. Then Jamkin and his men returned to their tents, but they were in great grief for Saladin, so that neither meat nor sleep was sweet to them, and they counted their host and found that less than 1,000 had been slain. But Jamkin said, "O folk, tomorrow I will go forth into the battle plain, and place where cut and thrust obtain, and slay their champions, and make prize of their families after taking them captives, and I will ransom Saladin therewith by the leave of the requiting king, whom no one thing diverteth from other thing." Wherefore their hearts were heartened, and they joyed as they separated to their tents. Meanwhile Jaland entered his pavilion, and sitting down on his sofa of estate, with his folk about him, called for Saladin, and forthright on his coming, said to him, "O dog Grunwood, and least of the Arab brood and carrier of firewood, who was it slew my son Kirjan, the brave of the age, slayer of heroes and caster down of warriors?" Quoth the Ghul, "Jamkin slew him, captain of the armies of King Girib, prince of cavaliers, and I roasted and ate him, for I was an hungered." When Jaland heard these words, his eyes sank into his head for rage, and he bade his sword-bearer smite Saladin's neck. So he came forward in that intent, whereupon Saladin stretched himself mightily, and bursting his bonds, snatched the sword from the headsman and hewed off his head. Then he made at Jaland, who threw himself down from the throne and fled, whilst Saladin fell on the bystanders and killed 20 of the king's chief officers, and all the rest took to flight. Therewith loud rose the crying in the camp of the infidels, and the Ghul sallied forth of the pavilion, and falling upon the troops smote them with the sword, right and left, till they opened and left a lane for him to pass, nor did he cease to press forward, cutting at them on either side, till he won free of the miscreants' tents and made for the Muslim camp. Now these had heard the uproar among their enemies, and said, "Haply some calamity hath befallen them." But whilst they were in perplexity, behold, Saladin stood amongst them, and they rejoiced at his coming with exceeding joy, more especially Jamkin, who saluted him with the salam as did other true believers, and gave him joy of his escape. Such was the case with the Muslims. But as regards the miscreants, when, after the Ghul's departure, they and their king returned to their tents, Jaland said to them, "O folk, by the virtue of the sun's light-giving ray, and by the darkness of the night and the light of the day and the stars that stray, I thought not this day to have escaped death in melee. For, had I fallen into yonder fellow's hands, he had eaten me, as I were a kernel of wheat or a barley corn or any other grain." They replied, "O king, never saw we any do the like of this Ghul." And he said, "O folk, tomorrow do ye all don arms and mount steed and trample them under your horses' hoofs." Meanwhile the Muslims had ended their rejoicings at Saladin's return, and Jamkin said to them, "Tomorrow I will show you my daring do and what behoveth the like of me, for by the virtue of Abraham the friend, I will slay them with the foulest of slaughters, and smite them with the bite of the sword, till all who have understanding confounded at them shall stand. But I mean to attack both right and left wings, so, when ye see me drive at the king under the standards, do ye charge behind me with resolute charge, and Allah's it is to decree what thing shall be. Accordingly the two sides lay upon their arms till the day broke through night and the sun appeared to sight. Then they mounted swiftlier than the twinkling of the eyelid, the raven of the wold croaked, and the two hosts, looking each at other with the eye of fascination, formed in line array and prepared for fight and fray. The first to open the chapter of war was Jamkin, who wheeled and careered and offered fight in field, and Jaland and his men were about to charge when, behold, a cloud of dust uprolled till it walled the wold and overlaid the day. Then the four winds smote it and away it floated, torn to rags, and there appeared beneath it cavaliers, with helms black and garb white, and many a princely knight, and lances that bite and swords that smite, and footmen who lion-like knew no affright. Seeing this, both armies left fighting and sent out scouts to reconnoitre and report who thus had come in main and might. So they went, and within the dust cloud disappeared from sight, and returned after a while with the news aright that the approaching host was one of Muslims, under the command of King Garib. When the true believers heard from the scouts of the coming of the king, they rejoiced, and driving out to meet him, dismounted and kissed the earth between his hands, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 648th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Muslims saw the presence of the king Garib, they joyed with exceeding joy, and, kissing the earth between his hands, saluted him and get around him whilst he welcomed them and rejoiced in their safety. Then they escorted him to their camp and pitched pavilions for him and set up standards, and Garib sat down on his couch of estate, with his grandees about him, and they related to him all that had befallen, especially to Sayyidin. Meanwhile the Kafirs sought for Ajib, and finding him not among them nor in their tents, told Jaland of his flight, whereat his doomsday rose, and he bit his fingers, saying, by the sun's light giving round, he is a perfidious hound, and hath fled with his rascal rout to desert ground. But naught save force of hard fighting will serve us to repel these foes, so fortify your resolves and hearten your hearts, and beware of the Muslims. And Garib also said to the true believers, strengthen your courage and fortify your hearts, and seek aid of your Lord, beseeching him to vouchsafe you the victory over your enemies. They replied, O king, soon thou shalt see what we will do in battle plain, where men cut and thrust amain. So the two hosts slept till the day arose with its sheen and shone, and the rising sun rained light upon hill and down, when Garib prayed the two-bow prayer, after the rite of Abraham the friend, on who be the peace, and wrote a letter, which he dispatched by his brother Sahim to the king of the Kafirs. When Sahim reached the enemy's camp, the guards asked him what he wanted, and he answered them, I want your ruler. FN number 21, quoth they, wait till we consult him anent thee, and he waited, whilst they went into their sovereign and told him of the coming of a messenger, and he cried, hither with him to me. So they brought Sahim before Jaland, who said to him, who hath sent thee? Quoth he, King Garib sends me, whom Allah hath made ruler over Arab and Ajam. Receive his letter and return its reply. Jaland took the writ, and opening it, read as follows. In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate, the One, the All-Knowing, the Supremely Great, the Immemorial, the Lord of Noah and Salih and Hud and Abraham, and of all things he made. The peace be on him who followeth in the way of righteousness, and who feareth the issues of frowardness, who would the Almighty King, and followeth the faith saving, and prefereth the next world to any present thing. But afterwards, O Jaland, none is worthy of worship save Allah alone, the victorious, the One, creator of night and day, and the sphere revolving alway, who sendeth the holy prophets, and gareth the streams to flow and the trees to grow, who vaulted the heavens and spread out the earth like a carpet below, who feedeth the birds in their nests and the wild beasts in the deserts. For he is Allah, the all-powerful, the forgiving, the long-suffering, the protector, whom I comprehendeth on no wise, and who maketh night on day rise, he who sent down the apostles and the holy writ. Know, O Jaland, that there is no faith but the faith of Abraham the friend, so cleave to the creed of salvation and be saved from the biting glaive and the fire which followeth the grave. But, and thou refuse al-Islam, look for ruin to haste and thy reign to be waste and thy traces untraced, and, lastly, send me the dog Egyptite that I may take from him my father's and mother's blood wit. When Jaland had read this letter, he said to Sahim, Tell thy lord that Egypt hath fled, he and his folk, and I know not whither he is gone. But, as for Jaland, he will not forswear his faith, and tomorrow there shall be battle between us and the sun shall give us the victory. So Sahim returned to his brother with this reply, and when the morning morrowed, the Muslims donned their arms and armor and bestrode their stout steeds, calling aloud on the name of the all-conquering King, creator of bodies and souls, and magnifying him with Allahu Akbar. Then the kettle drums of battle beat until earth trembled, and sought the field all the lordly warriors and doughty champions. The first to open the gate of battle was Jamkin, who drave his charger into mid-plain and blade with sword and javelin, till the understanding was amazed, after which he cried out, saying, Ho! Who is for tilting? Ho! Who is for fighting? Let no sluggard come out to me today nor weakling. I am the slayer of Kurajan bin Jaland, who will come forth to avenge him. When Jaland heard the name of his son, he cried out to his men, O horsens, bring me yonder horseman who slew my son, that I may eat his flesh and drink his blood. So 100 fighting men charged at Jamkin, but he slew the most part of them and put their chief to flight, which feat when Jaland saw, he cried out to his folk, at him all at once, and assault him with one assault. Accordingly they waved the awe-striking banners, and host was heaped on host. Gurd rushed on with his men, and Jamkin did the same, and the two sides met like two seas together clashing. The Yamani sword and spear wrought havoc, and breasts and bellies were rent, whilst both armies saw the angel of death face to face, and the dust of the battle rose to the skirts of the sky. Ears went deaf and tongues went dumb, and doom from every side came on, whilst valiant stood fast and faint heart fled, and they ceased not from fight and fray till ended the day, when the drums beat the retreat and the two hosts drew apart and returned, each to its tents. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 649th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Gharib ended the battle and the two hosts drew apart and each had returned to his own tents, he sat down on the throne of his realm in the place of his reign, whilst his chief officers ranged themselves about him, and he said, I am sore concerned for the flight of the Kurajib, and I know not whither he has gone. Except I overtake him and take my wreak of him, I shall die of despite. Whereupon Sahim came forward and kissing the earth before him, said, O King, I will go to the army of the Kafirs and find out what is come of the perfidious dog Ajib. Quoth Gharib, Go, and learn the truth anent the hog. So Sahim disguised himself in the habit of the infidels and became as he were of them. Then, making for the enemy's camp, he found them all asleep, drunken with war and battle, and none were on wake save only the guards. He passed on and presently came to the king's pavilion, where he found King Jaland asleep unattended, so he crept up and made him smell and sniff a levigated bang, and he became as one dead. Then Sahim went out and took a male mule, and wrapping the king in the coverlet of his bed, laid him on its back, after which he threw a mat over him and led the beast to the Muslim camp. Now when he came to Gharib's pavilion and would have entered, the guards knew him not and prevented him, saying, Who art thou? He laughed and uncovered his face, and they knew him and admitted him. When Gharib saw him he said, What bearest there, O Sahim? And he replied, O King, this is Jalan bin Kaka. Then he uncovered him, and Gharib knew him and said, Arouse him, O Sahim. So he made him smell vinegar fen number 22, and frankincense, and he cast the bang from his nostrils and, opening his eyes, found himself among the Muslims, whereupon quoth he, "What is this foul dream?" And closing his eyelids again, would have slept, but Sahim dealt him a kick, saying, "Open thine eyes, O accursed." So he opened them and asked, "Where am I?" And Sahim answered, "Thou art in the presence of King Gharib bin Kandamir, king of Iraq." When Jaland heard this, he said, "O king, I am under thy protection. Know that I am not at fault, but that who led us forth to fight thee was thy brother, and the same cast enmity between us and then fled." Quoth Gharib, "Knowest thou whither he is gone?" And quoth Jaland, "No, by the light-giving sun, I know not whither." Then Gharib bade lay him in bonds and set guards over him, whilst each captain returned to his own tent, and Jamkin while wondering said to his men, "O sons of my uncle, I purpose this night to do a deed wherewith I may whiten my face with King Gharib." Quoth they, "Do as thou wilt, we hearken to thy commandment and obey it." Quoth he, "Arm yourselves and, muffling your steps while I go with you, let us fare softly and disperse about the infidels' camp, so that the very ants shall not be ware of you, and, when you hear me cry Allahu Akbar, do ye the like and cry out, saying, God is most great. And hold back and make for the city gate, and we seek aid from the Most High." So the folk calmed themselves by and waited till the noon of night, when they dispersed about the enemy's camp and tarried a while when, lo and behold, Jamkin smote shield with sword and shouted, Allahu Akbar. Thereupon they all cried out the like, till rang again valley and mountain, hills, sands and ruins. The miscreants awoke in dismay and fell one upon another, and the sword went round amongst them. The Muslims drew back and made for the city gates, where they slew the warders and entering, made themselves masters of the town with all that was therein of treasure and women. Thus it befell with Jamkin, but as regards King Gharib, hearing the noise and clamour of God is most great, he mounted with his troops to the last man and sent on in advance him who, when he came near the field of fight, saw that Jamkin had fallen upon the Kafirs with the Banu Amir by night and made them drink the cup of death. So he returned and told all to his brother, who called down blessings on Jamkin. And the infidels ceased not to smite one another with the biting sword and expending their strength till the day rose and lighted up the land, when Gharib cried out to his men, Charge, O ye noble, and do a deed to please the all-knowing king. So the true believers fell upon the idolaters and plied upon every false hypocritical breast the keen sword and the quivering spear. They sought to take refuge in the city, but Jamkin came forth upon them with his kinsmen, who hemmed them in between two mountain ranges, and slew an innumerable host of them, and the rest fled into the wastes and woods. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 650th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Muslim host charged upon the miscreants they hewed them in pieces with a biting scimitar, and the rest fled to the wastes and woods, nor did the Muslims cease pursuing them with the sword, till they had scattered them abroad in the plains and stony places. Then they returned to Oman's city, and King Gharib entered the palace of the king and, sitting down on the throne of his kingship, with his grandees and officers ranged right and left, sent for Jaland. They brought him in haste, and Gharib expounded to him Islam, but he rejected it, wherefore Gharib bade crucify him on the gate of the city, and they shot at him with shafts till he was like unto a porcupine. Then Gharib honourably roped Jamkin and said to him, Thou shalt be lord of this city, arid ruler thereof with power to loose and to bind therein, for it was thou didst open it with thy sword and thy folk. And Jamkin kissed the king's feet, thanked him and wished him abiding victory and glory and every blessing. Moreover Gharib opened Jaland's treasuries and saw what was therein of coin, whereof he gave largesse to his captains and standard-bearers and fighting men, yea, even to the girls and children. And thus he lavished his gifts 10 days long. After this, one night he dreamt a terrible dream and awoke, troubled and trembling, So he aroused his brother Sahim and said to him, I saw in my vision that we were in a wide valley, when there pounced down on us two ravening birds of prey. Never in my life saw I greater than they. Their legs were like lances, and as they swooped we were in a sore fear of them. Replied Sahim, O king, this be some great enemy, so stand on thy guard against him. Gharib slept not the rest of the night, and, when the day broke, he called for his courser and mounted. Quoth Sahim, Whither goest thou, my brother? And quoth Gharib, I woke heavy at heart, so I mean to ride abroad 10 days and broaden my breast. Said Sahim, Take with thee 1,000 braves. But Gharib replied, I will not go forth but with thee and only thee. So the two brothers mounted and, seeking the dales and leasows, fared on from wadi to wadi and from meadow to meadow, till they came to a valley abounding in streams and sweet-smelling flowers and trees laden with all manner-eatable fruits, 2 of each kind. Birds warbled on the branches their various strains, the mocking-bird trilled out her sweet notes fain, and the turtle filled with her voice the plain. Thus sang the nightingale, whose chant arouses the sleeper, and the merle with his note like the voice of man, and the cushat and the ring-dove, whilst the parrot with its eloquent tongue answered the twain. The valley pleased them, and they ate of its fruits and drank of its waters, after which they sat under the shadow of its trees till drowsiness overcame them, and they slept. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. As they lay asleep, lo! 2 fierce Marids swooped down on them, and, taking each one on his shoulders, towered with them high in air, till they were above the clouds. So Gharib and Sahim awoke and found themselves betwixt heaven and earth, whereupon they looked at those who bore them and saw that they were 2 Marids, the head of the one being as that of a dog and the head of the other as that of an ape. FN number 23, with hair like horses' tails and claws like lions' claws, and both were big as great palm trees. When they spied this case, they exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Now the cause of this was that a certain king of the kings of the jinn, Marush, had a son called Sak, who loved a damsel of the jinn, named Najma, FN number 24, and the twain used to foregather in that wadi under the semblance of 2 birds. Gharib and Sahim saw them thus, and deeming them birds, shot at them with shafts, but wounding only Sak, whose blood flowed. Najma mourned over him, then, fearing lest the like calamity befall herself, snatched up her lover and flew with him to his father's palace, where she cast him down at the gate. The warders bore him in and laid him before his sire, who, seeing the bile sticking in his rib, exclaimed, Alas, my son, who hath done with thee this thing, that I may lay waste his abiding place and hurry on his destruction, though he were the greatest of the kings of the Jann. Thereupon Sak opened his eyes and said, O my father, none slew me save a mortal in the Valley of Springs. Hardly had he made an end of these words, when his soul departed, whereupon his father buffeted his face, till the blood streamed from his mouth, and cried out to 2 Marids, saying, Hie ye to the Valley of Springs, and bring me all who are therein. So they betook themselves to the wadi in question, where they found Gharib and Sahim asleep, and, snatching them up, carried them to King Marush. FN number 25. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 651st night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the 2 Marids, after snatching up Gharib and Sahim in their sleep, carried them to Marush, king of the Jann, whom they saw seated on the throne of his kinship, as he were a huge mountain, with 4 heads on his body. FN number 26, the first that of a lion, the second that of an elephant, the third that of a panther, and the 4th that of a lynx. The Marids set them down before Marush and said to him, O king, these twain be they we found in the Valley of Springs. Thereupon he looked at them with wrathful eyes and sparked and snorted and shot sparks from his nostrils, so that all who stood by feared him. Then said he, O dogs of mankind, ye have slain my son and lighted fire in my liver. Quoth Garib, who is thy son, and who hath seen him? Quoth Marush, were ye not in the valley of springs, and did ye not see my son there, in the guise of a bird, and did ye not shoot at him with wooden bolts that he died? Replied Garib, I know not who slew him, and, by the virtue of the great God, the One, the Immemorial, who knoweth things all, and of Abraham the friend, we saw no bird, neither slew we bird or beast. Now when Marush heard Garib's swear by Allah and his greatness and by Abraham the friend, he knew him for a Muslim, he himself being a worshipper of the fire, not of the all-powerful sire, so he cried out to his folk, bring me my goddess. FN number 27, accordingly they brought a brazier of gold and, setting it before him, kindled therein fire and cast on drugs. Whereupon there rose therefrom green and blue and yellow flames, and the king and all who were present prostrated themselves before the brazier, whilst Garib and Sahim ceased not to attest the unity of Allah Almighty, to cry out God is most great, and to bear witness to his omnipotence. Presently, Marush raised his head and, seeing the two princes standing in lieu of falling down to worship, said to them, O dogs, why do ye not prostrate yourselves? Replied Garib, out on you, O ye accursed! Prostration befitteth not man save to the worshipful king, who bringeth forth all creatures into beingness from nothingness, and maketh water to well from the barren rockwell, him who inclineth heart of sire unto newborn scion, and who may not be described as sitting or standing, the God of Noah and Salih and Hud and Abraham the friend, who created heaven and hell and trees and fruit as well. FN number 28, for he is Allah, the One, the All-Powerful. When Marush heard this, his eyes sank into his head. FN number 29, and he cried out to his guards, saying, pinion me these two dogs and sacrifice them to my goddess. So they bound them and were about to cast them into the fire when, behold, one of the crenelles of the palace parapet fell down upon the brazier and brake it and put out the fire, which became ashes flying in air. Then quoth Garib, God is most great. He giveth aid and victory, and he forsaketh those who deny him, worshipping fire and not the Almighty King. Presently quoth Marush, thou art a sorcerer and hast bewitched my goddess, so that this thing hath befallen her. Garib replied, O madman, and the fire had so low sense it would have warded off from self all that hurteth it. When Marush heard these words, he roared and bellowed and reviled the fire, saying, by my faith, I will not kill you save by the fire. Then he bade cast them into jail, and, calling in 100 Marids, made them bring much fuel and set fire thereto. So they brought great plenty of wood and made a huge blaze, which flamed up mightily till the morning, when Marush mounted an elephant, bearing on its back a throne of gold dubbed with jewels, and the tribes of the jinn gathered about him in their various kinds. Presently they brought in Garib and Sahim, who, seeing the flaming of the fire, sought help of the One, the all-conquering Creator of night and day, him of all might, whom no sight comprehendeth, but who comprehendeth all sights, for he is the subtle, the all-knowing. And they ceased not humbly beseeching him till, behold, a cloud arose from west to east and, pouring down showers of rain, like the swollen sea, quenched the fire. When the king saw this, he was affrighted, he and his troops, and entered the palace, where he turned to the wazirs and grandees and said to them, how say ye of these two men? They replied, O king, had they not been in the right, this thing had not befallen the fire. Wherefore we say that they be true men which speak sooth. Rejoined Marush, verily the truth hath been displayed to me, and the manifest way, and I am certified that the worship of the fire is false. For, were it goddess, it had warded off from itself the rain which quenched it and the stone which broke its brazier and beat it into ashes. Wherefore I believe in him who created the fire and the light and the shade and the heat. And ye, what say ye? They answered, O king, we also hear and follow and obey. So the king called for Garib and embraced him and kissed him between the eyes, and then summoned Sahim, whereupon the bystanders all crowded to kiss their hands and heads. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 652nd night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Marush and his men found salvation in the saving faith, Al-Islam, he called for Gharib and Sahim and kissed them between the eyes, and so did all the grandees who crowded to buss their hands and heads. Then Marush sat down on the throne of his kingship and, seating Gharib on his right and Sahim on his left hand, said to them, O mortals, what shall we say, that we may become Muslims? Replied Gharib, say, there is no God but the God, and Abraham is the friend of God. So the king and his folk professed al-Islam with heart and tongue, and Gharib abode with them a while, teaching them the ritual of prayer. But presently he called to mind his people and sighed, whereupon quoth Marush, verily, trouble is gone and joy and gladness are come. Quoth Gharib, O king, I have many foes and I fear for my folk from them. Then he related to him his history with his brother Ujib from first to last, and the king of the jinn said, O king of men, I will send one who shall bring thee news of thy people, for I will not let thee go till I have had my fill of thy face. Then he called two doughty Marids, by name Kalajan and Gurjan, and after they had done him homage, he bade them repair to Al-Yaman and bring him news of Gharib's army. They replied, to hear is to obey, and departed. Thus far concerning the brothers, but as regards the Muslims, they arose in the morning and led by their captains rode to King Gharib's palace, to do their service to him, but the eunuchs told them that the king had mounted with his brother and had ridden forth at peep-o day. So they made for the valleys and mountains and followed the track of the princes, till they came to the Valley of Springs, where they found their arms cast down and their two gallant steeds grazing, and said, the king is missing from this place, by the glory of Abraham the friend. Then they mounted and sought in the valley and the mountains 3 days, but found no trace of them, whereupon they began the morning ceremonies and, sending the couriers, said to them, do ye disperse yourselves about the cities and sconces and castles, and seek ye news of our king? Hearkening and obedience, cried the couriers, who dispersed hither and thither each over one of the 7 climes and sought everywhere for Gharib, but found no trace of him. Now when the tidings came to Ujib by his spies that his brother was lost and there was no news of the missing, he rejoiced and going into King Yarab bin Katan, sought of him aid which he granted and gave him 200,000 Malkites, wherewith he set out for Al-Yaman and sat down before the city of Oman. Jamkin and Saladin sallied forth and offered him battle, and there were slain of the Muslims much folk. So the true believers retired into the city and shut the gates and manned the walls. At this moment came up the 2 Marids Kalajan and Gurjan and, seeing the Muslim beleaguered, waited till nightfall, when they fell upon the miscreants and plied them with sharp swords of the swords of the jinn, each 12 cubits long. If a man smote therewith a rock, verily he would cleave it in sunder. They charged the idolaters, shouting, Allahu Akbar! God is most great. He giveth aid and victory and forsacketh those who deny the faith of Abraham the friend. And whilst they raged amongst the foes, fire issued from their mouths and nostrils, and they made great slaughter amongst them. Thereupon the infidels ran out of their tents offering battle, but, seeing these strange things, were confounded, and their hair stood an end and their reason fled. So they snatched up their arms and fell one upon another, whilst the Marids shore off their heads, as a reaper eareth grain, crying, God is most great. We are the lads of King Gharib, the friend of Marush, king of the jinn. The sword ceased not to go round amongst them till the night was half spent, when the misbelievers, imagining that the mountains were all Ifrits, loaded their tents and treasure and baggage upon camels and made off, and the first to fly was Ujib. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 653rd night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the misbelievers made off and the first to fly was Ujib. Thereupon the Muslims gathered together, marveling at this that had betided the infidels and fearing the tribesmen of the Jinn. But the Marids ceased not from pursuit, till they had driven them far away into the hills and woods, and but 50,000 rebels FN number 30, of 200,000 escaped with their lives and made for their own land, wounded and sore discomfited. Then the two Jinns returned and said to them, O host of the Muslims, your lord King Gharib and his brother Sahim salute you. They are the guests of Marush, king of the Jann, and will be with you anon. When Gharib's men heard that he was safe and well, they joyed with exceeding joy and said to the Marids, Allah gladden you Twain with good news, O noble spirits. So Kirjan and Kalajan returned to Marush and Gharib, and acquainted them with that which had happened, whereat Gharib, finding the two sitting together, felt heart at ease, and said, Allah abundantly requite you. Then quoth King Marush, O my brother, I am minded to show thee our country and the city of Japhet FN number 31, son of Noah, on whom be peace. Quoth Gharib, O king, do what seemeth good to thee. So he called for 3 noble steeds, and mounting, he and Gharib and Sahim set out with 1,000 Marids, as they were a piece of a mountain cloven lengthwise. They fared on, solacing themselves with the sight of valleys and mountains, till they came to Jabasa, FN number 32, the city of Japhet son of Noah, on whom be peace, where the townsfolk all, great and small, came forth to meet King Marush and brought them into the city in great state. Then Marush went up to the palace of Japhet son of Noah and sat down on the throne of his kingship, which was of alabaster, 10 stages high and latticed with wands of gold, wherefrom hung all manner-coloured silks. The people of the city stood before him, and he said to them, O seed of Yafaz bin Nu, what did your fathers and grandfathers worship? They replied, We found them worshipping fire and followed their example, as thou well knowest. O folk, rejoined Marush, we have been shown that the fire is but one of the creatures of Almighty Allah, creator of all things, and when we knew this, we submitted ourselves to God, the One, the All-Powerful, maker of night and day and the sphere revolving alway, whom comprehendeth no sight, but who comprehendeth all sights, for he is the subtle, the all-wise. So seek ye salvation, and ye shall be saved from the wrath of the Almighty One, and from the fiery doom in the world to come. And they embraced al-Islam with heart and tongue. Then Marush took Gharib by the hand and showed him the palace and its ordinance and all the marvels it contained, till they came to the armory, wherein were the arms of Japhet son of Noah. Here Gharib saw a sword hanging to a pin of gold and asked, O king, whose is that? Marush answered, 'Tis the sword of Yafaz bin Nu, wherewith he was wont to do battle against men and jinn. The sage Jardim forged it and graved on its back names of might. FN number 33, it is named Al-Mahik the Annihilator, for that it never descendeth upon a man, but it annihilateth him, nor upon a jinni, but it crusheth him, and if one smote therewith a mountain did overthrow it. When Gharib heard tell of the virtues of the sword, he said, I desire to look on this blade, and Marush said, Do as thou wilt. So Gharib put out his hand, and, handing the sword, drew it from its sheath, whereupon it flashed and death crept on its edge and glittered, and it was 12 spans long and 3 broad. Now Gharib wished to become owner of it, and King Marush said, And thou canst smite with it, take it. 'Tis well. Gharib replied, and took it up, and it was in his hand as a staff, wherefore all who were present, men and jinn, marvelled and said, Well done, O Prince of Knights. Then said Marush, Lay thy hand on this hoard for which the kings of the earth sigh in vain, and mount, that I may show thee the city. Then they took horse and rode forth the palace, with men and jinns attending them on foot, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 654th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib and King Marush rode forth the palace of Japhet, with men and jinns attending them on foot, they passed through the streets and thoroughfares of the town, by palaces and deserted mansions and gilded doorways, till they issued from the gates and entered gardens full of trees fruit-bearing and waters welling and birds speaking and celebrating the praises of him to whom belong majesty and eternity, nor did they cease to solace themselves in the land till nightfall, when they returned to the palace of Japhet son of Noah, and they brought them the table of food, so they ate. And Grib turned to the king of the Jan and said to him, O king, I would fain return to my folk and my force, for I know not their plight after me. Replied Marush, By Allah, O my brother, I will not part with thee for a full month, till I have had my fill of thy sight. Now Garib could not say nay, so he abode with him in the city of Japhet, eating and drinking and making merry, till the month ended, when Marush gave him great store of gems and precious ores, emeralds and balas rubies, diamonds and other jewels, ingots of gold and silver, and likewise ambergris and musk and brocaded silks and else of rarities and things of price. Moreover he clad him and saw him in silken robes of honor, gold inwoven, and set on Grub's head a crown jewelled with pearls and diamonds of inestimable value. All these treasures he made up into even loads for him, and, calling 500 Marids, said to them, Get ye ready to travel on the morrow, that we may bring King Garib and Sahim back to their own country. And they answered, We hear and we obey. So they passed the night in the city, purposing to depart on the morrow. But, next morning, as they were about to set forth, behold, they espied a great host advancing upon the city, with horses neighing and kettle drums beating and trumpets braying and riders filling the earth, for they numbered 70,000 Marids, flying and diving, under a king called Burton. Now this Burton was lord of the city of Carnion and the castle of gold, and under his rule were 5 hill strongholds, in each 500,000 Marids, and he and his tribe worshipped the fire, not the omnipotent sire. He was a cousin of Marush, the son of his father's brother, and the cause of his coming was that there had been among the subjects of King Marush a misbelieving Marid, who professed al-Islam hypocritically, and he stole away from his people and made for the valley of Carnion, where he went into King Burton and, kissing the earth before him, wished him abiding glory and prosperity. Then he told him of Marush being converted to al-Islam, and Burton said, How came he to tear himself away from his faith? FN number 34. So the rebel told him what had passed, and, when Burton heard it, he snorted and sparked and railed at sun and moon and sparkling fire, saying, By the virtue of my faith, I will surely slay mine uncle's son and his people and this mortal, nor will I leave one of them alive. Then he cried out to the legions of the jinn, and choosing of them 70,000 Marids, set out and fared on till he came to Jabasa. FN number 35, the city of Japhet, and encamped before its gates. When Marush saw this, he dispatched a Marid, saying, Go to this host and learn all that it wanteth, and return hither in haste. So the messenger rushed away to Burton's camp, where the Marids flocked to meet him, and said to him, Who art thou? Replied he, An envoy from King Marush. Whereupon they carried him unto Burton, before whom he prostrated himself, saying, O my lord, my master hath sent me to thee, to learn tidings of thee. Quoth Burton, Return to thy lord and say to him, This is thy cousin Burton, who is come to salute thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 655th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the married envoy of Marush was born before Burton and said to him, O my lord, my master hath sent me to thee to learn tidings of thee, Burton replied, Return to thy lord and say to him, This is thy cousin Burton, who is come to salute thee. So the messenger went back and told Marush, who said to Grib, Sit thou on thy throne whilst I go and salute my cousin and return to thee. Then he mounted and rode to the camp of his uncle's son. Now this was a trick, FN number 36, of Burton, to bring Marush out and seize upon him, and he said to his Marids, whom he had stationed about him, When ye see me embrace him, FN number 37, lay hold of him and pinion him. And they replied, To hear is to obey. So, When King Marush came up and entered Barkan's pavilion, the owner rose to him and threw his arms round his neck, whereat the Jan fell upon Marush and pinioned him and chained him. Marush looked at Barkan and said, "What manner of thing is this?" Quoth Barkan, "O dog of the Jan, wilt thou leave the faith of thy fathers and grandfathers and enter a faith thou knowest not?" Rejoined Marush, "O son of my uncle, indeed I have found the faith of Abraham the friend to be the true faith and all other than it vain." Asked Barkan, "And who told thee of this?" And Marush answered, "Garib, king of Iraq, whom I hold in the highest honor. By the right of the fire and the light and the shade and the heat," cried Barkan, "I will assuredly slay both thee and him." And he cast him into jail. Now when Marush's henchman saw what had befallen his lord, he fled back to the city and told the king's legionaries, who cried out and mounted. Quoth Garib, "What is the matter?" And they told him all that had passed, whereupon he cried out to Sahim, "Saddle me one of the chargers that King Marush gave me." Said Sahim, "O my brother, wilt thou do battle with the jinn?" Garib replied, "Yes, I will fight them with the sword of Japhet son of Noah, seeking help of the Lord of Abraham the friend, on who be the peace, for he is the Lord of all things and sole creator." So Sahim saddled him a sorrel horse of the horses of the jinn, as he were a castle strong among castles, and he armed and mounting, rode out with the legions of the jinn, Horbikt Kapabai. Then Barkan and his host mounted also, and the two hosts drew out in lines facing each other. The first to open the gate of war was Garib, who drave his steed into the midfield and bared the enchanted blade, whence issued a glittering light that dazzled the eyes of all the jinn and struck terror to their hearts. Then he played FN number 38, with the sword till their wits were wildered, and cried out, saying, "Allahu Akbar! I am Garib, king of Iraq. There is no faith save the faith of Abraham the friend." Now when Barkan heard Garib's words, he said, "This is he who seduced my cousin from his religion, so, by the virtue of my faith, I will not sit down on my throne till I have decapitated this Garib and suppressed his breath of life and forced my cousin and his people back to their belief, and whoso balketh me, him will I destroy." Then he mounted an elephant paper white as he were a tower plastered with gypsum, and goaded him with a spike of steel which ran deep into his flesh, whereupon the elephant trumpeted and made for the battle plain where cut and thrust obtain, and, when he drew near Garib, he cried out to him, saying, "O dog of mankind, what made thee come into our land, to debauch my cousin and his folk and pervert them from one faith to other faith? Know that this day is the last of thy worldly days." Garib replied, "Avaunt, FN number 39, O vilest of the Jan." Therewith Barkan drew a javelin and making it quiver FN number 40, in his hand, cast it at Garib, but it missed him. So he hurled a second javelin at him, but Garib caught it in mid-air and after poising it launched it at the elephant. It smote him on the flank and came out on the other side, whereupon the beast fell to the earth dead and Barkan was thrown to the ground, like a great palm tree. Before he could stir, Garib smote him with the flat of Japhet's blade on the nape of the neck, and he fell upon the earth in a fainting fit, whereupon the Marids swooped down on him and surrounding him pinioned his elbows. When Barkan's people saw their king a prisoner, they drove at the others, seeking to rescue him, but Garib and the Islamized jinn fell upon them and gloriously done for Garib. Indeed that day he pleased the Lord who answereth prayer and slaked his vengeance with a talisman sword. Whomsoever he smote, he clove him in sunder, and before his soul could depart he became a heap of ashes in the fire, whilst the two hosts of the jinn shot each other with flaming meteors till the battlefield was wrapped in smoke. And Garib tourneyed right and left among the Kafirs who gave way before him, till he came to King Barkan's pavilion, with Kalajan and Krajan on his either hand, and cried out to them, "Loose your lord." So they'd unbound Marush and broke his fetters, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 656th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Garib cried out to Kalajan and Gurjan, saying, Loose your lord, they'd unbound Marush and broke his fetters, and he said to them, Bring me my arms and my winged horse. Now he had 2 flying steeds, one of which he had given to Garib and the other he had kept for himself, and this he mounted after he had donned his battle harness. Then he and Garib fell upon the enemy, flying through the air on their winged horses, and the true believing jinn followed them, shouting Allahu Akbar, God is most great. Till plains and hills, valleys and mountains reworded the cry. The infidels fled before them and they returned, after having slain more than 30,000 Marids and Satans, to the city of Japheth, where the 2 kings sat down on their couches of estate and sought Burton, but found him not, for after capturing him they were diverted from him by stress of battle, where an Ifrit of his servants made his way to him and loosing him, carried him to his folk, of whom he found part slain and the rest in full flight. So he flew up with the king high in air and sat him down in the city of Carlion and Castle of Gold, where Burton seated himself on the throne of his kingship. Presently, those of his people who had survived the affair came into him and gave him joy of his safety, and he said, O folk, where is safety? My army is slain and they took me prisoner and have rent in pieces mine honour among the tribes of the Jan. Quoth they, O king, to sever thus that kings still afflict and are afflicted. Quoth he, there is no help but I take my wreak and wipe out my shame, else shall I be forever disgraced among the tribes of the Jan. Then he wrote letters to the governors of his fortresses, who came to him right loyally, and, when he reviewed them, he found 320,000 fierce Marids and Satans, who said to him, What is thy need? And he replied, Get ye ready to set out in 3 days' time, whereto they rejoined hearkening and obedience. On this wise it befell King Burton, but as regards Marush, when he discovered his prisoner's escape, it was grievous to him, and he said, Had we set 100 Marids to guard him, he had not fled, but whither shall he go from us? Then said he to Garib, Know, O my brother, that Burton is perfidious and will never rest from wreaking blood revenge on us, but will assuredly assemble his legions and return to attack us, wherefore I am minded to forestall him and follow the trail of his defeat, whilst he is yet weakened thereby. Replied Garib, This is the right rede and will best serve our need. And Marush said, O my brother, let the Marids bear thee back to thine own country and leave me to fight the batters of the faith against the infidels, that I may be lightened of my sin load. But Garib rejoined, By the virtue of the clement, the bountiful, the Veiler, I will not go hence till I do to death all the misbelieving jinn, and Allah hasten their souls to the fire and dwelling place dire, and none shall be saved but those who worship Allah the One, the Victorious. But do thou send him back to the city of Oman, so haply he may be healed of his ailment. For Sahim was sick. So Marush cried to the Marids, saying, Take ye up Sahim and these treasures and bear them to Oman's city. And after replying, We hear and we obey, they took them and made for the land of men. Then Marush wrote letters to all his governors and captains of fortresses, and they came to him with 160,000 warriors. So they made them ready and departed for the city of Carlion and the Castle of Gold, covering in 1 day a year's journey, and halted in a valley, where they encamped and passed the night. Next morning as they were about to set forth, behold, the vanguard of Burton's army appeared, whereupon the jinn cried out and the 2 hosts met and fell each upon other in that valley. Then the engagement was dight and there befell a sore fight as though an earthquake shook the sight, and fair plight waxed foul plight. Earnest came and jest took flight, and parley ceased twixt white and white. FN number 41. Whilst long lives were cut short in a trice, and the unbelievers fell into disgrace and despite, for Garib charged them, proclaiming the unity of the worshipful, the all-might, and shore through necks and left heads rolling in the dust, nor did night betide before nigh 70,000 of the miscreants were slain, and of the Muslimized over 10,000 Marids had fallen. Then the kettle drums beat the retreat, And the two hosts drew apart, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased baying her permitted say. When it was the 657th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the two hosts drew apart, Gharib and Marush returned to their tents, after wiping their weapons, and supper being set before them, they ate and gave each other joy of their safety, and the loss of their merits being so small. As for Burton, he returned to his tent, grieving for the slaughter of his champions, and said to his officers, O folk, and we tarry here and do battle with them on this wise, in 3 days' time we shall be cut off to the last wight. Quoth they, and how shall we do, O king? Quoth Burton, we will fall upon them under cover of night whilst they are deep in sleep, and not one of them shall be left to tell the tale. So take your arms, and when I give the word of command, attack and fall on your enemies as one. Now there was amongst them a married named Jandal whose heart inclined to al-Islam. So, when he heard the Kafir's plot, he stole away from them and going into King Marush and King Gharib, told that Wayne what Burton had devised, whereupon Marush turned to Gharib and said to him, O my brother, what shall we do? Gharib replied, tonight we will fall upon the miscreants and chase them into the wilds and the woods if it be the will of the omnipotent king. Then he summoned the captains of the Jan and said to them, arm yourselves, you and yours, and, as soon as 'tis dark, steal out of your tents on foot, hundreds after hundreds, and lie in ambush among the mountains, and when ye see the enemy engaged among the tents, do ye fall upon them from all quarters. Harden your hearts and rely on your Lord, and ye shall certainly conquer, and behold, I am with you. So, as soon as it was dark night, the infidels attacked the camp, invoking aid of the fire and light, but when they came among the tents, the Muslims fell upon them, calling for help on the Lord of the worlds and saying, O most merciful of mercifuls, O creator of all createds, till they left them like mown grass, cut down and dead. Nor did morning dawn before the most part of the unbelievers were species without souls and the rest made for the wastes and marshes, whilst Gharib and Marush returned triumphant and victorious, and, making prize of the enemy's baggage, they rested till the morrow, when they set out for the city of Carlion and Castle of Gold. As for Burton, when the battle has turned against him and most of his lieges were slain, he fled through the dark with a remnant of his power to his capital, where he entered his palace and assembling his legionaries said to them, O folk, whoso hath aught of price, let him take it and follow me to the mountain Kaf, to the Blue King, Lord of the Pied Palace, for he it is who shall avenge us. So they took their women and children and goods and made for the Caucasus mountain. Presently Marush and Gharib arrived at the city of Carlion and Castle of Gold to find the gates open and none left to give them news, whereupon they entered and Marush led Gharib that he might show him the city, whose walls were builded of emeralds and its gates of red carnelian, with studs of silver, and the terrace roofs of its houses and mansions repose upon beams of linaloes and sandalwood. So they took their pleasure in its streets and alleys, till they came to the Palace of Gold and entering passed through 7 vestibules, when they drew near to a building, whose walls were of royal balass rubies and its pavement of emerald and jacinth. The 2 kings were astounded at the goodliness of the place and fared on from vestibule to vestibule, till they had passed through the 7th and happened upon the inner court of the palace, wherein they saw 4 daises, each different from the others, and in the midst a jetting fount of red gold, compassed about with golden lions, FN number 42, from whose mouths issued water. These were things to daze man's wit. The estrade at the upper end was hung and carpeted with brocaded silks of various colours, and thereon stood 2 thrones of red gold, inlaid with pearls and jewels. So Marush and Gharib sat down on Burton's thrones and held high state in the Palace of Gold. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 658th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Marush and Grib took seat on Barcan's thrones and held high state. Then said Grib to Marush, "What thinkest thou to do?" And Marush replied, "O king of mankind, have dispatched 100 horse to learn where Barcan is, that we may pursue him." Then they abode 3 days in the palace. The scouting Marids returned with the news that Barcan had fled to the mountain Kaf and craved protection of the Blue King, who granted it. Whereupon quoth Marush to Grib, "What sayest thou, O my brother?" And quoth Grib, "Except we attack them they will attack us." So they bade the host make ready for departure, and after 3 days, they were about to set out with their troops, when the Marids, who had carried Sahim and the presents back to a man, returned and kissed ground before Grib. He questioned them of his people, and they replied, "After the last affair, thy brother Ajib, leaving the Arab bin Qatan, fled to the king of Hind and, submitting his case, sought his protection. The king granted his prayer, and writing letters to all his governors, levied an army as it were the surging sea, having neither beginning nor end, wherewith he purposeth to invade Al-Iraq and lay it waste." When Grib heard this, he said, "Perish the misbelievers. Verily, Allah Almighty shall give the victory to Al-Islam, and I will soon show them who and fine." Said Marush, "O king of humans, by the virtue of the mighty name, I must needs go with thee to thy kingdom and destroy thy foes and bring thee to thy wish." Grib thanked him, and they rested on this resolve till the morrow, when they set out, intending for Mount Caucasus, and marched many days till they reached the city of Alabaster and the Pied Palace. Now this city was fashioned of alabaster and precious stones by Barak bin Faki, father of the Jinn, and he also founded the Pied Palace, which was so named because edified with one brick of gold alternating with one of silver, nor was there builded aught like it in all the world. When they came within half a day's journey of the city, they halted to take their rest, and Marush sent out to reconnoitre a scout, who returned and said, "O king, within the city of Alabaster are legions of the Jinn, for number as the leaves of the trees or as the drops of rain." So Marush said to Grib, "How shall we do, O king of mankind?" He replied, "O king, divide your men into 4 bodies and encompass with them the camp of the infidels. Then, in the middle of the night, let them cry out, saying, 'God is most great,' and withdraw and watch what happeneth among the tribes of the Jinn." So Marush did as Grib counselled, and the troops waited till midnight, when they encircled the foe and shouted, "Allahu Akbar! Ho for the faith of Abraham, the friend, on who be the peace." The misbelievers at this cry awoke in a fright, and snatching up their arms, fell one upon another till the morning, when most part of them were dead bodies and but few remained. Then Grib cried out to the true believers, saying, "Up and at the remnant of the Kafirs! Behold, I am with you, and Allah is your helper." So the Muslims drave at the enemy, and Grib bared his magical blood al-Mahik and fell upon the foe, lopping off noses and making heads wax hoary and whole ranks turn tail. At last he came up with Barcan and smote him and bereft him of life, and he fell down, drenched in his blood. On likewise he did with the Blue King, and by under now not one of the Kafirs was left alive to tell the tale. Then Grib and Marush entered the Pied Palace and found its walls builded of alternate courses of gold and silver, with doorsills of crystal and keystones of greenest emerald. In its midst was a fountain adorned with bells and pendants and figures of birds and beasts spouting forth water, and thereby a dais FN number 43, furnished with gold brocaded silk, bordered or embroidered with jewels, and they found the treasures of the palace past count or description. Then they entered the women's court, where they came upon the magnificent seraglio, and Grib saw, among the Blue King's womenfolk, a girl clad in a dress worth 1,000 dinars. Never had he beheld a goodlier. About her were 100 slave girls, upholding her train with golden hooks, and she was in their midst as the moon among stars. When he saw her, his reason was confounded, and he said to one of the waiting women, "Who may be yonder maid?" Quoth they, "This is the Blue King's daughter, Star O Morn." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 659th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib asked the slave women saying, Who may be yonder maid, they replied, This is Star-o-Morn, daughter to the Blue King. Then Gharib turned to Marush and said to him, O king of the Jinn, I have a mind to take yonder damsel to wife. Replied Marush, The palace and all that therein is, livestock and dead, are the prize of thy right hand. For, hast thou not devised a stratagem to destroy the Blue King and Burton? They had cut us off to the last one, wherefore the treasure is thy treasure and the folk thy thralls. Gharib thanked him for his fair speech and going up to the girl, gazed steadfastly upon her and loved her with exceeding love, forgetting Fakrataj the princess and even Medea. Now her mother was the Chinese king's daughter whom the Blue King had carried off from her palace and perforce deflowered, and she conceived by him and bare this girl, whom he named Star-o-Morn, by reason of her beauty and loveliness, for she was the very princess of the fair. Her mother died when she was a babe of 40 days, and the nurses and eunuchs reared her, till she reached the age of 17, but she hated her sire and rejoiced in his slaughter. So Gharib put his palm to hers FN number 44, and went in unto her that night and found her virgin. Then he bade pull down the pied palace and divided the spoil with a true believing Jinn, and there fell to his share 21,000 bricks of gold and silver and money and treasure beyond speech and count. Then Marush took Gharib and showed him the mountain Kaf and all its marvels. After which they returned to Burton's fortress and dismantled it and shared the spoil thereof. Then they repaired to Marush's capital, where they tarried 5 days, when Gharib sought to revisit his native country, and Marush said, O king of mankind, I will ride at thy stirrup and bring thee to thine own land. Replied Gharib, No, by the virtue of Abraham the friend, I will not suffer thee to weary thyself thus, nor will I take any of the Jinn save Kalajan and Gurjan. Quoth the king, Take with thee 10,000 horsemen of the Jinn, to serve thee. But quoth Gharib, I will take only as I said to thee. So Marush bade 1,000 Marids carry him to his native land, with his share of the spoil, and he commanded Kalajan and Gurjan to follow him and obey him, and they answered, hearkening and obedience. Then said Gharib to the Marids, Ye carry the treasure and Star-o-Morn, for he himself thought to ride his flying steed. But Marush said to him, This horse, O my brother, will live only in our region, and, if it come upon man's earth, 'twill die, but I have in my stables a sea-horse, whose fellow is not found in Al-Iraq, no, nor in all the world is its like. So he caused bring forth the horse, and when Gharib saw it, it interposed between him and his wits. FN number 45. Then they bound it and Kalajan bore it on his shoulders and Gurjan took what he could carry. And Marush embraced Gharib and wept for parting from him, saying, O my brother, if aught befall thee wherein thou art powerless, send for me and I will come to thine aid with an army able to lay waste the whole earth and what is thereon. Gharib thanked him for his kindness and zeal for the true faith and took leave of him, whereupon the Marids set out with Gharib and his goods, and, after traversing 50 years' journey in 2 days and a night, alighted near the city of Oman and halted to take rest. Then Gharib sent out Kalajan to learn news of his people, and he returned and said, O king, the city is beleaguered by a host of infidels, as they were the surging sea, and thy people are fighting them. The drums beat to battle and Jamkin goeth forth as champion in the field. When Gharib heard this, he cried aloud, God is most great. And said to Kalajan, Saddle me the steed and bring me my arms and spear, for today the valiant shall be known from the coward in the place of war and battle-stead. So Kalajan brought him all he sought and Gharib armed and belting in baldric al-Mahik, mounted the sea-horse and made toward the hosts. Quoth Kalajan and Gurjan to him, Set thy heart at rest and let us go to the Kafirs and scatter them abroad in the wastes and wilds till, by the help of Allah, the all-powerful, we leave not a soul alive, no, not a blower of the fire. But Grib said, by the virtue of Abraham the friend, I will not let you fight them without me, and behold, I mount. Now the cause of the coming of that great host was right marvellous. FN number 46. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 660th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib had bidden Kaylajan go and learn news of his people, the jinn fared forth and presently returning said, Verily around thy city is a mighty host. Now the cause of its coming was that Ajib, having fled the field after Arab Sami had been put to the rout, said to his people, O folk, if we return to Yarab bin Qatan, he will say to us, but for you, my son and my people had not been slain, and he will put us to death, even to the last man. Wherefore, methinks we were better go to Tarkanan, king of Hind, and beseech him to avenge us. Replied they, Come, let us go thither, and the blessing of the fire be upon thee. So they fared days and nights till they reached King Tarkanan's capital city, and, after asking and obtaining permission to present himself, Ajib went in to him and kissed ground before him. Then he wished him what men used to wish to monarchy, and said to him, O king, protect me, so may protect thee the sparkling fire and the night with its thick darkness. Tarkanan looked at Ajib and asked, Who art thou and what dost thou want? To which the other answered, I am Ajib, king of Al-Iraq. My brother hath wronged me and gotten the mastery of the land, and the subjects have submitted themselves to him. Moreover, he hath embraced the faith of Al-Islam, and he ceaseth not to chase me from country to country, and behold, I am come to seek protection of thee and thy power. When Tarkanan heard Ajib's words, he rose and sat down and cried, By the virtue of the fire, I will assuredly avenge thee, and will let none serve other than my God is the fire. And he called aloud to his son, saying, O my son, make ready to go to Al-Iraq and lay it waste, and bind all who serve aught but the fire, and torment them, and make example of them, yet slay them not, but bring them to me, that I may ply them with various tortures, and make them taste the bitterness of humiliation, and leave them a warning to whoso will be warned in this our while. Then he chose out to accompany him 80,000 fighting men on horseback, and the like number on giraffes, FN number 47, besides 10,000 elephants, bearing on their backs seats, FN number 48, of sandalwood, latticed with golden rods, plated and studded with gold and silver, and shielded with pivoises of gold and emerald. Moreover, he sent good store of war chariots, in each 8 men fighting with all kinds of weapons. Now the prince's name was Rajshah, FN number 49, and he was the champion of his time, for prowess having no peer. So he and his army equipped them in 10 days' time, then set out, as they were a bank of clouds, and fared on 2 months' journey, till they came upon Oman city and encompassed it, to the joy of Ajib, who thought himself assured of victory. Jamkin and Sayed and all their fighting men sallied forth into the field of fight, whilst the kettle drums beat to battle and the horses neighed. At this moment up came King Gharib, who, as we have said, had been warned by Kaylajan, and he urged on his destrier and entered among the infidels, waiting to see who should come forth and open the chapter of war. Then out rushed Sayed, and the Gulan offered combat, whereupon there issued forth to him one of the champions of the Hind, but Sayed scarce let him take stand in front ere he smote him with his mace and crushed his bones and stretched him on the ground, and so did he with a second and a third, till he had slain 30 fighting men. Then there dashed out at him an Indian cavalier, by name Batash al-Akran, FN number 50, uncle to King Tarkanan, and of his day the doughtiest man, reckoned worth 5,000 horse in battle plain, and cried out to Sayed, saying, O thief of the Arabs, hath thy daring reached that degree that thou shouldst slay the kings of Hind and their champions, and capture their horsemen? But this day is the last of thy worldly days. When Sayed heard these words, his eyes waxed blood red, and he drave at Batash and aimed a stroke at him with his club. But he evaded it, and the force of the blow bore Sayed to the ground, and before he could recover himself, the Indians pinioned him and haled him off to their tents. Now when Jamkin saw his comrade a prisoner, he cried out, saying, "Ho for the faith of Abraham the friend!" and clapping heel to his horse, ran at Batash. They wheeled about a while, till Batash charged Jamkin and catching him by his jerkin FN number 51, tear him from his saddle and cast him to the ground, whereupon the Indians bound him and dragged him away to their tents. And Batash ceased not to overcome all who came out to him, captain after captain, till he had made prisoners of 24 chiefs of the Muslims, whereat the true believers were sore dismayed. When Gharib saw what had befallen his braves, he drew from beneath his knee FN number 52, a mace of gold weighing 60 pounds, which had belonged to Burton, king of the Jann, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 661st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib beheld what had befallen his braves, he drew forth the golden mace which had belonged to Burton, king of the Jann, and clapped heel to his sea-horse, which bore him like the wind gust into midfield. Then he let drive at Batash, crying out, God is most great. He giveth aid and victory, and he abaseth whoso reject the faith of Abraham the friend," and smote him with the mace, whereupon he fell to the ground, and Gharib, turning to the Muslims, saw his brother Sahim and said to him, "Pinion me this hound." When Sahim heard his brother words, he ran to Batash and bound him hard and fast and bore him off, whilst the Muslim braves wondered who this knight could be, and the Indians said one to other, "Who is this horseman which came out from among them and hath taken our chief prisoner?" Meanwhile Gharib continued to offer battle, and there issued forth to him a captain of the Hindus, whom he fell to earth with his mace, and Kalajan and Krijan pinioned him and delivered him over to Sahim, nor did Gharib leave to do thus, till he had taken prisoner 52 of the doughtiest captains of the army of Hind. Then the day came to an end, and the kettle drums beat the retreat, whereupon Gharib left the field and rode towards the Muslim camp. The first to meet him was Sahim, who kissed his feet in the stirrups and said, "May thy hand never wither, O champion of the age. Tell us who thou art among the braves." So Gharib raised his visor of mail, and Sahim knew him and cried out, saying, "This is your king and your lord Gharib, who is come back from the land of the Jann." When the Muslims heard Gharib's name, they threw themselves off their horses' backs, and, crowding about him, kissed his feet in the stirrups and saluted him, rejoicing in his safe return. Then they carried him into the city of Oman, where he entered his palace and sat down on the throne of his kingship, whilst his officers stood around him in the utmost joy. Food was set on and they ate, after which Gharib related to them all that had betided him with the jinn in Mount Kaf, and they marvelled thereat with exceeding marvel and praised Allah for his safety. Then he dismissed them to their sleeping places, so they withdrew to the several lodgings, and when none abode with him but Kalajan and Kirjan, who never left him, he said to them, "Can ye carry me to Kufa that I may take my pleasure in my harem, and bring me back before the end of the night?" They replied, "O our lord, this thou askest is easy. Now the distance between Kufa and Oman is 60 days' journey for a diligent horseman," and Kalajan said to Kirjan, "I will carry him going and thou coming back." So he took up Gharib and flew off with him, in company with Kirjan, nor was an hour passed before they set him down at the gate of his palace, in Kufa. He went in to his uncle Al-Daimai, who rose to him and saluted him, after which quoth Gharib, "How is it with my wives Fakrataj FN number 53, and Medea?" Al-Daimai answered, "They are both well and in good case." Then the eunuch went in and acquainted the women of the harem with Gharib's coming, whereat they rejoiced and raised the trill of joy and gave him the reward for good news. Presently in came King Gharib, and they rose and saluting him, conversed with him, till Al-Daimai entered, when Gharib related to them all that had befallen him in the land of the jinn, whereat they all marvelled. Then he lay with Fakrataj till near daybreak, when he took leave of his wives and his uncle and mounted Krijan's back, nor was the darkness dispelled before the two Marids set him down in the city of Oman. Then he and his men armed, and he bade open the gates when, behold, up came a horseman from the host of the Indians, with Jamkin and Sayyidin and the rest of the captive captains whom he had delivered, and committed them to Gharib. The Muslims, rejoicing in their safety, donned their mails and took horse, while the kettle drums beat a point of war, and the miscreants also drew up in line. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 662nd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Muslim host mounted and rode to the plain of cut and thrust, the first to open the door of war was King Gharib, who, drawing his sword al-Mahik, drove his charger between the two ranks and cried out, saying, whoso knoweth me hath enough of my mischief, and whoso knoweth me, to him I will make myself known. I am Gharib, king of Al-Iraq and Al-Yaman, brother of Ajib. When Rajshah, son of the king of Hind, heard this, he shouted to his captains, bring me Ajib. So they brought him, and Rajshah said to him, thou wottest that this quarrel is thy quarrel, and thou art the cause of all this slaughter. Now yonder standeth thy brother Gharib amiddlemost the fight field, and stead where sword and spear we shall wield. Go thou to him, and bring him to me a prisoner, that I may set him on a camel arsi-versi, and make a show of him, and carry him to the land of Hind. Answered Ajib, O king, send out to him other than I, for I am in ill health this morning. But Rajshah sparked and snorted and cried, by the virtue of the sparkling fire and the light and the shade and the heat, unless thou fare forth to thy brother and bring him to me in haste, I will cut off thy head and make an end of thee. So Ajib took heart, and urging his horse up to his brother in midfield, said to him, O dog of the Arabs and vilest of all who hammer down tent pegs, wilt thou contend with kings? Take what to thee cometh, and receive the glad tidings of thy death. When Gharib heard this, he said to him, Who art thou among the kings? And Ajib answered, saying, I am thy brother, and this day is the last of thy worldly days. Now when Gharib was assured that he was indeed his brother Ajib, he cried out and said, Ho, to avenge my father and mother. Then giving his sword to Kalajan, FN number 54, he crave at Ajib and smote him with his mace a smashing blow and a swashing, that went nigh to beat in his ribs, and seizing him by the mail gorges tore him from the saddle and cast him to the ground, whereupon the two Marids pounced upon him and binding him fast, dragged him off dejected and abject, whilst Gharib rejoiced in the capture of his enemy and repeated these couplets of the poet. I have won my wish and my need have scored, and to thee be the praise and the thanks, O our Lord. I grew up dejected and abject, poor, but Allah vouchsafed me all boons implored. I have conquered countries and mastered men, but for thee were I naught, O thou Lord adored. When Rajshah saw how evilly Ajib fared with his brother, he called for his charger, and donning his harness and habergeon, mounted and dashed out afield. As soon as he drew near King Gharib, he cried out at him, saying, O basest of Arabs and bearer of scrubs, FN number 55, who art thou, that thou shouldest capture kings and braves? Down from thy horse and put elbows behind back, and kiss my feet, and set my warriors free, and go with me in bond of chains to my reign, that I may pardon thee and make thee a sheikh in our own land, so mayst thou eat there a bit of bread. When Gharib heard these words he laughed till he fell backwards, and answered, saying, O mad hound and mangy wolf, soon shalt thou see against whom the shifts of fortune will turn. Then he cried out to Sahim, saying, Bring me the prisoners. So he brought them, and Gharib smote off their heads, whereupon Rajshah crave at him, with the driving of a lordly champion and the onslaught of a fierce slaughterer, and they falsed and fainted and fought till nightfall, when the kettle drums beat the retreat. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 663rd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the kettle drums beat the retreat, the two kings parted and returned, each to his own place where his people gave him joy of his safety. And the Muslims said to Gharib, "'Tis not thy wont, O king, to prolong a fight," and he replied, "O folk, I have done battle with many royalties FN number 56, and champions, but never saw I a harder hitter than this one. Had I chosen to draw Al-Mahik upon him, I had mashed his bones and made an end of his days, but I delayed with him, thinking to take him prisoner and give him part enjoyment in Al-Islam." Thus far concerning Gharib, but as regards Rad Shah, he returned to his marquee and sat upon his throne, when his chiefs came in to him and asked him of his adversary, and he answered, "By the truth of the sparkling fire, never in my life saw I the like of yonder brave. But tomorrow I will take him prisoner and lead him away dejected and abject." Then they slept till daybreak, when the battle drums beat to fight and the swords in baldric were dight, and war cries were cried amain, and all mounted their horses of generous strain and drew out into the field, filling every wide place and hill and plain. The first to open the door of war was the rider outrageous and the lion rageous, King Gharib, who drave his steed between the two hosts and wheeled and careered over the field, crying, "Who is for fray, who is for fight? Let no sluggard come out to me this day nor dullard." Before he had made an end of speaking, out rushed Rad Shah, riding on an elephant, as he were a vast tower, in a wheat girthed with silken bands, and between the elephant's ears at the driver, bearing in hand a hook, wherewith he goaded the beast and directed him right and left. When the elephant drew near Gharib's horse, and the steed saw a creature it had never before set eyes on, it took fright, FN number 57, wherefore Gharib dismounted and gave the horse to Kalijan. Then he drew Al-Mahik and advanced to meet Rad Shah foot, walking on till he faced the elephant. Now it was Rad Shah's wont, when he found himself overmatched by any brave, to mount an elephant, taking with him an implement called the lasso, FN number 58, which was in the shape of a net, wide at base and narrow at top, with a running cord of silk passed through rings along its edges. With this he would attack horsemen and, casting the meshes over them, draw the running noose and drag the rider off his horse and make him prisoner, and thus had he conquered many cavaliers. So, as Gharib came up to him, he raised his hand and, spreading the net over him, pulled him onto the back of the elephant and cried out to the beast to return to the Indian camp. But Kalijan and Krajan had not left Gharib, and, when they beheld what had befallen their lord, they laid hold of the elephant, whilst Gharib strove with the net, till he rent it in sunder. Upon this the two Marids seized Rad Shah and bound him with a cord of palm fibre. Then the two armies drove each at other and met with a shock like two seas crashing or two mountains together dashing, whilst the dust rose to the confines of the sky and blinded was every eye. The battle waxed fierce and fell, the blood ran in rills, nor did they cease to wage war with lunge of lance and sway of sword in lustiest way, till the day darkened and the nights darkened, when the drums beat the retreat and the two hosts drew asunder. FN number 59. Now the Muslims were evilly entreated that day by reason of the riders on elephants and giraffes, FN number 60, and many of them were killed and most of the rest were wounded. This was grievous to Gharib, who commanded the hurt to be medicined, and turning to his chief officers, asked them what they counselled. Answered they, "O king, 'tis only the elephants and giraffes that irk us. Were we but quit of them, we should overcome the enemy." Quoth Kalijan and Krajan, "We twain will unsheath our swords and fall on them and slay the most part of them." But there came forward a man of Oman, who had been privy councillor to Jaland, and said, "O king, I will be surety for the host, and thou wilt but hearken to me and follow my counsel." Gharib turned to his captains and said to them, "Whatsoever this wise man shall say to you, that do." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 664th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib said to his captains, 'Whatsoever this wise man shall say to you, that do,' they replied, 'Hearing and obeying.' So the Omani chose out 10 captains and asked them, "How many braves have ye under your hands?" And they answered, 10,000 fighting men. Then he carried them into the armory and armed 5,000 of them with harquebuses and other 5,000 with crossbows, and taught them to shoot with these new weapons. FN number 61. Now as soon as it was day, the Indians came out to the field, armed cap a pie, with the elephants, giraffes and champions in their van, whereupon Gharib and his men mounted, and both hosts drew out, and the big drums beat battle. Then the man of Oman cried out to the archers and harquebusiers to shoot, and they plied the elephants and giraffes with shafts and leaden bullets, which entered the beasts' flanks, whereat they roared out, and turning upon their own ranks, trod them down with their hoofs. Presently the Muslims charged the misbelievers and outflanked them right and left, whilst the elephants and giraffes trampled them and drove them into the hills and woods, whither the Muslims followed hard upon them with a keen-edged sword, and but few of the giraffes and elephants escaped. Then King Gharib and his folk returned, rejoicing in their victory, and on the morrow they divided the loot and rested 5 days, after which King Gharib sat down on the throne of his kingship, and sending for his brother Ajib, said to him, "O dog, why hast thou assembled the kings against us? But he who hath power over all things hath given us the victory over thee. So embrace the saving faith, and thou shalt be saved, and I will forbear to avenge my father and mother on thee therefore, and I will make thee king again as thou west, placing myself under thy hand." But Ajib said, "I will not leave my faith." So Gharib bade lay him in irons, and appointed 100 stalwart slaves to guard him. After which he turned to Rad Shah and said to him, "How sayest thou of the faith of Al-Islam?" Replied he, "O my lord, I will enter thy faith, for, were it not the true faith and a goodly, thou hadst not conquered us. Put forth thy hand, and I will testify that there is no God but the God, and that Abraham the friend is the apostle of God." At this Gharib rejoiced and said to him, "Is thy heart indeed established in the sweetness of this belief?" And he answered, saying, "Yes, O my lord." Then quoth Gharib, "O Rad Shah, wilt thou go to thy country and thy kingdom?" And quoth he, "O my lord, my father will put me to death, for that I have left his faith." Gharib rejoined, "I will go with thee and make thee king of the country, and constrain the folk to obey thee, by the help of Allah the Bountiful, the Beneficent." And Rad Shah kissed his hands and feet. Then Gharib rewarded the counsellor who had caused the rout of the foe, and gave him great wealth, after which he turned to Kailajan and Gurjan, and said to them, "Harkai, chiefs of the Jinn, 'tis my will that ye carry me, together with Rad Shah and Jamkin and Sayed, unto the land of Hind." "We hear and we obey," answered A. So Gurjan took up Jamkin and Sayedin, whilst Kailajan took Gharib and Rad Shah and made for the land of Hind. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 665th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the two Marids had taken up Gharib and Jamkin, Sayed the Ghul and Rad Shah, they flew on with them from sundown till the last of the night, when they set them down on the terrace of King Tarkanan's palace at Kashmir. Now news was brought to Tarkanan by the remnants of his host of what had befallen his son, whereat he slept not, neither took delight in aught, and he was troubled with sore trouble. As he sat in his harem, pondering his case, behold, Gharib and his company descended the stairways of the palace and came into him, and when he saw his son and those who were with him, he was confused, and fear took him of the Marids. Then Rad Shah turned to him and said, "How long wilt thou persist in thy frowardness, O traitor and worshipper of the fire? Woe to thee! Leave worshipping the fire and serve the magnanimous Sire, creator of day and night, whom attaineth no sight." When Tarkanan heard his son's speech, he cast at him an iron club he had by him, but it missed him and fell upon a buttress of the palace and smote out 3 stones. Then cried the king, "O dog, thou hast destroyed mine army and hast forsaken thy faith, and comest now to make me do likewise." With this Gharib went up to him and dealt him a cuff on the neck which knocked him down, whereupon the Marids bound him fast and all the harem women fled. Then Gharib sat down on the throne of kingship and said to Radshah, "Do thou justice upon thy father." So Radshah turned to him and said, "O perverse old man, become one of the saved and thou shalt be saved from the fire and the wrath of the all-powerful." But Tarkanan cried, "I will not die save in my own faith," whereupon Gharib drew Al-Mahik and smote him therewith, and he fell to the earth in 2 pieces, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire, an abiding place dire. FN number 62. Then Gharib bade hang his body over the palace gate, and they hung one half on the right hand and the other on the left, and waited till day, when Gharib caused Radshah don the royal habit and sit down on his father's throne, with himself on his dexter hand, and Jamkin and Sayed and the Marids standing right and left. And he said to Kaylajan and Gurjan, "Whoso entereth of the princes and officers, seize him and bind him, and let not a single captain escape you." And they answered, hearkening and obedience. Presently the officers made for the palace, to do their service to the king, and the first to appear was the chief captain, who, seeing King Tarkanan's dead body cut in half and hanging on either side of the gate, was seized with terror and amazement. Then Kaylajan laid hold of him by the collar and threw him and entombed him, after which he dragged him into the palace, and before sunrise they had bound 350 captains and set them before Gharib, who said to them, "O folk, have you seen your king hanging at the palace gate?" Asked they, "Who hath done this deed?" And he answered, "I did it, by the help of Allah Almighty, and whoso opposeth me, I will do with him likewise." Then quoth they, "What is thy will with us?" And quoth he, "I am Gharib, king of Al-Iraq, he who slew your warriors, and now Radshah hath embraced the faith of salvation, and he is become a mighty king and ruler over you. So do ye become true believers, and all shall be well with you, but, if ye refuse, you shall repent it." So they pronounced the profession of the faith and were enrolled among the people of felicity. Then said Gharib, "Are your hearts indeed stablished in the sweetness of the belief?" And they replied, "Yes," whereupon he bade release them and clad them in robes of honor, saying, "Go to your people and expound al-Islam to them. Whoso accepteth the faith, spare him, but if he refuse, slay him." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 666th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Gharib said to the troops of Radshah, 'Go to your people and offer al-Islam to them. Whoso accepteth the faith, spare him, but if he refuse, slay him.' So they went out and, assembling the men under their command, explained what had taken place and expounded al-Islam to them, and they all professed, except a few, whom they put to death, after which they returned and told Gharib, who blessed Allah and glorified him, saying, 'Praise be the Almighty who hath made this thing easy to us without strife.' Then he abode in Kashmir of India 40 days, till he had ordered the affairs of the country and cast down the shrines and temples of the fire and built in their stead mosques and cathedrals, whilst Radshah made ready for him rarities and treasures beyond count and dispatched them to Al-Iraq in ships. Then Gharib mounted on Kaylajan's back and Jamkin and Sayed and on that of Gurjan, after they had taken leave of Radshah, and journeyed through the night till break of day. When they reached Oman city, where their troops met them and saluted them and rejoiced in them. Then they set out for Kufa, where Gharib called for his brother Ajib and commanded to hang him. So Sahim brought hooks of iron and, driving them into the tendons of Ajib's heels, hung him over the gate, and Gharib bade them shoot him. So they riddled him with arrows, till he was like unto a porcupine. Then Gharib entered his palace and, sitting down on the throne of his kingship, passed the day in ordering the affairs of the state. At nightfall he went into his harem, where Star-o-Morn came to meet him and embraced him and gave him joy, she and her women, of his safety. He spent that day and lay that night with her, and on the morrow, after he had made the ghusl ablution and prayed the dawn prayer, he sat down on his throne and commanded preparation to be made for his marriage with Medea. Accordingly they slaughtered 3,000 head of sheep and 2,000 oxen and 1,000 goats and 500 camels and the like number of horses, beside 4,000 fowls and great store of geese. Never was such wedding in Islam to that day. Then he went into Medea and took her maidenhead and abode with her 10 days, after which he committed the kingdom to his uncle Al-Damai, charging him to rule the lieges justly, and journeyed with his women and warriors, till he came to the ships laden with the treasures and rarities which Rajah had sent him, and divided the monies among his men who from poor became rich. Then they fared on till they reached the city of Babel, where he bestowed on Sahim Malail a robe of honor and appointed him sultan of the city. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 667th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Gharib, after robing his brother Sahim and appointing him sultan, abode with him 10 days, after which he set out again and journeyed nor stinted travel till he reached the castle of Said and the Ghul, where they rested 5 days. Then quoth Gharib to Kalajan and Karajan, pass over to Isbaniya al-Madain, to the palace of the Chosru, and find what is Kamafakritaj, and bring me one of the king's kinsmen, who shall acquaint me with what hath passed. Quoth they, we hear and we obey, and set out forthright for Isbaniya. As they flew between heaven and earth, behold, they caught sight of a mighty army, as it were the surging sea, and Kalajan said to Karajan, let us descend and determine what be this host. So they alighted and walking among the troops, found them Persians and questioned the soldiers whose men they were and whither they were bound, whereto they made answer, we are en route for Al-Iraq, to slay Gharib and all who accompany him. When the Marids heard these words, they repaired to the pavilion of the Persian general, whose name was Rustam, and waited till the soldiers slept, when they took up Rustam, bed and all, and made for the castle where Gharib lay. They arrived by midnight and going to the door of the king's pavilion, cried, permission. Which when he heard, he sat up and said, come in. So they entered and sat down the couch with Rustam asleep thereon. Gharib asked, who be this? And they answered, this be a Persian prince, whom we met coming with a great host, thinking to slay thee and thine, and we have brought him to thee, that he may tell thee what thou hast a mind to know. Fetch me 100 braves, cried Gharib, and they fetched them, whereupon he bade them, draw your swords and stand at the head of this Persian carle. Then they awoke him and he opened his eyes, and, finding an arch of steel over his head, shut them again, crying, what be this foul dream? But Kalajan pricked him with his sword point and he sat up and said, where am I? Quoth Sahim, thou art in the presence of King Gharib, son-in-law of the king of the Persians. What is thy name and whither goest thou? When Rustam heard Gharib's name he bethought himself and said in his mind, am I asleep or awake? Whereupon Sahim dealt him a buffet, saying, why dost thou not answer? And he raised his head and asked, who brought me from my tent out of the midst of my men? Gharib answered, these 2 Marids brought thee. So he looked at Kalajan and Karajan and skited in his bag trousers. Then the Marids fell upon him, bearing their tusks and brandishing their blades, and said to him, wilt thou not rise and kiss ground before King Gharib? And he trembled at them and was assured that he was not asleep. So he stood up and kissed the ground between the hands of Gharib, saying, the blessing of the fire be on thee, and long life be thy life, O king. Gharib cried, O dog of the Persians, fire is not worshipful, for that it is harmful and profiteth not save in cooking food. Asked Rustam, who then is worshipful? And Gharib answered, alone worship worth is God, who formed thee and fashioned thee and created the heavens and the earth. Quoth the Ajami, what shall I say that I may become of the party of this Lord and enter thy faith? And quoth Gharib, say, there is no God but the God, and Abraham is the friend of God. So Rustam pronounced the profession of the faith and was enrolled among the people of felicity. Then said he to Gharib, Know, O my lord, that thy father-in-law, King Sabur, seeketh to slay thee, and indeed he hath sent me with 100,000 men, charging me to spare none of you. Gaib rejoined, Is this my reward for having delivered his daughter from death and dishonor? Allah will requite him his ill intent. But what is thy name? The Persian answered, My name is Rustam, general of Sabur, and Grib, thou shalt have the like rank in my army, adding, But tell me, O Rustam, how is it with the Princess Fakhritaj? May thy head live, O King of the age. What was the cause of her death? Rustam replied, O my lord, no sooner hast thou left us than one of the princess's women went into King Sabur and said to him, O my master, didst thou give Gharib leave to lie with the princess my mistress? Whereto he answered, No, by the virtue of the fire. And drawing his sword, went in to his daughter and said to her, O foul baggage, why didst thou suffer yonder Badawi to sleep with thee, without dower or even wedding? She replied, O my papa, 'twas thou gayest him leave to sleep with me. Then he asked, Did the fellow have thee? But she was silent and hung down her head. Hereupon he cried out to the midwives and slave girls, saying, Pinion me this harlot's elbows behind her and look at her privy parts. So they did as he bade them, and after inspecting her slit said to him, O king, she hath lost her maidenhead. Whereupon he ran at her and would have slain her, but her mother rose up and threw herself between them, crying, O king, slay her not, lest thou be forever dishonored, but shut her in a cell till she die. So he cast her into prison till nightfall, when he called 2 of his courtiers and said to them, Carry her afar off and throw her into the river Jahan and tell none. They did his commandment, and indeed her memory is forgotten and her time is past. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 668th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib asked news of Fakhritaj, Rustam informed him that she had been drowned in the river by her sire's command. And when Gharib heard this, the world waxed wan before his eyes, and he cried, By the virtue of Abraham the friend, I will assuredly go to yonder dog and overwhelm him and lay waste his realm. Then he sent letters to Jamkin and to the governors of Mosul and Ma'afarikin, and, turning to Rustam, said to him, How many men hadst thou in thine army? He replied, 100,000 Persian horse, and Gharib rejoined, Take 10,000 horse and go to thy people and occupy them with war, I will follow on thy trail. So Rustam mounted and taking 10,000 Arab horse made for his tribe, saying in himself, I will do a deed shall whiten my face with King Gharib. So he fared on 7 days, till there remained but half a day's journey between him and the Persian camp, when, dividing his host into 4 divisions, he said to his men, Surround the Persians on all sides and fall upon them with the sword. They rode on from eventide till midnight, when they had compassed the camp of the Ajamis, who were asleep in security, and fell upon them, shouting, God is most great. Whereupon the Persians started up from sleep, and their feet slipped, and the sabre went round amongst them, for the all-knowing king was wroth with them, and Rustam wrought amongst them as fire in dry fuel, till, by the end of the night, the whole of the Persian host was slain or wounded or fled, and the Muslims made prize of their tents and baggage, horses, camels and treasure chests. Then they alighted and rested in the tents of the Ajamis till King Gharib came up and, seeing what Rustam had done and how he had gained by stratagem a great and complete victory, he invested him with a robe of honor and said to him, O Rustam, it was thou didst put the Persians to the rout, wherefore all the spoil is thine. So he kissed Gharib's hand and thanked him, and they rested till the end of the day, when they set out for King Sabur's capital. Meanwhile, the fugitives of the defeated force reached Isbanir and went into Sabur, crying out and saying, Alas! And well away! And woe worth the day! Quoth he, What hath befallen you, and who with his mischief hath smitten you? So they told him all that had passed, and said, Naught befell us except that thy general Rustam, fell upon us in the darkness of the night because he had turned Muslim, nor did Gharib come near us. When the king heard this, he cast his crown to the ground and said, "There is no worth left us." Then he turned to his son Ward Shah FN number 63, and said to him, "O my son, there is none for this affair save thou." Answered Ward Shah, "By thy life, O my father, I will assuredly bring Gharib and his chiefs of the people in chains and slay all who are with him." Then he numbered his army and found it 220,000 men. So they slept, intending to set forth on the morrow, but, next morning, as they were about to march, behold, a cloud of dust arose and spread till it walled the world and baffled the sight of the farthest seeing white. Now Sabur had mounted to farewell his son, and when he saw this mighty great dust, he let call a runner and said to him, "Go find me out the cause of this dust cloud." The scout went and returned, saying, "O my lord, Gharib and his braves are upon you," whereupon they'd unloaded their bat-beasts and drew out in line of battle. When Gharib came up and saw the Persians ranged in row, he cried out to his men, saying, "Charge with the blessing of Allah." So they waved the flags, and the Arabs and the Ajamis drave one at other, and folk were heaped upon folk. Blood ran like water, and all souls saw death face to face. The brave advanced and pressed forward to assail, and the coward hung back and turned tail, and they ceased not from fight and fray till ended day, when the kettle drums beat the retreat and the two hosts drew apart. Then Sabur commanded to pitch his camp hard over the city gate, and Gharib set up his pavilions in front of theirs, and every one went to his tent. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 669th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the two hosts drew apart, every one went to his tent until the morning. As soon as it was day, the two hosts mounted their strong steeds and levelled their lances and wore their harness of war. Then they raised their slogan cries and drew out in battle array, whilst came forth all the lordly knights and the lions of fights. Now the first to open the gate of battle was Rustam, who urged his charger into midfield and cried out, "God is most great. I am Rustam, champion-in-chief of the Arabs and Ajamis. Who is for tilting, who is for fighting? Let no sluggard come out to me this day nor weakling." Then there rushed forth to him a champion of the Persians. The two charged each other, and there befell between them a sore fight, till Rustam sprang upon his adversary and smote him with a mace he had with him, 70 pounds in weight, and beat his head down upon his breast, and he fell to the earth, dead and in his blood drowned. This was no light matter to Sabur, and he commanded his men to charge, so they drave at the Muslims, invoking the aid of the light-giving sun, whilst the true believers called for help upon the magnanimous king. But the Ajamis, the miscreants, outnumbered the Arabs, the Muslims, and made them drain the cup of death, which when Gharib saw he drew his sword al-Mahak and crying out his war cry, fell upon the Persians, with Kalajan and Krajan at either stirrup, nor did he leave playing upon them with blade till he hewed his way to the standard-bearer and smote him on the head with the flat of his sword, whereupon he fell down in a fainting fit, and the two Marids bore him off to their camp. When the Persians saw the standard fall, they turned and fled and for the city gates made, but the Muslims followed them with the blade, and they crowded together to enter the city, so that they could not shut the gates, and there died of them much people. Then Rustam and Saladin, Jamkin and Sahim, Al-Damai, Kalajan and Karajan and all the braves Mohammedan and the champions of faith Unitarian fell upon the misbelieving Persians in the gates, and the blood of the Kafirs ran in the streets like a torrent till they threw down their arms and harness and called out for quarter, whereupon the Muslims stayed their swords from the slaughter and drove them to their tents, as one driveth the flock of sheep. Meanwhile Gharib returned to his pavilion, where he doffed his gear and washed himself of the blood of the infidels, after which he donned his royal robes and sat down on his chair of state. Then he called for the king of the Persians and said to him, "O dog of the Ajams, what moved thee to deal thus with thy daughter?" How sayest thou me unworthy to be her baron? And Sabur answered, saying, O king, punish me not because of that deed which I did, for I repent me and confronted thee not in fight but in my fear of thee. FN number 64. When Gurub heard these words he bade throw him flat and beat him. So they bastinaded him, till he could no longer groan, and cast him among the prisoners. Then Gurub expounded al-Islam to the Persians, and 120,000 of them embraced the faith, and the rest he put to the sword. Moreover, all the citizens professed al-Islam, and Gurub mounted and entered in great state the city is Banir al-Madain. Then he went into the king's palace, and sitting down on Sabur's throne, gave robes and largesse, and distributed the booty and treasure among the Arabs and Persians, wherefore they loved him and wished him victory and honor and endurance of days. But Fakrataj's mother remembered her daughter and raised the voice of mourning for her, and the palace was filled with wails and cries. Gharib heard this, and entering the harem, asked the women what ailed them, whereupon the princess's mother came forward and said, O my lord, thy presence put me in mind of my daughter, and how she would have joyed in thy coming, had she been alive and well. Gharib wept for her, and sitting down on his throne, called for Sabur, and they brought him stumbling in his shackles. Quoth Gharib to him, O dog of the Persians, what didst thou do with thy daughter? I gave her to such an one and such an one, quoth the king, saying, drown her in the river Jehan. So Gharib sent for the two men and asked them, Is what he saith true? Answered they, Yes, but, O king, we did not drown her, nay, we took pity on her and left her on the bank of the Jehan, saying, Save thyself and return not to the city, lest the king slay thee and slay us with thee. This is all we know of her. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 670th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the two men ended the tale of Fakrataj with these words, and we left her upon the bank of the river Jehan. Now, when Gharib heard this he bade bring the astrologers and said to them, Strike me a board of geomancy and find out what is come of Fakrataj, and whether she is still in the bonds of life or dead. They did so and said, O king of the age, it is manifest to us that the princess is alive and hath borne a male child, but she is with the tribe of the Jinn, and will be parted from thee 20 years, count, therefore, how many years thou hast been absent in travel. So he reckoned up the years of his absence and found them 8 years, and said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. FN number 65. Then he sent for all Sabur's governors of towns and strongholds, and they came and did him homage. Now one day after this, as he sat in his palace, behold, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance and spread till it walled the whole land and darkened the horizon. So he summoned the two Marids and bade them reconnoitre, and they went forth under the dust cloud, and snatching up a horseman of the advancing host, returned and set him down before Gharib, saying, Ask this fellow, for he is of the army. Quoth Gharib, Whose power is this? And the man answered, O king, 'tis the army of Khirad Shah, FN number 66, king of Shiraz, who is come forth to fight thee. Now the cause of Khirad Shah's coming was this. When Gharib defeated Sabur's army, as hath been related, and took him prisoner, the king's son fled, with a handful of his father's force, and ceased not flying till he reached the city of Shiraz, where he went into King Khirad Shah and kissed ground before him, whilst the tears ran down his cheeks. When the king saw him in this case, he said to him, Lift thy head, O youth, and tell me what maketh thee weep. He replied, O king, a king of the Arabs, by name Gharib, hath fallen on us and captured the king my sire and slain the Persians, making them drain the cup of death. And he told him all that had passed from first to last. Quoth Khirad Shah, Is my wife FN number 67, well? And quoth the prince, Gharib hath taken her. Cried the king, As my head liveth, I will not leave a Badawi or a Muslim on the face of the earth. So he wrote letters to his viceroys, who levied their troops and joined him with an army which, when reviewed, numbered 85,000 men. Then he opened his armories and distributed arms and armor to the troops, after which he set out with them and journeyed till he came to Isbania, and all encamped before the city gate. Hereupon Caligan and Kurajan came into Garib and kissing his knee, said to him, O our lord, heal our hearts and give us this host to our share. And he said, Up and at them. So the two Marids flew aloft high in the lift and lighting down in the pavilion of the king of Shiraz, found him seated on his chair of estate, with the prince of Persia Ward Shah son of Sabur, sitting on his right hand, and about him his captains, with whom he was taking counsel for the slaughter of the Muslims. Caligan came forward and caught up the prince, and Kurajan snatched up the king, and the twain flew back with them to Grib, who caused beat them till they fainted. Then the Marids returned to the Shirazian camp and, drawing their swords, which no mortal man had strength to wield, fell upon the misbelievers, and Allah hurried their souls to the fire and abiding place dire, whilst they saw no one and nothing save two swords flashing and reaping men, as a husbandman reaps corn. So they left their tents and mounting their horses barebacked, fled, and the Marids pursued them 2 days and slew of them much people, after which they returned and kissed Garib's hand. He thanked them for the deed they had done and said to them, The spoil of the infidels is yours alone, none shall share with you therein. So they called down blessings on him and going forth, gathered the booty together and abode in their own homes. On this wise it fared with them, but as regards Garib and his lieges, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 671st night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after Garib had put to flight the host of Kairad Shah, he bade Caligan and Kurajan take the spoil to their own possession nor share it with any, so they gathered the booty and abode in their own homes. Meanwhile the remains of the beaten force ceased not flying till they reached the city of Shiraz, and there lifted up the voice of weeping and began the ceremonial lamentations for those of them that had been slain. Now King Kairad Shah had a brother Saran the sorcerer Hiz, than whom there was no greater wizard in his day, and he lived apart from his brother in a certain stronghold, called the Fortalice of Fruits, FN number 68, in a place abounding in trees and streams and birds and blooms, half a day's journey from Shiraz. So the fugitives betook them thither and went into Saran the sorcerer, weeping and wailing aloud. Quoth he, O folk, what gareth you weep? And they told him all that had happened, especially how the two Marids had carried off his brother Kairad Shah, whereupon the light of his eyes became night, and he said, By the virtue of my faith, I will certainly slay Garib and all his men and leave not one alive to tell the tale. Then he pronounced certain magical words and summoned the Red King, who appeared, and Saran said to him, Fare for Isbania and fall on Garib, as he sitteth upon his throne. Replied he, Hearkening and obedience. And, gathering his troops, repaired to Isbania and assailed Garib, who seeing him, drew his sword Almahak, and he and Caligan and Kurajan fell upon the army of the Red King and slew of them 530 and wounded the king himself with a grievous wound, whereupon he and his people fled and stayed not in their flight, till they reached the Fortalice of Fruits and went into Saran, crying out and exclaiming, Woe! And ruin! And the Red King said to Saran, O sage, Garib hath with him the enchanted sword of Japhet son of Noah, and whomsoever he smiteth therewith he severeth him in sunder, and with him also are 2 Marids from Mount Caucasus, given to him by King Murash. He it is who slew the Blue King and Barkan, lord of the Carnelian city, and did to death much people of the Jinn. When the enchanter heard this, he said to the Red King, Go, and he went his ways, whereupon he resumed his conjurations, and calling up a Marid, by name Ziwazir, gave him a drum of levigated bang and said to him, Go thou to Isbania and enter King Garib's palace and assume the form of a sparrow. Wait till he fall asleep and there be none with him, then put the bang up his nostrils and bring him to me. To hear is to obey, replied the Marid, and flew to Isbania, where, changing himself into a sparrow, he perched on the window of the palace and waited till all Garib's attendants retired to their rooms and the king himself slept. Then he flew down and going up to Garib, blew the powdered bang into his nostrils, till he lost his senses, whereupon he wrapped him in the bed coverlet and flew off with him, like the storm wind, to the fortalice of fruits, where he arrived at midnight and laid his prize before Sran. The sorcerer thanked him and would have put Garib to death, as he lay senseless and a bang, but a man of his people withheld him, saying, "O sage, an thou slay him, his friend King Marush will fall on us with all his efforts and lay waste our realm." "How then shall we do with him?" asked Sran, and the other answered, "Cast him into the Jehan while he is still in Bang, and he shall be drowned and none will know who threw him in." And Sran bade the married take Garib and cast him into Jehan river. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 672nd night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the married took Garib and carried him to the Jehan, purposing to cast him therein, but it was grievous to him to drown him, wherefore he made a raft of wood and binding it with cords, pushed it out, and Garib thereon, into the current, which carried it away. Thus fared it with Garib, but as regards his people, when they awoke in the morning and went in to do their service to the king, they found him not, and seeing his rosary on the throne, awaited him a while, but he came not. So they sought out the head chamberlain and said to him, "Go into the harem and look for the king, for it is not his habit to tarry till this time." Accordingly, the chamberlain entered the seraglio and inquired for the king, but the women said, "Since yesterday we have not seen him." Thereupon he returned and told the officers, who were confounded, and said, "Let us see if he have gone to take his pleasure in the gardens." Then they went out and questioned the gardeners if they had seen the king, and they answered, "No," whereat they were sore concerned and searched all the garths till the end of the day, when they returned in tears. Moreover, the two marrieds sought for him all round the city, but came back after 3 days, without having happened on any tidings of him. So the people donned black and made their complaint to the Lord of all worshipping men, who cloth as he is vain. Meanwhile, the current bore the raft along for 5 days till it brought it to the salt sea, where the waves disported with Garib, and his stomach, being troubled, threw up the bang. Then he opened his eyes, and finding himself in the midst of the main, a plaything of the billows, said, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Would to heaven I wot who hath done this deed by me." Presently, as he lay, perplexed concerning his case, lo! he caught sight of a ship sailing by, and signalled with his sleeve to the sailors, who came to him and took him up, saying, "Who art thou and whence comest thou?" He replied, "Do ye feed me and give me to drink, till I recover myself, and after I will tell you who I am." So they brought him water and victual, and he ate and drank, and Allah restored to him his reason. Then he asked them, "O folk, what countrymen are ye, and what is your faith?" And they answered, "We are from Karajefen number 69, and we worship an idol called Minkash." Cried Garib, "Perdition to you and your idol. O dogs, none is worthy of worship save Allah, who creased all things, who saith to a thing be, and it becometh." When they heard this, they rose up and fell upon him in great wrath, and would have seized him. Now he was without weapons, but whomsoever he struck, he smote down and deprived of life, till he had felled 40 men, after which they overcame him by force of numbers and bound him fast, saying, "We will not slay him save in our own land, that we may first show him to our king." Then they sailed until they came to the city of Karaj. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 673rd night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the ship's crew seized Garib and bound him fast, they said, 'We will not slay him save in our own land.' Then they sailed until they came to the city of Karaj, the builder whereof was an Amalekite, fierce and furious, and he had set up at each gate of the city a magical figure of copper which, whenever a stranger entered, blew a blast on a trumpet, that all in the city heard it and fell upon the stranger and slew him, except they embraced their greed when Garib entered the city. The figure stationed at the gate blew such a horrible blast that the king was affrighted, and going into his idol, found fire and smoke issuing from its mouth, nose and eyes. Now as Satan had entered the belly of the idol, and speaking as with its tongue, said, O king, there is come to thy city one highs Garib, king of Al-Iraq, who biddeth the folk quit their belief and worship his Lord. Wherefore, when they bring him before thee, look thou spare him not. So the king went out and sat down on his throne, and presently the sailors brought in Garib and set him before the presence, saying, O king, we found this youth shipwrecked in the midst of the sea, and he is a Kafir and believeth not in our gods. Then they told him all that had passed, and the king said, Carry him to the house of the great idol and cut his throat before him, so haply our God may look lovingly upon us. But their wazir said, O king, it befitteth not to slaughter him thus, for he would die in a moment. Better we imprison him and build a pyre of fuel and burn him with fire. Thereupon the king commanded to cast Garib into jail and caused wood to be brought, and they made a mighty pyre and set fire to it, and it burnt till the morning. Then the king and the people of the city came forth, and the ruler sent to fetch Garib, but his lieges found him not. So they returned and told their king, who said, And how made he his escape? Quoth they, We found the chains and shackles cast down and the doors fast locked. Whereat the king marvelled and asked, Hath this fellow to heaven up flown or into the earth gone down? And they answered, We know not. Then said the king, I will go and question my God, and he will inform me whither he is gone. So he rose and went in, to prostrate himself to his idol, but found it not, and began to rub his eyes, and say, Am I in sleep or awake? Then he turned to his wazir and said to him, Where is my God and where is my prisoner? By my faith, O dog of wazirs, hadst thou not counselled me to burn him, I had slaughtered him, for it is he who hath stolen my God and fled, and there is no help but I take brood of him. Then he drew his sword and struck off their wazir's head. Now there was for Garib's escape with the idol a strange cause, and it was on this wise. When they had shut him up in a cell adjoining the doomed shrine under which stood the idol, he rose to pray, calling upon the name of Almighty Allah and seeking deliverance of him, to whom be honor and glory. The Marid who had charge of the idol and spoke in its name, heard him, and fear got hold upon his heart, and he said, O shame upon me! Who is this seeth me while I see him not? So he went into Garib, and throwing himself at his feet, said to him, O my lord, what must I say that I may become of thy company and enter thy religion? Replied Garib, Say, there is no God but the God, and Abraham is the friend of God. So the Marid pronounced the profession of faith and was enrolled among the people of felicity. Now his name was Zalzal, son of Al-Muz-Altzil, FN number 70, one of the chiefs of the kings of the jinn. Then he unbound Garib, and taking him and the idol, made for the high red dot, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 674th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Marid took up Garib and the idol and made for the higher air. Such was his case. But as regards the king, when his soldiers saw what had befallen and the slaughter of the wazir, they renounced the worship of the idol, and drawing their swords, slew the king, after which they fell on one another, and the sword went round amongst them 3 days, till there abode alive but 2 men, one of whom prevailed over the other and killed him. Then the boys attacked the survivor and slew him, and fell to fighting amongst themselves, till they were all killed. And the women and girls fled to the hamlets and forted villages, wherefore the city became desert, and none dwelt therein but the owl. Meanwhile, the Marids Altzal flew with Garib towards his own country, the island of Camphor and the castle of Crystal and the land of the enchanted calf, so called because its king Al-Muz-Altzil had a pied calf. which he had clad in housings brocaded with red gold, and worshipped as a god. One day the king and his people went into the calf and found him trembling, so the king said, "O my God, what hath troubled thee?" Whereupon the Satan in the calf's belly cried out and said, "O Muzaltsil, verily thy son hath deserted to the faith of Abraham the friend at the hands of Gabe Lord of Al-Iraq," and went on to tell him all that had passed from first to last. When the king heard the words of his calf he was confounded, and going forth, sat down upon his throne. Then he summoned his grandees who came in a body, and he told them what he had heard from the idol, whereat they marvelled and said, "What shall we do, O king?" Quoth he, "When my son cometh and ye see him, embrace him, ye lay hold of him." And they said, "Hearkening and obedience." After 2 days came Zalslengarib, with the king's idol of Karaj, but no sooner had they entered the palace gate than the jinn seized on them and carried them before Al-Muzaltsil, who looked at his son with eyes of ire and said to him, "O dog of the Jann, hast thou left thy faith and that of thy fathers and grandfathers?" Quoth Zaltsl, "I have embraced the true faith, and on likewise do thou. Woe be to thee, seek salvation and thou shalt be saved from the wrath of the King Almighty in sway, creator of night and day." Therewith his father waxed wroth and said, "O son of adultery, dost confront me with these words?" Then he bade clap him in prison, and turning to Grib, said to him, "O wretch of a mortal, how hast thou abused my son's wit and seduced him from his faith?" Quoth Grib, "Indeed, I have brought him out of wrongousness into the way of righteousness, out of hell into heaven, and out of unfaith to the true faith." Whereupon the king cried out to a Marid called Sair, saying, "Take this dog and cast him into the wadi of fire, that he may perish." Now this valley was in the waste quarter FN number 71, and was thus named from the excess of its heat and the flaming of its fire, which was so fierce that none who went down therein could live an hour, but was destroyed, and it was compassed about by mountains high and slippery, wherein was no opening. So Sair took up Garib and flew with him towards the valley of fire, till he came within an hour's journey thereof, when being weary, he alighted in a valley full of trees and streams and fruits, and setting down from his back Garib chained as he was, fell asleep of fatigue. When Garib heard him snore, he strove with his bonds till he burst them, then, taking up a heavy stone, he cast it down on the married head and crushed his bones, so that he died on the spot. Then he fared on into the valley. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 675th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Grib after killing the married fared on into the valley and found himself in a great island in mid-ocean, full of all fruits that lips and tongue could desire. So he abode alone on the island, drinking of its waters and eating of its fruits and of fish that he caught, and days and years passed over him, till he had sojourned there in his solitude 7 years. One day, as he sat, behold, there came down on him from the air 2 Marids, each carrying a man, and seeing him they said, "Who art thou, O fellow, and of which of the tribes art thou?" Now they took him for a Jinni, because his hair was grown long, and he replied, saying, "I am not of the Jann," whereupon they questioned him, and he told them all that had befallen him. They grieved for him, and one of the Ifrits said, "Abide thou here till we bear these 2 lambs to our king, that he may break his fast on the one and sup on the other, and after we will come back and carry thee to thine own country." He thanked them and said, "Where be the lambs?" Quoth they, "These 2 mortals are the lambs." And Grib said, "I take refuge with Allah, the God of Abraham the friend, the Lord of all creatures, who hath power over everything." Then the Marids flew away, and Grib abode awaiting them 2 days, when one of them returned, bringing with him a suit of clothes wherewith he clad him. Then he took him up and flew with him sky high out of sight of earth, till Grib heard the angels glorifying God in heaven, and a flaming shaft issued from amongst them and made for the Marid, who fled from it towards the earth. The meteor pursued him, till he came within a spear's cast of the ground, when Grib leapt from his shoulders and the fiery shaft overtook the Marid, who became a heap of ashes. As for Grib, he fell into the sea and sank 2 fathoms deep, after which he rose to the surface and swam for 2 days and 2 nights, till his strength failed him and he made certain of death. But, on the 3rd day as he was despairing he caught sight of an island steep and mountainous, so he swam for it and landing, walked on inland, where he rested a day and a night, feeding on the growth of the ground. Then he climbed to the mountain top, and, descending the opposite slope, fed on 2 days till he came in sight of a walled and bulwarked city, abounding in trees and rills. He walked up to it, but, when he reached the gate, the warders seized on him, and carried him to the queen, whose name was Janshah. FN number 72. Now she was 500 years old, and every man who entered the city, they brought to her, and she made him sleep with her, and when he had done his work, she slew him, and so had she slain many men. When she saw Grib, he pleased her mightily, so she asked him, What be thy name and faith, and whence comest thou? And he answered, My name is Grib, king of Iraq, and I am a Muslim. Said she, Leave this creed and enter mine, and I will marry thee and make thee king. But he looked at her with eyes of ire and cried, Perish thou and thy faith. Cried she, Dost thou blaspheme my idol, which is of red carnelian, set with pearls and gems? And she called out to her men, saying, Imprison him in the house of the idol, haply it will soften his heart. So they shut him up in the domed shrine, and locking the doors upon him, went their way. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 676th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when they took Garib, they jailed him in the idol's domed shrine, and locking the doors upon him, went their way. As soon as they were gone, Garib gazed at the idol, which was of red carnelian, with collars of pearls and precious stones about its neck, and presently he went close to it and lifting it up, dashed it on the ground and brake it in bits, after which he lay down and slept till daybreak. When morning morrowed, the queen took seat on her throne and said, O men, bring me the prisoner. So they opened the temple doors and entering, found the idol broken in pieces, whereupon they buffeted their faces till the blood ran from the corners of their eyes. Then they made at Grib to seize him, but he smote one of them with his fist and slew him, and so did he with another and yet another, till he had slain 25 of them, and the rest fled and went into Queen Janshah, shrieking loudly. Quoth she, What is the matter? And quoth they, The prisoner hath broken thine idol and slain thy men, and told her all that had passed. When she heard this, she cast her crown to the ground and said, There is no worth left in idols. Then she mounted amid 1,000 fighting men and rode to the temple, where she found Garib had gotten him a sword and come forth and was slaying men and overthrowing warriors. When she saw his prowess, her heart was drowned in the love of him, and she said to herself, I have no need of the idol and care for naught save this Garib, that he may lie in my bosom the rest of my life. Then she cried to her men, Hold aloof from him and leave him to himself. Then, going up to him, she muttered certain magical words, whereupon his arm became benumbed, his forearm relaxed, and the sword dropped from his hand. So they seized him and pinioned him, as he stood confounded, stupefied. Then the queen returned to her palace, and seating herself on her seat of estate, bade her people withdraw and leave Garib with her. When they were alone, she said to him, O dog of the Arabs, wilt thou shiver my idol and slay my people? He replied, O accursed woman, had he been a god he had defended himself. Quoth she, Stroke me and I will forgive thee all thou hast done. But he replied, saying, I will do naught of this. And she said, By the virtue of my faith, I will torture thee with grievous torture. So she took water and conjuring over it, sprinkled it upon him, and he became an ape. And she used to feed and water and keep him losers, appointing one to care for him, and in this plight he abode 2 years. Then she called him to her one day and said to him, "Wilt thou hearken to me?" And he signed to her with his head, "Yes." So she rejoiced and freed him from the enchantment. Then she brought him food and he ate and toyed with her and kissed her, so that she trusted in him. When it was night she lay down and said to him, "Come, to thy business." He replied, "'Tis well," and, mounting on her breast, seized her by the neck and brake it, nor did he arise from her till life had left her. Then, seeing an open cabinet, he went in and found there a sword of Damascene FN number 73, steel and a gouge of Chinese iron, so he armed himself cap up and waited till the day. As soon as it was morning, he went forth and stood at the gate of the palace. When the emirs came and would have gone in to do their service to the queen, they found Gharib standing at the gate, clad in complete war gear, and he said to them, "O folk, leave the service of idols and worship the all-wise King, creator of night and day, the Lord of men, the quickener of dry bones, for he made all things and hath dominion over all." When the Kafirs heard this, they ran at him, but he fell on them like a rending lion and charged through them again and again, slaying of them much people. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 677th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Kafirs fell upon Gharib, he slew of them much people, but, when the night came, they overcame him by dint of numbers and would have taken him by strenuous effort, when behold, there descended upon the infidels 1,000 Marids, under the command of Zalzl, who plied them with a keen sabre and made them drink the cup of destruction, whilst Ali hurried their souls to hellfire, till but few were left of the people of Jan Shah to tell the tale, and the rest cried out, "Quarter! Quarter!" and believed in the requiting king, whom no one thing diverteth from other thing, the destroyer of the Jababiru FN number 74, and exterminator of the Akasira, lord of this world and of the next. Then Zalzl saluted Gharib and gave him joy of his safety, and Gharib said to him, "How knowest thou of my case?" And he replied, "O my lord, my father kept me in prison 2 years, after sending thee to the valley of fire, then he released me, and I abode with him another year, till I was restored to favor with him, when I slew him and his troops submitted to me. I ruled them for a year's space till, one night, I lay down to sleep, having thee in thought, and saw thee in a dream, fighting against the people of Jan Shah, wherefore I took these 1,000 Marids and came to thee." And Gharib marvelled at this happy conjuncture. Then he seized upon Jan Shah's treasures and those of the slain and appointed a ruler over the city, after which the Marids took up Gharib and the Minis, and he lay the same night in the castle of crystal. He abode Zalzl's guest 6 months, when he desired to depart, so Zalzl gave him rich presents and dispatched 3,000 Marids, who brought the spoils of Karaj city and added them to those of Jan Shah. Then Zalzl loaded 40,000 Marids with the treasure, and himself taking up Gharib, flew with his host towards the city of Isbanir al-Madin, where they arrived at midnight. But as Gharib glanced around he saw the walls invested on all sides by a conquering red army, FN number 75, as it were the surging sea, so he said to Zalzl, "O my brother, what is the cause of the siege and whence came this army?" Then he alighted on the terrace roof of his palace and cried out, saying, "Ho, star o' morn! Ho, Medea!" Whereupon the twain started up from sleep in amazement and said, "Who calleth us at this hour?" Quoth he, "'Tis I, your lord, Gharib, the marvellous one of the deeds wondrous." When the princesses heard their lord's voice, they rejoiced, and so did the women and the eunuchs. Then Gharib went down to them, and they threw themselves upon him and lullilooed with cries of joy, so that all the palace rang again, and the captains of the army awoke and said, "What is to do?" So they made for the palace and asked the eunuchs, "Hath one of the king's women given birth to a child?" And they answered, "No, but rejoice ye, for King Gharib hath returned to you." So they rejoiced, and Gharib, after salams to the women, came forth amongst his comrades, who threw themselves upon him and kissed his hands and feet, returning thanks to Almighty Allah and praising him. Then he sat down on his throne, with his officers sitting about him, and questioned them of the beleaguering Red Army. They replied, "O King, these troops sat down before the city 3 days ago, and there are amongst them jinns as well as men, but we know not what they want, for we have had with them neither battle nor speech." And presently they added, "The name of the commander of the besieging army is Murad Shah, and he hath with him 100,000 horse and 3,000 foot, besides 200 tribesmen of the jinn." Now the manner of his coming was wondrous. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 678th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the cause of this army coming upon Isbania city was wondrous. When the 2 men, whom Sabur had charged to drown his daughter Fakrataj, let her go, bidding her flee for her life, she went forth distracted, and knowing whither to turn, and saying, "Where is thine eye, O Gharib, that thou mayst see my case and the misery I am in?" And wandered on from country to country, and valley to valley, till she came to a wadi abounding in trees and streams, in whose midst stood a strong-based castle and aloft builded as it were one of the pavilions of paradise. So she betook herself thither, and entering the fortalice, found it hung and carpeted with stuffs of silk and great plenty of gold and silver vessels, and therein were 100 beautiful damsels. When the maidens saw Fakrataj, they came up to her and saluted her, deeming her of the virgins of the jinn, and asked her of her case. Quoth she, "I am daughter to the Persians' king," and told them all that had befallen her, which when they heard, they wept over her and condoled with her and comforted her, saying, "Be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for here shalt thou have meat and drink and raiment, and we all are thy handmaids." She called down blessings on them, and they brought her food, of which she ate till she was satisfied. Then quoth she to them, "Who is the owner of this palace and lord over you girls?" And quoth they, "King Salsal, son of Dal, is our master. He passeth a night here once in every month, and fareth in the morning to rule over the tribes of the Jann." So Fakrataj took up her abode with them, and after 5 days she gave birth to a male child, as he were the moon. They cut his navel cord and coaled his eyes. Then they named him Murad Shah, and he grew up in his mother's lap. After a while came King Salsil, riding on a paper white elephant, as he were a tower plastered with lime and attended by the troops of the jinn. He entered the palace, where the 100 damsels met him and kissed ground before him, and amongst them Fakrataj. When the king saw her, he looked at her and said to the others, "Who is yonder damsel?" And they replied, "She is the daughter of Sabur, king of the Persians and Turks and Elamites." Quoth he, "Who brought her hither?" So they repeated to him his story, whereat he was moved to pity for her, and said to her, "Grieve not, but take patience till thy son be grown a man, when I will go to the land of the Ajamis and strike off thy father's head from between his shoulders, and seat thy son on the throne in his stead." So she rose and kissed his hands and blessed him. Then she abode in the castle, and her son grew up and was reared with the children of the king. They used to ride forth together hunting and birding, and he became skilled in the chase of wild beasts and ravening lions, and ate of their flesh, till his heart became harder than the rock. When he reached the age of 15, his spirit waxed big in him, and he said to Fakrataj, "O my mamma, who is my papa?" She replied, "O my son, Gharib, king of Iraq, is thy father, and I am the king's daughter of the Persians." And she told him her story. Quoth he, "Did my grandfather indeed give orders to slay thee and my father Gharib?" And quoth she, "Yes." Whereupon he, "By the claim thou hast on me for rearing me, I will assuredly go to thy father's city and cut off his head and bring it into thy presence." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 679th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Murad Shah son of Fakrataj thus bespake his mother, she rejoiced in his speech. Now he used to go a-riding with 200 Marids till he grew to man's estate, when he and they fell to making raids and cutting off the roads, and they pushed their Azirs further till one day he attacked the city of Shiraz and took it. Then he proceeded to the palace and cut off the king's head, as he sat on his throne, and slew many of his troops, whereupon the rest cried quarter, quarter, and kissed his stirrups. Finding that they numbered 10,000 horse, he led them to Balkh, where he slew the king of the city and put his men to the rout and made himself master of the riches of the place. Thence he passed to Narain, FN number 76, at the head of an army of 30,000 horse, and the lord of Narain came out to him, with treasure and tribute, and did him homage. Then he went on to Samarkand of the Persians and took the city, and after that to Uklat FN number 77, and took that town also, nor was there any city he came to but he captured it. Thus Murad Shah became the head of a mighty host, and all the booty he made and spoils in the sundry cities he divided among his soldiery, who loved him for his valour and munificence. At last he came to his Banir al-Madain and sat down before it, saying, "Let us wait till the rest of my army come up, when I will seize on my grandfather and solace my mother's heart by smiting his neck in her presence." So he sent for her, and by reason of this, there was no battle for 3 days, when Gurub and Zalsla arrived with the 40,000 Marids, laden with treasure and presents. They asked concerning the besiegers, but none could enlighten them beyond saying that the host had been there encamped for 3 days without a fight taking place. Presently came Fakrataj, and her son Murad Shah embraced her saying, "Sit in thy tent till I bring thy father to thee." And she sought succor for him of the Lord of the worlds, the Lord of the heavens and the Lord of the earths. Next morning, as soon as it was day, Murad Shah mounted and rode forth, with the 200 Marids on his right hand and the kings of men on his left, whilst the kettle drums beat battle. When Gurub heard this, he also took to horse and, calling his people to the combat, rode out, with a jinn on his dexter hand and the men on his sinistral. Then came forth Murad Shah, armed cap up and crave his charger right and left, crying, "O folk, let none come forth to me but your king. If he conquer me, he shall be lord of both armies, and if I conquer him, I will slay him, as I have slain others." When Gurub heard his speech, he said, "Avaunt, O dog of the Arabs!" And they charged at each other and lunged with lances, till they broke, then hewed at each other with swords, till the blades were notched, nor did they cease to advance and retire and wheel and career, till the day was half spent and their horses fell down under them, when they dismounted and gripped each other. Then Murad Shah seizing Gurub lifted him up and strove to dash him to the ground, but Gurub caught him by the ears and pulled him with his might, till it seemed to the youth as if the heavens were falling on the earth. FN number 78, and he cried out, with his heart in his mouth, saying, "I yield myself to thy mercy, O Knight of the Age." So Gurub bound him, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 680th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gurub caught Murad Shah by the ears and well nigh tore them off, he cried, "I yield myself to thy mercy, O Knight of the Age." So Gurub bound him, and the Marids his comrades would have charged and rescued him, but Gurub fell on them with 1,000 Marids and was about to smite them down, when they cried out, "Quarter, quarter," and threw away their arms. Then Gurub returned to his shamiana, which was of green silk, embroidered with red gold and set with pearls and gems, and, seating himself on his throne, called for Murad Shah. So they brought him, shuffling in his manacles and shackles. When the prisoner saw him, he hung down his head for shame, and Gurub said to him, "O dog of the Arabs, who art thou that thou shouldst stride forth and measure thyself against kings?" Replied Murad Shah, "O my lord, reproach me not, for indeed I have excuse. Quoth Garib, what manner of excuse hast thou? And quoth he, know, O my lord, that I came out to avenge my mother and my father on Sabur, king of the Persians, for he would have slain them. But my mother escaped, and I know not whether he killed my father or not. When Garib heard these words, he replied, by Allah, thou art indeed excusable. But who were thy father and mother, and what are their names? Murad Shah said, my sire was Garib, king of Al-Iraq, and my mother Fakrataj, daughter of King Sabur of Persia. When Garib heard this, he gave a great cry and fell down fainting. They sprinkled rose water on him, till he came to himself, when he said to Murad Shah, art thou indeed Garib's son by Fakrataj? And he replied, yes. Cried Garib, thou art a champion, the son of a champion. Loose my child. Answer him. And Kalajan went up to Murad Shah and set him free. Then Garib embraced his son and, seating him beside himself, said to him, where is thy mother? She is with me in my tent, answered Murad Shah, and Garib said, bring her to me. So Murad Shah mounted and repaired to his camp, where his comrades met him, rejoicing in his safety, and asked him of his case, but he answered, this is no time for questions. Then he went into his mother and told her what had passed, whereat she was gladdened with exceeding gladness. So he carried her to Garib, and they two embraced and rejoiced in each other. Then Fakrataj and Murad Shah Islamized and expounded the faith to their troops, who all made profession with heart and tongue. After this, Garib sent for Sabur and his son Ward Shah, and upbraided them for their evil dealing and expounded al-Islam to them. But they refused to profess, wherefore he crucified them on the gate of the city, and the people decorated the town and held high festival. Then Garib crowned Murad Shah with a crown of the Chosroes and made him king of the Persians and Turks and Medes. Moreover, he made his uncle Al-Daimai king over Al-Iraq, and all the peoples and lands submitted themselves to Garib. Then he abode in his kingship, doing justice among his lieges. Wherefore all the people loved him, and he and his wives and comrades ceased not from all solace of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and sunderer of societies, and extolled be the perfection of him whose glory endureth forever, and whose boons embrace all his creatures. This is everything that hath come down to us of the history of Garib and Ajib. And Abdullah bin Mamar al-Kasi hath thus related the tale of Utbah, FN number 79, and Rayya. I went 1 year on the pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah, and when I had accomplished my pilgrimage, I turned back for visitation of the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep. One night, as I sat in the garden, FN number 80, between the tomb and the pulpit, I heard a low moaning in a soft voice, so I listened to it, and it said, have the doves that moan in the lotus tree woke grief in thy heart and bred misery? Or doth memory of maiden in beauty decked cause this doubt in thee, this despondency? O night, thou art longsome for love-sick sprite complaining of love and its ecstasy, thou makest him wakeful, who burns with fire of a love, like the live coal's ardency. The moon is witness, my heart is held by a moonlight brow of the brightest blee. I recked not to see me by love ensnared, till ensnared before I could reck or see. Then the voice ceased, and not knowing whence it came to me, I abode perplexed, but lo! It again took up its lament and recited, came Rayya's phantom to grieve thy sight in the thickest gloom of the black-haired night. And hath love of slumber deprived those eyes, and the phantom vision vexed thy sprite? I cried to the night, whose glooms were like seas that surge and billow with might, O night, thou art longsome to lover who hath no aid nor help save the morning light. She replied, complain not that I am long, 'tis love is the cause of thy longsome plight. Now, at the first of the couplets, I sprang up and made for the quarter whence the sound came, nor had the voice ended repeating them, ere I was with a speaker and saw a youth of the utmost beauty, the hair of whose side face had not sprouted, and in whose cheeks tears had worn twin trenches. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 681st night. She continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah bin Mamar al-Kasi thus continued: So I sprang up and made for the quarter whence the sound came, nor had the voice ended repeating the verses, ere I was with the speaker and saw a youth on whose side face the hair had not sprouted and in whose cheeks tears had worn twin trenches. Quoth I to him, Fair befall thee for a youth, and quoth he, And thee also. Who art thou? I replied, Abdullah bin Mamar al-Kasi, and he said, Dost thou want aught? I rejoined, I was sitting in the garden, and naught hath troubled me this night but thy voice. With my life would I ransom thee. What aileth thee? He said, Sit thee down. So I sat down, and he continued, I am Utbah bin al-Hubab bin al-Manda bin al-Jamu the Ansari. FN number 81. I went out in the morning to the Mosque Al-Azhar FN number 82, and occupied myself there a while with prayer bows and prostrations, after which I withdrew apart, to worship privily. But lo! Up came women, as they were moons, walking with a swaying gait, and surrounding a damsel of passing loveliness, perfect in beauty and grace, who stopped before me and said, O Utbah, what sayest thou of union with one who seeketh union with thee? Then she left me and went away, and since that time I have had no tidings of her nor come upon any trace of her, and behold, I am distracted and do naught but remove from place to place. Then he cried out and fell to the ground fainting. When he came to himself, it was as if the damask of his cheeks were dyed with safflower. FN number 83, and he recited these couplets. I see you with my heart from far country, but heaven you also me from far could see my heart and eyes, for you are sorrowing, my soul with you abides and you with me. I take no joy in life when you're unseen nor heaven or garden of eternity. Said I, O Utbah, O son of my uncle, repent to thy Lord and crave pardon for thy sin, for before thee is the terror of standing up to judgment. He replied, Far be it from me so to do. I shall never leave to love till the two mimosa gatherers return. FN number 84. I abode with him till daybreak, when I said to him, Come let us go to the Mosque Al-Azhar. So we went thither and sat there, till we had prayed the midday prayers, when lo! Up came the women, but the damsel was not among them. Quoth they to him, O Utbah, what thinkest thou of her who seeketh union with thee? He said, And what of her? And they replied, Her father hath taken her and departed to Al-Samawa. FN number 85. I asked them the name of the damsel, and they said, She is called Raya, daughter of Al-Gitrif al-Sulami. FN number 86, whereupon Utbah raised his head and recited these verses. My friends, Raya hath mounted soon as morning shone, and to same hours whilst her caravan is gone. My friends, I've wept till I can weep no more. Oh, say, hath anyone a tear that I can take on loan? Then said I to him, O Utbah, I have brought with me great wealth, wherewith I desire to succour generous men, and by Allah, I will lavish it before thee. FN number 87, so thou mayst attain thy desire and more than thy desire. Come with me to the assembly of the Ansaris. So we rose and went, till we entered their assembly, when I salaamed to them and they returned my greeting civilly. Then quoth I, O assembly, what say ye of Utbah and his father? And they replied, They are of the princes of the Arabs. I continued, Know that he is smitten with the calamity of love, and I desire your furtherance to Al-Samawa. And they said, To hear is to obey. So they mounted with us, the whole party, and we rode till we drew near the place of the Banu Sulaim. Now when Gitrif heard of our being near, he hastened forth to meet us, saying, Long life to you, O nobles, whereto we replied, And to thee also. Behold, ye are thy guests. Quoth he, Ye have lighted down at a most hospitable abode and ample, and alighting he cried out, Ho, all ye slaves, come down. So they came down and spread skin rugs and cushions and slaughtered sheep and cattle, but we said, We will not taste of thy food, till thou have accomplished our need. He asked, And what is your need? And we answered, We demand thy noble daughter in marriage for Otbah bin Hubab bin Munda the illustrious and well-born. O my brethren, said he, she whom you demand is owner of herself, and I will go into her and tell her. So he rose in wrath, FN number 88, and went into Raya, who said to him, O my papa, why do I see thee show anger? And he replied, saying, Certain of the Ansaris have come upon me to demand thy hand of me in marriage. Quoth she, They are noble chiefs, the Prophet, on whom be the choicest blessings and peace, intercedeth for them with Allah. For whom among them do they ask me? Quoth he, For a youth known as Otbah bin al-Hubab, and she said, I have heard of Otbah that he performeth what he promised and findeth what he seeketh. Gittrith cried, I swear that I will never marry thee to him, no, never, for there hath been reported to me somewhat of thy converse with him. Said she, What was that? But in any case, I swear that the Ansaris shall not be uncivilly rejected, wherefore do thou offer them a fair excuse. How so? Make the dowry heavy to them and they will desist. Thou sayest well, said he, and going out in haste, told the Ansaris, the damsel of the tribe FN number 89, consenteth, but she requireth the dowry worthy herself. Who engageth for this? I, answered I. Then said he, I require for her 1,000 bracelets of red gold and 5,000 dirhams of the coinage of Hajj FN number 90, and 100 pieces of woolen cloth and striped stuffs FN number 91, of aluminium and 5 bladders of ambergris. Said I, Thou shalt have that much, dost thou consent? And he said, I do consent. So I dispatched to Al-Medina the illumined FN number 92, a party of the Ansaris, who brought all for which I had become surety, whereupon they slaughtered sheep and cattle and the folk assembled to eat of the food. We abode thus 40 days when Gittrith said to us, Take your bride. So we sat her in a dromedary litter and her father equipped her with 30 camel loads of things of price, after which we farewelled him and journeyed till we came within a day's journey of Al-Medina the illumined, when there fell upon us horsemen, with intent to plunder, and methinks they were of the Banu Sulaim. Otbah drove at them and slew of them much people, but fell back, wounded by a lance thrust, and presently dropped to the earth. Then there came to us succor of the country people, who drove away the highwaymen, but Otbah's days were ended. So we said, Alas for Otbah, oh, and the damsel hearing it cast herself down from the camel and throwing herself upon him, cried out grievously and repeated these couplets. Patient I seemed, yet patience shown by me was but self-guiling till thy sight I see, has my soul done as do my life had gone, had fled before mankind forestalling thee, then, after me and thee none shall to friend be just, nor any soul with soul agree. Then she sobbed a single sob and gave up the ghost. We dug one grave for them and laid them in the earth, and I returned to the dwellings of my people, where I abode 7 years. Then I betook me again to Al-Hijaz and entering Al-Medina the illumined for pious visitation said in my mind, By Allah, I will go again to Otbah's tomb. So I repaired thither, and, behold, over the grave was a tall tree, on which hung fillets of red and green and yellow stuffs. FN number 93. So I asked the people of the place, How be this tree called? And they answered, The tree of the bride and the bridegroom. I abode by the tomb a day and a night, then went my way, and this is all I know of Otbah. Almighty Allah have mercy upon him. And they also tell this tale of Hind, daughter of Al-Naman and Al-Hajjaj. FN number 94. It is related that Hind, daughter of Al-Naman, was the fairest woman of her day, and her beauty and loveliness were reported to Al-Hajjaj, who sought her in marriage and lavished much treasure on her. So he took her to wife, engaging to give her a dowry of 200,000 dirhams in case of divorce, and when he went into her, he abode with her a long time. One day after this, he went into her and found her looking at her face in the mirror and saying, Hind is an Arab filly purest bred, which hath been covered by a mongrel mule, and colt of horse she throw by Allah. Well, if mule, it but results from mulish rule. FN number 95. When Al-Hajjaj heard this, he turned back and went his way, unseen of Hind, and, being minded to put her away, he sent Abdullah bin Tahir to her, to divorce her. So Abdullah went in to her and said to her, Al-Hajjaj Abu Muhammad saith to thee, here be the 200,000 dirhams of thy contingent dowry he oweth thee, and he hath deputed me to divorce thee. Replied she, O Ibn Tahir, I gladly agree to this, for know that I never for one day took pleasure in him, so, if we separate, by Allah, I shall never regret him, and these 200,000 dirhams I give to thee as a reward for the glad tidings thou bringest me of my release from yonder dog of the Thaqafites. FN number 96. After this, the commander of the faithful, Abd al-Malik bin Marwan, heard of her beauty and loveliness, her stature and symmetry, her sweet speech and the amorous grace of her glances, and sent to her, to ask her in marriage. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 682nd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the prince of true believers, Abd al-Malik bin Marwan, hearing of the lady's beauty and loveliness, sent to ask her in marriage, and she wrote him in reply a letter, in which, after the glorification of Allah and benediction of his Prophet, she said, but afterwards, Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that the dog hath lapped in the vase. When the Caliph read her answer, he laughed and wrote to her, citing his saying, Whom may Allah bless and keep, if the dog lap in the vessel of one of you, let him wash 7 times, once thereof with earth, and adding, Wash the affront from the place of use. FN number 97. With this she could not gainsay him, so she replied to him, saying, After praise and blessing, O Commander of the Faithful, I will not consent save on one condition, and if thou ask me what it is, I reply that Al-Hajjaj lead my camel to the town where thou tarriest barefoot and clad as he is. FN number 98. When the Caliph read her letter, he laughed long and loudly and sent to Al-Hajjaj, bidding him to do as she wished. He dared not disobey the order, so he submitted to the Caliph's commandment and sent to Hind, telling her to make ready for the journey. So she made ready and mounted her litter, when Al-Hajjaj with his suite came up to Hind's door, and as she mounted and her damsels and eunuchs rode around her, he dismounted and took the halter of her camel and led it along, barefooted, whilst she and her damsels and Tyre-woman laughed and jeered at him and made mock of him. Then she said to her Tyre-woman, Draw back the curtain of the litter, and she drew back the curtain, till Hind was face to face with Al-Hajjaj, whereupon she laughed at him, and he improvised this couplet. Though now thou jeer, O Hind, how many a night I've left thee wakeful, sighing for the light. And she answered him with these two. We reck not, and our life escape from bane, for waste of wealth and gear that went in vain. Money may be regained and rank re-won when one is cured of malady and pain. And she ceased not to laugh at him and make sport of him, till they draw near the city of the Caliph, when she threw down a dinar with her own hand and said to Al-Hajjaj, O camel driver, I have dropped a dirham, look for it and give it to me. So he looked, and seeing naught but the dinar, said, This in a dinar. She replied, Nay, 'tis a dirham. But he said, This in a dinar. Then quoth she, Praise be Allah who hath given us in exchange for a paltry dirham a dinar. Give it us. And Al-Hajjaj was abashed at this. Then he carried her to the palace of the Commander of the Faithful, and she went into him and became his favourite. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 683rd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that men also tell a tale anent Khuzaymah bin Bishr and Ikrimah al-Fayyaz. FN number 99. There lived once, in the days of the Caliph Sulayman bin Abd al-Malik FN number 100, a man of the Banu Asad, by name Khuzaymah bin Bishr, who was famed for bounty and abundant wealth and excellence and righteous dealing with his brethren. He continued thus till times grew straight with him, and he became in need of the aid of those Muslim brethren on whom he had lavished favor and kindness. So they succored him a while and then grew weary of him, which when he saw, he went in to his wife, who was the daughter of his father's brother, and said to her, "O my cousin, I find a change in my brethren, wherefore I am resolved to keep my house till death come to me." So he shut his door and abode in his home, living on that which he had by him, till it was spent and he knew not what to do. Now Ikrimah al-Rabai, surnamed al-Fayyaz, governor of Mesopotamia, FN number 101, had known him, and one day, as he sat in his audience chamber, mention was made of Khuzaymah, whereupon quoth Ikrimah, "How is it with him?" And quoth they, "He is in a plight past telling, and hath shut his door and keepeth the house." Ikrimah rejoined, "This cometh but of his excessive generosity, but how is it that Khuzaymah bin Bishr findeth nor comfort nor quarter?" And they replied, "He hath found naught of this." So when it was night, Ikrimah took 4,000 dinars and laid them in one purse, then, bidding saddle his beast, he mounted and rode privily to Khuzaymah's house, attended only by one of his pages, carrying the money. When he came to the door, he alighted and taking the purse from the page made him withdraw far off, after which he went up to the door and knocked. Khuzaymah came out to him, and he gave him the purse, saying, "Better thy case herewith." He took it and finding it heavy put it from his hand and laying hold of the bridle of Ikrimah's horse, asked, "Who art thou? My soul be thy ransom." Answered Ikrimah, "O man, I come not to thee at a time like this desiring that thou shouldst know me." Khuzaymah rejoined, "I will not let thee go till thou make thyself known to me." Whereupon Ikrimah said, "I am Hajjabir Hatharat al-Kiram. FN number 102, quoth Khuzaymah, "Tell me more." But Ikrimah cried, "No," and fared forth, whilst Khuzaymah went in to his cousin and said to her, "Rejoice, for Allah hath sent us speedy relief and wealth. If these be but dirhams, yet are they many. Arise and light the lamp." She said, "I have not wherewithal to light it." So he spent the night handling the coins and felt by their roughness that they were dinars, but could not credit it. Meanwhile Ikrimah returned to his own house and found that his wife had missed him and asked for him, and when they told her of his riding forth, she misdoubted of him, and said to him, "Verily the Wali of Al-Jazira rideth not abroad after such an hour of the night, unattended and secretly, save to a wife or a mistress." He answered, "Allah knoweth that I went not forth to either of these. Tell me then wherefore thou wentest forth." "I went not forth at this hour save that none should know it." "I must needs be told. Wilt thou keep the matter secret, if I tell thee?" "Yes." So he told her the state of the case, adding, "Wilt thou have me swear to thee?" Answered she, "No, no, my heart is set at ease and trusteth in that which thou hast told me." As for Khuzaymah, soon as it was day he made his peace with his creditors and set his affairs in order, after which he got him ready and set out for the court of Sulayman bin Abd al-Malik, who was then sojourning in Palestine. FN number 103. When he came to the royal gate, he sought admission of the chamberlain, who went in and told the caliph of his presence. Now he was renowned for his beneficence and Sulayman knew of him, so he bade admit him. When he entered, he saluted the caliph after the usual fashion of saluting FN number 104, and the king asked, "O Khuzaymah, what hath kept thee so long from us?" Answered he, "Evil case," and quoth the caliph, "What hindered thee from having recourse to us?" Quoth he, "My infirmity, O commander of the faithful." "And why," said Sulayman, "comest thou to us now?" Khuzaymah replied, "Know, O commander of the faithful, that I was sitting one night late in my house, when a man knocked at the door and did thus and thus, And he went on to tell him of all that had passed between Ikrimah and himself from first to last. Sulayman asked, "Knowest thou the man?" And Khuzaymah answered, "No, O Commander of the Faithful, he was reserved FN number 105, and would say naught save, I am Jabir Hafarat al-Kiram." When Sulayman heard this, his heart burned within him for anxiety to discover the man, and he said, "If we knew him, truly we would requite him for his generosity." Then he bound for Khuzaymah a banner FN number 106, and made him governor of Mesopotamia, in the stead of Ikrimah al-Fayyaz, and he set out for Al-Jazira. When he drew near the city, Ikrimah and the people of the place came forth to meet him, and they saluted each other and went on into the town, where Khuzaymah took up his lodging in the government house and bade take security for Ikrimah and that he should be called to account. FN number 107. So an account was taken against him, and he was found to be in default for much money, whereupon Khuzaymah required of him payment, but he said, "I have no means of paying aught." Quoth Khuzaymah, "It must be paid," and quoth Ikrimah, "I have it not, do what thou hast to do." So Khuzaymah ordered him to jail. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 684th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Khuzaymah, having ordered the imprisonment of Ikrimah al-Fayyaz, sent to him again to demand payment of the debt, but he replied, I am not of those who preserve their wealth at the expense of their honor. Do what thou wilt." Then Khuzaymah bade load him with irons and kept him in imprisonment for more, till confinement began to tell upon him and he became wasted. After this, tidings of his plight travelled to the daughter of his uncle, who was troubled with sore concern thereat, and, sending for a freedwoman of hers, a woman of abundant judgment and experience, said to her, "Go forthwith to the Emir Khuzaymah's gate and say, I have a counsel for the Emir. If they ask what it is, add, I will not tell it save to himself, and when thou enterest to him, beg to see him in private, and when private ask him, what be this deed thou hast done? Hath Jabir Atharat al-Kiram deserved of thee no better reward than to be cast into strait prison and hard bond of irons?" The woman did as she was bid, and when Khuzaymah heard her words, he cried out at the top of his voice, saying, "Alas, the baseness of it! Was it indeed he?" And she answered, "Yes." Then he bade saddle his beast forthwith and, summoning the honourable men of the city, repaired with them to the prison, and opening the door, went in with them to Ikrimah, whom they found sitting in evil case, worn out and wasted with blows and misery. When he looked at Khuzaymah, he was abashed and hung his head, but the other bent down to him and kissed his face, whereupon he raised his head and asked, "What maketh thee do this?" Answered Khuzaymah, "The generosity of thy dealing and the vileness of my requital." And Ikrimah said, "Allah pardon us and thee." Then Khuzaymah commanded the jailer to strike off Ikrimah's fetters and clap them on his own feet, but Ikrimah said, "What is this thou wilt do?" Quoth the other, "I have a mind to suffer what thou hast suffered." Quoth Ikrimah, "I conjure thee by Allah, do not so." Then they went out together and returned to Khuzaymah's house, where Ikrimah would have farewelled him and wended his way, but he forbade him, and Ikrimah said, "What is thy will of me?" Replied Khuzaymah, "I wish to change thy case, for my shame before the daughter of thine uncle is yet greater than my shame before thee." So he bade clear the bath, and entering with Ikrimah, served him the in person, and when they went forth he bestowed on him a splendid robe of honor and mounted him and gave him much money. Then he carried him to his house and asked his leave to make his excuses to his wife and obtained her pardon. After this he besought him to accompany him to the Caliph, who was then abiding at Ramla FN number 108, and he agreed. So they journeyed thither, and when they reached the royal quarters the chamberlain went in and acquainted the Caliph Sulayman bin Abd al-Malik with Khuzaymah's arrival, whereat he was troubled and said, "What? Is the governor of Mesopotamia come without our command?" This can be only on some grave occasion. Then he bade admit him and said, before saluting him, What is behind thee, O Guzaima? Replied he, Good, O Commander of the Faithful. Asked Sulayman, What bringeth thee? And he answered, saying, I have discovered Jabir Hatharat al-Kiram and thought to gladden thee with him, knowing thine excessive desire to know him and thy longing to see him. Who is he? Quoth the Caliph, and quoth Guzaima, He is Ikrimah al-Fayyaz. So Sulayman called for Ikrimah, who approached and saluted him as Caliph, and the king welcomed him and making him draw near his sitting place, said to him, O Ikrimah, thy good deed to him hath brought thee naught but evil, adding, Now write down in a note thy needs each and every, and that which thou desirest. He did so, and the Caliph commanded to do all that he required, and that forthwith. Moreover, he gave him 10,000 dinars more than he asked for, and 20 chests of clothes over and above that he sought, and calling for a spear, bound him at Banner and made him governor over Armenia and Azerbaijan, FN number 109, and Mesopotamia, saying, Qusayma's case is in thy hands, and thou wilt continue him in his office, and if thou wilt, degrade him. And Ikrimah said, Nay, but I restore him to his office, O Commander of the Faithful. Then they went out from him and ceased not to be governors under Sulayman bin Abd al-Malik all the days of his caliphate. And they also tell a tale of Yunus the scribe and the Caliph Walid bin Sal. There lived in the reign of the Caliph Hisham, FN number 110, son of Abd al-Malik, a man called Yunus the scribe, well known to the general, and he set out one day on a journey to Damascus, having with him a slave girl of surpassing beauty and loveliness, whom he had taught all that was needful to her, and whose price was 100,000 dirhams. When they drew near to Damascus, the caravan halted by the side of a lake, and Yunus went down to a quiet place with his damsel, and took out some little he had with him and a leather bottle of wine. As he sat at meat, behold, came up a young man of goodly favour and dignified presence, mounted on a sorrel horse and followed by 2 eunuchs, and said to him, Wilt thou accept me to guest? Yes, replied Yunus. So the stranger lighted and said, Give me to drink of thy wine. Yunus gave him to drink, and he said, If it please thee, sing us a song. So Yunus sang this couplet extempore. She joineth charms were never seen conjoined in mortal dress, and for her love she makes me love my tears and wakefulness. At which the stranger rejoiced with exceeding joy, and Yunus gave him to drink again and again, till the wine got the better of him, and he said, Bid thy slave girl sing. So she improvised this couplet. Ahuri, by whose charms my heart is moved to sore distress, nor wand of tree nor sun nor moon her rivals I confess. The stranger was overjoyed with this, and they sat drinking till nightfall, when they prayed the evening prayer, and the youth said to Yunus, What bringeth thee to our city? He replied, Quest of wherewithal to pay my debts and better my case. Quoth the other, Wilt thou sell me this slave girl for 30,000 dirhams? Whereto quoth Yunus, I must have more than that. He asked, Will 40,000 content thee? But Yunus answered, That would only settle my debts, and I should remain empty-handed. Rejoined the stranger, We will take her of thee 50,000 dirhams, FN number 111, and give thee a suit of clothes to boot and the expenses of thy journey, and make thee a sharer in my condition as long as thou livest. Cried Yunus, I sell her to thee on these terms. Then said the young man, Wilt thou trust me to bring thee the money tomorrow and let me take her with me, or shall she abide with thee till I pay down her price? Whereto a whine and shame and awe of the stranger led Yunus to reply, I will trust thee, take her and Allah bless thee in her. Whereupon the visitor bade one of his pages sit her before him on his beast, and mounting his own horse, farewelled of Yunus and rode away out of sight. Hardly had he left him, when the seller bethought himself and knew that he had erred in selling her, and said to himself, What have I done? I have delivered my slave girl to a man with whom I am unacquainted, neither know I who he is, and grant that I were acquainted with him, how am I to get at him? So he abode in thought till the morning, when he prayed the dawn prayers, and his companions entered Damascus, whilst he sat, perplexed and wotting not what to do, till the sun scorched him, and it irked him to abide there. He thought to enter the city, but said in his mind, if I enter Damascus, I cannot be sure but that the messenger will come and find me not, in which case I shall have sinned against myself the second sin. Accordingly he sat down in the shade of a wall that was there, and towards the wane of day, up came one of the eunuchs whom he had seen with the young man, whereat great joy possessed Eunice, and he said in himself, I know not that aught hath ever given me more delight than the sight of this castrato. When the eunuch reached him, he said to him, O my lord, we have kept thee long waiting. But Eunice disclosed nothing to him of the torments of anxiety he had suffered. Then quoth the castrato, Knowest thou the man who bought the girl of thee? And quoth Eunice, No, to which the other rejoined, 'Twas Walid bin Sal, FN number 112, the heir apparent. And Eunice was silent. Then said the eunuch, Ride, and made him mount a horse he had with him, and they rode till they came to a mansion, where they dismounted and entered. Here Eunice found the damsel, who sprang up at his sight and saluted him. He asked her how she had fared with him who had bought her, and she answered, He lodged me in this apartment and ordered me all I needed. Then he sat with her a while, till suddenly one of the servants of the house owner came in and bade him rise and follow him. So he followed the man into the presence of his master, and found him yesternight's guest, whom he saw seated on his couch, and who said to him, Who art thou? I am Eunice the scribe. Welcome to thee, O Eunice. By Allah, I have long wished to look on thee, for I have heard of thy report. How didst thou pass the night? Well, may Almighty Allah advance thee. Peradventure thou repentedest thee of that thou didst yesterday, and saidst to thyself, I have delivered my slave girl to a man with whom I am not acquainted, neither know I his name nor whence he cometh. Allah forbid, O Emir, that I should repent over her. Had I made gift of her to the prince, she were the least of the gifts that are given unto him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 685th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Eunice the scribe said to Walid, Allah forbid I should repent over her. Had I made gift of her to the prince, she were the least of gifts that are given to him, nor indeed is she worthy of his rank. Walid rejoined, By Allah, but I repented me of having carried her away from thee, and said to myself, This man is a stranger and knoweth me not, and I have taken him by surprise and acted inconsiderately by him, in my haste to take the damsel. Dost thou recall what passed between us? Quoth Eunice, Yes. And quoth Walid, Dost thou sell this damsel to me for 50,000 dirhams? And Eunice said, I do. Then the prince called to one of his servants to bring him 50,000 dirhams and 1,500 dinars to boot, and gave them all to Eunice, saying, Take the slave's price, the 1,000 dinars after thy fair opinion of us, and the 500 after thy viaticum, and for what represent thou shalt buy for thy people. Art thou content? I am content, answered Eunice, and kissed his hands, saying, By Allah, thou hast filled my eyes and my hands and my heart. Quoth Walid, By Allah, I have as yet had no privacy of her, nor have I taken my fill of her singing. Bring her to me. So she came, and he bade her sit, then said to her, Sing. And she sang these verses. O thou who dost comprise all beauty's boons, O sweet of nature, fain of coquetry, in Turks and Arabs many beauties dwell, but, O my fawn, in none thy charms I see. Turn to thy lover, O my fair, and keep thy word, though but in visioned fantasy. Shame and disgrace are lawful for thy sake, and wakeful nights fulfill with joy and glee. I'm not the first for thee who fared distraught, slain by thy love how many a many be. I am content with thee for worldly share dearer than life, and good art thou to me. When he heard this, he was delighted exceedingly and praised Eunice for his excellent teaching of her and her fair education. Then he bade his servants bring him a roadster with saddle and housings for his riding, and a mule to carry his gear, and said to him, O Eunice, when it shall reach thee that command hath come to me, do thou join me, and, by Allah, I will fill thy hands with good and advance thee to honour and make thee rich as long as thou livest. So Eunice said, I took his goods and went my ways, and when Walid succeeded to the caliphate, I repaired to him, and by Allah, he kept his promise and entreated me with high honour and munificence. Then I abode with him in all content of case and rise of rank, and mine affairs prospered, and my wealth increased, and goods and farms became mine, such as sufficed me and will suffice my heirs after me, nor did I cease to abide with Walid, till he was slain, the mercy of Almighty Allah be on him. And men tell a tale concerning Harun al-Rashid and the Arab girl. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was walking one day with Ja'far the Barmecide, when he espied a company of girls drawing water and went up to them, having a mind to drink. As he drew near, one of them turned to her fellows and improvised these lines. Thy phantom bid thou fleet, and fly far from the couch whereon I lie, so I may rest and quench the fire, bonfire in bones I flaming high. My love-sick form love's restless palm rolls o'er the rug whereon I sigh. How 'tis with me thou wottest well how long, then, union wilt deny. The Caliph marvelled at her elegance and eloquence. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 686th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph, hearing the girl's verses, marvelled at her elegance and eloquence, and said to her, O daughter of nobles, are these thine own or a quotation? Replied she, They are my very own. And he rejoined, And thou say sooth, keep the sense and change the rhyme. So she said, Bid thou thy phantom distance keep, and quit this couch the while I sleep, so I may rest and quench the flames through all my body rageful griep, in love-sick one, whom passion's palms roll o'er the bed where grief I weep. How 'tis with me thou wottest well, all but thy union hold I cheap. Quoth the Caliph, This also is stolen, and quoth she, Nay, 'tis my very own. He said, If it be indeed thine own, change the rhyme again and keep the sense. So she recited the following. And to thy phantom deal behest to shun my couch the while I rest, so I repose and quench the fire that burns what layeth in my breast. My weary form love's restless palm rolls o'er with boon of the sleep unblest. How 'tis with me thou wottest well when union's bought 'tis haply best. Quoth al-Rashid, This too is stolen, and quoth she, Not so, 'tis mine. He said, If thy words be true, change the rhyme once more. And she recited, Drive off the ghost that ever shows beside my couch when I'd repose, so I may rest and quench the fire beneath my ribs ere flames and glows in love-sick one, whom passion's palms roll o'er the couch where weeping flows. How 'tis with me thou wottest well, will union come as union goes. Then said the Caliph, Of what part of this camp art thou? And she replied, Of its middle indwelling and of its highest intent poles. FN number 113, wherefore he knew that she was the daughter of the tribal chief. And thou, quoth she, Of what art thou among the guardians of the horses? And quoth he, Of the highest in tree and of the ripest in fruit. Allah protect thee, O Commander of the Faithful, said she, and kissing ground called down blessings on him. Then she went away with the maidens of the Arabs, and the Caliph said to Ja'far, There is no help for it but I take her to wife. So Ja'far repaired to her father and said to him, The Commander of the Faithful hath a mind to thy daughter. He replied, With love and goodwill, she is a gift as a handmaid to His Highness our Lord the Commander of the Faithful. So he equipped her and carried her to the Caliph, who took her to wife and went into her, and she became of the dearest of his women to him. Furthermore, he bestowed on her father largesse such as succored him among Arabs, till he was transported to the mercy of Almighty Allah. The Caliph, hearing of his death, went into her greatly troubled, and, when she saw him looking afflicted, she entered her chamber and doffing all that was upon her of rich raiment, donned mourning apparel and raised lament for her father. It was said to her, "What is the reason of this?" And she replied, "My father is dead." So they repaired to the Caliph and told him, and he rose and going into her, asked her who had informed her of her father's death, and she answered, "It was thy face, O Commander of the Faithful." Said he, "How so?" And she said, "Since I have been with thee, I never saw thee on such wise till this time, and there was none for whom I feared save my father, by reason of his great age, but may thy head live, O Commander of the Faithful." The Caliph's eyes filled with tears and he condoled with her, but she ceased not to mourn for her father, till she followed him, Allah have mercy on the twain. And a tale is also told of Al-Asma and the three girls of Basora. The Commander of the Faithful Harun al-Rashid was exceeding restless one night and rising from his bed, paced from chamber to chamber, but could not compose himself to sleep. As soon as it was day, he said, "Fetch me Al-Asma, FN number 114. So the eunuch went out and told the doorkeepers. These sent for the poet, and when he came, informed the Caliph, who bade admit him and said to him, "O Asma, I wish thee to tell me the best thou hast heard of stories of women and their verses." Answered Al-Asma, hearkening and obedience, "I have heard great store of women's verses, but none pleased me save 3 sets of couplets I once heard from 3 girls." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 687th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Al-Asma said to the Prince of True Believers, Verily I have heard much, but nothing pleased me save 3 sets of couplets improvised by as many girls." Quoth the Caliph, "Tell me of them," and quoth he, "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, that I once abode in Basora, and one day, as I was walking, the heat was sore upon me and I sought for a siesta place but found none. However, by looking right and left I came upon a porch swept and sprinkled, at the upper end whereof was a wooden bench under an open lattice window, whence exhaled a scent of musk. I entered the porch and sitting down on the bench, would have stretched me at full length when I heard from within a girl's sweet voice talking and saying, "O my sisters, we are here seated to spend our day in friendly converse, so come, let us each put down 100 dinars and recite a line of verse, and whoso extemporizeth the goodliest and sweetest line, the 300 dinars shall be hers." "With love and gladness," said the others, and the eldest recited the first couplet, which is this: "Would he come to my bed during sleep, 'twere delight, but a visit on wake were delights my sight." Quoth the second, "Naught came to salute me in sleep save his shade, but welcome, fair welcome, I cried to the sprite." Then said the youngest, "My soul and my folk I engage for the youth musk-scented I see in my bed every night." Quoth I, "And she be fair as her verse hath grace, the thing is complete in every case." Then I came down from my bench FN number 115, and was about to go away, when behold, the door opened and out came a slave girl, who said to me, "Sit, O Sheikh." So I climbed up and sat down again, when she gave me a scroll, wherein was written, in characters of the utmost beauty, with straight alifs, FN number 116, big-bellied has, and round it was, the following: "We would have the Sheikh, Allah lengthen his days, to know that we are 3 maidens, sisters, sitting in friendly converse, who have laid down each 100 dinars, conditioning that whoso recite the goodliest and sweetest couplet shall have the whole 300 dinars, and we appoint the umpire between us, so decide as thou seest best, and the peace be on thee." Quoth I to the girl, "Here to me in case and paper." So she went in and, returning after a little, brought me a silver ink case and gilded Ben's FN number 117, with which I wrote these couplets. They talked of three beauties whose converse was quite like the talk of a man with experienced sight, three maidens who borrowed the bloom of the dawn, making hearts of their lovers in sorriest plight. They were hidden from eyes of the prior and spy who slept, and their modesty mote not affright. So they opened whatever lay hid in their hearts, and in frolicsome fun began verse to indite. Quoth one fair coquette with her amorous grace, whose teeth for the sweet of her speech flashed bright, would he come to my bed during sleep, twere delight, but a visit on wake were delightsome sight. When she ended, her verse by her smiling was gilt. Then the second gan singing, as nightingale might, naught came to salute me in sleep save his shade, but welcome, fair welcome, I cried to the sprite. But the third I preferred, for she said in reply, with expression most apposite, exquisite, my soul and my folk I engage for the youth musk-scented I see in my bed every night. So when I considered their words to decide, and not make me the mock of the cynical wight, I pronounced for the youngest, declaring her verse of all verses be that which is nearest the right. Then I gave scroll to the slave girl, who went up Satyrs with it, and behold, I heard a noise of dancing and clapping of hands and say stir. Quoth I to myself, 'tis no time of me to stay here. So I came down from the platform and was about to go away, when the damsel cried out to me, sit down, O Asma'i. Asked I, who gave thee to know that I was Al-Asma'i? And she answered, O Sheikh, and thy name be unknown to us, thy poetry is not. So I sat down again, and suddenly the door opened, and out came the first damsel, with a dish of fruits and another of sweetmeats. I ate of both and praised their fashion, and would have ganged my gait, but she cried out, sit down, O Asma'i. Wherewith I raised my eyes to her and saw and the rosy palm in a saffron sleeve, meseemed it was the full moon rising splendid in the cloudy east. Then she threw me a purse containing 300 dinars and said to me, this is mine, and I give it to thee by way of doucering requital of thy judgment. Quoth the Caliph, why didst thou decide for the youngest? And quoth Al-Asma'i, O Commander of the Faithful, whose life Allah prolong. The eldest said, I should delight in him, if he visited my couch in sleep. Now this is restricted and dependent upon a condition which may be full or may not be full, whilst, for the second, an image of dreams came to her in sleep, and she saluted it, but the youngest's couplet said that she actually lay with her lover and smelt his breath sweeter than musk, and she engaged her soul and her folk for him, which she had not done, were he not dearer to her than her sprite. Said the Caliph, thou didst well, O Asma'i, and gave him other 300 ducats in payment of his story. And I have heard a tale concerning Ibrahim of Mosul and the devil. FN number 118. Quoth Abu Ishaq Ibrahim al-Mawzili: I asked Al-Rashid once to give me a day's leave that I might be private with the people of my household and my brethren, and he gave me leave for Saturday, the Sabbath. So I went home and betook myself to making ready meat and drink and other necessaries, and bade the doorkeepers shut the doors and let none come into me. However, presently, as I sat in my sitting chamber, with my women who were looking after my wants, behold, there appeared an old man of comely and reverend aspect, FN number 119. Clad in white clothes and a shirt of fine stuff, with a doctor's turban on his head and a silver-handled staff in his hand, and the house and portware full of the perfumes wherewith he was scented. I was greatly vexed at his coming into me, and thought to turn away the doorkeepers, but he saluted me after the goodliest fashion, and I returned his greeting and bade him be seated. So he sat down and began entertaining me with stories of the Arabs and their verses, till my anger left me, and methought my servants had thought to pleasure me by admitting a man of such good breeding and fine culture. Then I asked him, art thou for meat? And he answered, I have no need of it. And for drink? Quoth I, and quoth he, that is as thou wilt. So I drank off a pint of wine and poured him out the like. Then said he, O Abishak, wilt thou sing us somewhat, so we may hear of thy knot that wherein thou excellest high and low? His words angered me, but I swallowed my anger and taking the lute played and sang. Well done, O Abishak. FN number 120, said he, whereat my wrath redoubled and I said to myself, is it not enough that he should intrude upon me, without my leave, and importune me thus, but he must call me by name, as though he knew not the right way to address me? Quoth he, and thou wilt sing something more, we will requite thee. I dissembled my annoyance and took the lute and sang again, taking pains with what I sang and rising thereto altogether, in consideration of his saying, we will requite thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 688th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sheikh said to Abishak, if thou wilt sing something more we will requite thee, I dissembled my annoyance, continued Ibrahim, and, taking the lute, sang again with great attention to my singing and rising altogether thereto, in consideration of his saying, we will requite thee. He was delighted, and cried, well done, O my lord, presently adding, dost thou give me leave to sing? As thou wilt, answered I, deeming him weak of wit, in that he should think to sing in my presence, after that which he had heard from me. So he took the lute and swept the strings, and by Allah, I fancied they spoke in Arabic tongue, with a sweet and liquid and murmurous voice. Then he began and sang these couplets. I bear a hurt heart, who will sell me for this a heart whole and free from all canker and smart? Nay, none will consent or to barter or by such loss, ne'er from sorrow and sickness to part. I groan with the groaning of wine-wounded men and pine for the pining ne'er freeth my heart. And by Allah, meseemed the doors and the walls and all that was in the house answered and sang with him, for the beauty of his voice, so that I fancied my very limbs and clothes replied to him, and I abode amazed and unable to speak or move, for the trouble of my heart. Then he sang these couplets. Culvers of Liwa. FN number 121, to your nests return, your mournful voices thrill this heart of mine. Then back a copse they flew, and well nigh took my life and made me tell my secret pine. With cooing call they one who's gone, as though their breasts were maddened with the rage of wine. Ne'er did mine eyes their like for culvers see, who weep yet teardrops never dye their ear. And also these couplets. O Zephyr of Najd, when from Najd thou blow, thy breathings heap only new woe on woe. The turtle bespake me in bloom of morn from the cassia twig, and the willow bough she moaned with the moaning of love-sick youth, and exposed love's secret I ne'er would show. They say lover wearies of love when near, and is cured of love and afar he go. I tried either cure which ne'er cured my love, but that nearness is better than farness I know. FN number 122. Yet, the nearness of love shall no vantage prove, and whoso thou lovest deny thee of love. Then said he, O Ibrahim, sing this song after me, and preserving the mode thereof in thy singing, teach it to thy slave girls. Quoth I, repeat it to me. But he answered, there needs no repetition, thou hast it by heart, nor is there more to learn. Then he suddenly vanished from my sight. At this I was amazed, and running to my sword drew it and made for the door of the harem, but found it closed, and said to the women, what have ye heard? Quoth they, we have heard the sweetest of singing and the goodliest. Then I went forth amazed, to the house door and, finding it locked, questioned the doorkeepers of the old man. They replied, what old man? By Allah, no one hath gone into thee this day. So I returned pondering the matter, when, behold, there rose from one of the corners of the house, a vox set praeternail, saying, O Abishak, no harm shall befall thee. 'Tis I, Abu Murrah, FN number 123, who have been thy cup companion this day, so fear nothing. Then I mounted and rode to the palace, where I told Al-Rashid what had passed, and he said, repeat to me the airs thou heardest from him. So I took the lute and played and sang them to him, for, behold, they were rooted in my heart. The Caliph was charmed with them and drank thereto, albeit he was no confirmed wine-bibber, saying, would he would some day pleasure us with his company, as he hath pleasured thee. FN number 124. Then he ordered me a present and I took it and went away. And men relate this story anent. The lovers of the Banu Ura. FN number 125. Quoth Masrur eunuch, the Caliph Harun al-Rashid was very wakeful one night and said to me, see which of the poets is at the door tonight. So I went out and finding Jamil bin Mamar al-Uzri FN number 126, in the antechamber, said to him, answer the commander of the faithful. Quoth he, I hear and I obey, and going in with me, saluted the Caliph, who returned his greeting and bade him sit down. Then he said to him, O Jamil, hast thou any of thy wonderful new stories to tell us? He replied, yes, O Commander of the Faithful, wouldst thou fainer hear that which I have seen with mine eyes or that which I have only heard? Quoth the Caliph, tell me something thou hast actually beheld. Quoth Jamil, 'tis well, O Prince of True Believers, incline thy heart to me and lend me thine ears. The Caliph took a bolster of red brocade, purfled with gold and stuffed with ostrich feathers and, laying it under his thighs, propped up both elbows thereon. Then he said to Jamil, now FN number 127, for thy tale, O Jamil. Thereupon he began, know, O Commander of the Faithful, that I was once desperately enamored of a certain girl and used to pay her frequent visits. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 689th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Caliph had propped his elbows upon the brocaded cushion, he said, out with thy tale, O Jamil. And the poet began, no, O Commander of the Faithful, I was desperately in love with a girl and used often to visit her, because she was my desire and delight of all the things of this world. After a while, her people removed with her, by reason of scarcity of pasture, and I abode some time without seeing her, till I grew restless for desire and longed for her sight. And the flesh FN number 128, urged me to journey to her. One night, I could hold out no longer, so I rose and saddling my she-camel, bound on my turban and donned my oldest dress. FN number 129, then I baldricked myself with my sword and slinging my spear behind me, mounted and rode forth in quest of her. I fared on fast till, one night, it was pitch dark and exceeding black, yet I persisted in the hard task of climbing down wadis and up hills, hearing on all sides the roaring of lions and howling of wolves and the cries of the wild beasts. My reason was troubled thereat and my heart sank within me, but for all that my tongue ceased not to call on the name of Almighty Allah. As I went along thus, sleep overtook me and the camel carried me aside out of my road, till, presently, something FN number 130, smote me on the head, and I woke, startled and alarmed, and found myself in a pasturage full of trees and streams and birds on the branches, wobbling their various speech and notes. As the trees were tangled I alighted and, taking my camel's halter in hand, fared on softly with her, till I got clear of the thick growth and came out into the open country, where I adjusted her saddle and mounted again, knowing not where to go nor whither the fates should lead me. But, presently, veering far into the desert, I espied a fire in its middle depth. So I smote my camel and made for the fire. When I drew near, I saw a tent pitched, and fronted by a spear stuck in the ground, with a pennon flying FN number 131, and horses tethered and camels feeding, and said in myself, doubtless the hand some grave matter by this tent, for I see none other than it in the desert. So I went up thereto and said, peace be with you, O people of the tent, and the mercy of Allah and his blessing. Whereupon there came forth to me a young man as youths are when 19 years old, who was like the full moon shining in the east, with valour written between his eyes, and answered, saying, And with thee be the peace, and Allah's mercy and his blessing. O brother of the Arabs, methinks thou hast lost thy way? Replied I, Even so, direct me right, Allah have mercy on thee. He rejoined, O brother of the Arabs, of a truth this island is infested with lions, and the night is exceeding dark and dreary, beyond measure cold and gloomy, and I fear lest the wild beasts rend thee in pieces. Wherefore do thou alight and abide with me this night in ease and comfort, and tomorrow I will put thee in the right way. Accordingly, I dismounted and hobbled my she-camel with the end of her halter, FN number 132. Then I put off my heavy upper clothes and sat down. Presently the young man took a sheep and slaughtered it and kindled a brisk fire, after which he went into the tent and bringing out finely powdered salt and spices, fell to cutting off pieces of mutton and roasting them over the fire and feeding me therewith, weeping at one while and sighing at another. Then he groaned heavily and wept sore and improvised these couplets. There remains to him naught save a flitting breath and an eye whose babe ever wandereth. There remains not a joint in his limbs, but what disease firm fixed ever tortureth. His tears are flowing, his vitals burning, yet for all his tongue still he silenceth. Oathman in pity beweep his woes, of a freak whom the foeman pitieth. By this I knew, O Commander of the Faithful, that the youth was a distracted lover, for none knoweth passion save he who hath tasted the passion savour, and quoth I to myself, shall I ask him? But I consulted my judgment and said, how shall I assail him with questioning, and I in his abode? So I restrained myself and ate my sufficiency of the meat. When we had made an end of eating, the young man arose and entering the tent, brought out a handsome basin and ewer and a silken napkin, whose ends were purfled with red gold and a sprinkling bottle full of rose water mingled with musk. I marvelled at his dainty delicate ways and said in my mind, never wot I of delicacy in the desert. Then we washed our hands and talked a while, after which he went into the tent and making a partition between himself and me with a piece of red brocade, said to me, Enter, O chief of the Arabs, and take thy rest, for thou hast suffered more of toil and travel than thriseth this night and in this thy journey. So I entered, and finding a bed of green brocade, doffed my dress and passed a night such as I had never passed in my life. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 690th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jamil spoke, saying, Never in my life passed I a night like that. I pondered the young man's case, till the world was dark and all eyes slept, when I was aroused by the sound of a low voice. Never heard I a softer or sweeter. I raised the curtain which hung between us and saw a damsel. Never beheld I a fairer of face, by the young man's side, and they were both weeping and complaining, one to other, of the pangs of passion and desire and of the excess of their longing for union. FN number 133, quoth I, By Allah, I wonder who may be this second one. When I entered this tent, there was none therein save this young man. And after reflection I added, Doubtless this damsel is of the daughters of the jinn and is enamoured of this youth, so they have secluded themselves with each other in this solitary place. Then I considered her closely, and behold, she was a mortal and an Arab girl, whose face, when she unveiled, shamed the shining sun, and the tent was lit up by the light of her countenance. When I was assured that she was his beloved, I bethought me of love or jealousy, so I let drop the curtain and covering my face, fell asleep. As soon as it was dawn I rose and donning my clothes, made the wuzu ablution and prayed such prayers as are obligatory and which I had deferred. Then I said, O brother of the Arabs, wilt thou direct me into the right road and thus add to thy favours? He replied, At thy leisure, O chief of the Arabs, the term of the guest rite is 3 days. FN number 134, and I am not one to let thee go before that time. So I abode with him 3 days, and on the 4th day as we sat talking, I asked him of his name and lineage. Quoth he, as for my lineage, I am of the Banu Adra, my name is such an one, son of such an one, and my father's brother is called such an one. And behold, O Commander of the Faithful, he was the son of my paternal uncle and of the noblest house of the Banu Ura. Said I, O my cousin, what moved thee to act on this wise, secluding thyself in the waste and leaving thy fair estate and that of thy father and thy slaves and handmaids? When he heard my words, his eyes filled with tears, and he replied, Know, O my cousin, that I fell madly in love of the daughter of my father's brother, fascinated by her, distracted for her, passion-possessed as by a jinn, wholly unable to let her out of my sight. So I sought her in marriage of her sire, but he refused and married her to a man of the Banu Adra, who went into her and carried her to his abiding place this last year. When she was thus far removed from me and I was prevented from looking on her, the fiery pangs of passion and excess of love, longing and desire drove me to forsake my clan FN number 135, and friends and fortune, and take up my abode in this desert, where I have grown used to my solitude. I asked, Where are their dwellings? And he answered, They are hard by, on the crest of yonder hill, and every night, at the dead time, when all eyes sleep, she stealeth secretly out of the camp, unseen of any one, and I satisfy my desire of her converse and she of mine. FN number 136. So I abide thus, solacing myself with her a part of the night, till Allah work out that which is to be wrought. Either I shall compass my desire, in spite FN number 137, of the envious, or Allah will determine for me, and he is the best of determinators. Now when the youth told me his case, O Commander of the Faithful, I was concerned for him and perplexed by reason of my jealousy for his honor. So I said to him, O son of my uncle, wilt thou that I point out to thee a plan and suggest to thee a project, whereby, please Allah, thou shalt find perfect welfare and the way of right and successful issue, whereby the Almighty shall do away from thee that thou dreadest? He replied, Say on, O my cousin, and quoth I, When it is night and the girl cometh, set her on my she-camel which is swift of pace, and mount thou thy steed, whilst I bestride one of these dromedaries. So will we fare on all night, and when the morrow morns, we shall have traversed walls and wastes, and thou wilt have attained thy desire and won the beloved of thy heart. The Almighty's earth is wide, and by Allah, I will back thee with heart and wealth and sword. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 691st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Jamil advised the elopement and night journey, promising his aid as long as he lived, the youth accepted and said, O cousin, wait till I take counsel with her, for she is quick-witted and prudent and hath insight into affairs. So, continued Jamil, when the night darkened and the hour of her coming arrived, and he awaiting her at the appointed tide, she delayed beyond her usual time, and I saw him go forth the door of the tent and opening his mouth, inhale the wafts of breeze that blew from her quarter, as if to snuff her perfume, and he repeated these 2 couplets: Breeze of east, who bringest me gentle air from the place of sojourn where dwells my fair, O breeze, of the lover thou bearest sign, canst not of her coming some signal bear? Then he entered the tent and sat weeping a while, after which he said to me, O my cousin, some mischance must have betided the daughter of mine uncle, or some accident must have hindered her from coming to me this night, presently adding, But abide where thou art, till I bring thee the news. And he took sword and shield and was absent a while of the night, after which he returned, carrying something in hand, and called aloud to me. So I hastened to him, and he said, O my cousin, knowest thou what hath happened? I replied, No, by Allah. Quoth he, Verily, I am distraught concerning my cousin this night, for, as she was coming to me, a lion met her in the way and devoured her, and there remaineth of her but what thou sayest. So saying, he threw down what he had in his hand, and behold, it was the damsel's turband and what was left of her bones. Then he wept sore and casting down his bow, FN number 138, shook a bag and went forth again, saying, Stir not hence till I return to thee, if it please Almighty Allah. He was absent a while and presently returned, bearing in his hand a lion's head, which he threw on the ground and called for water. So I brought him water, with which he washed the lion's mouth and fell to kissing it and weeping, and he mourned for her exceedingly and recited these couplets. Ho thou lion who broughtest thyself to woe, thou art slain and worse sorrows my bosom rend. Thou hast reft me of fairest companionship, made her home earth swoon till the world shall end. To time, who hath wrought me such grief, I say, Allah grant in her stead never show a friend. Then said he to me, O cousin, I conjure thee by Allah and the claims of kindred and consanguinity FN number 139, between us, keep thou my charge. Thou wilt presently see me dead before thee, whereupon do thou wash me and shroud me and these that remain of my cousin's bones in this robe and bury us both in one grave and write thereon these two couplets. On earth's surface we lived in reveries and joy by fellowship joined in one house and home. But fate with the changes departed us, and the shroud conjoins us in earth's cold womb. Then he wept with sore weeping and, entering the tent, was absent a while, after which he came forth, groaning and crying out. Then he gave one sob and departed this world. When I saw that he was indeed dead, it was grievous to me and so sore was my sorrow for him that I had well nigh followed him for excess of mourning over him. Then I led him out and did as he had enjoined me, shrouding his cousin's remains with him in one robe and laying the twain in one grave. I abode by the tomb 3 days, after which I departed and continued to pay frequent pious visits FN number 140, to the place for 2 years. This then is the story, O Commander of the Faithful. Al-Rashid was pleased with Jamil's story and rewarded him with a robe of honor and handsome present. And men also tell a tale concerning the Badawi and his wife. FN number 141. Caliph Muawiyah was sitting one day in his palace FN number 142, at Damascus, in a room whose windows were open on all 4 sides, that the breeze might enter from every quarter. Now it was a day of excessive heat, with no breeze from the hills stirring, and the middle of the day, when the heat was at its height, and the Caliph saw a man coming along, scorched by the heat of the ground and limping, as he fared on barefoot. Muawiyah considered him a while and said to his courtiers, Hath Allah, may he be extolled and exalted, created any miserabler than he who need must hie abroad at such an hour and in such sultry tide as this? Quoth one of them, Haply he seeketh the Commander of the Faithful, and quoth the Caliph, By Allah, if he seek me, I will assuredly give to him, and if he be wronged, I will certainly succor him. Ho, boy! Stand at the door, and if yonder wild Arab seek to come in to me, forbid him not therefrom. So the page went out and presently the Arab came up to him and he said, What dost thou want? Answered the other, I want the Commander of the Faithful, and the page said, Enter. So he entered and saluted the Caliph, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 692nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the page allowed him to enter, the Badawi saluted the Caliph, who said to him, Who art thou? Replied the Arab, I am a man of the Banu Tamim. FN number 143, and what bringeth thee here at this season? Asked Muawiyah, and the Arab answered, I come to thee, complaining and thy protection imploring. Against whom? Against Marwan bin al-Hakam, FN number 144, thy deputy, replied he, and began reciting. Muawiyah, FN number 145, Thou generous Lord, and best of men that be, and O, Thou Lord of learning, grace and fair humanity, Thee wards I come because my way of life is straight to me, O help. And let me not despair Thine equity to see. Deign Thou redress the wrong that dealt the tyrant whim of him who better had my life destroyed than made such wrong to dree. He robbed me of my wife Suad and proved him worst of foes, stealing mine honour mid my folk with foul iniquity, and went about to take my life before th appointed day hath dawned which shall made my lot by destiny's decree. Now when Muriel heard him recite these verses, with the fire flashing from his mouth, he said to him, Welcome and fair welcome, O brother of the Arabs. Tell me thy tale and acquaint me with thy case. Replied the Arab, O commander of the faithful, I had a wife whom I loved passing dear, with love none came near, and she was the coolth of mine eyes and the joy of my heart, and I had a herd of camels, whose produce enabled me to maintain my condition, but there came upon us a bad year which killed off hoof and horn and left me naught. When what was in my hand failed me and wealth fell from me and I lapsed into evil case, I at once became abject and a burden to those who erewhile wished to visit me, and when her father knew it, he took her from me and abjured me and drove me forth without truth. So I repaired to thy deputy, Marwan bin al-Hakam, and asked his aid. He summoned her sire and questioned him of my case, when he denied any knowledge of me. Quoth I, Al-Hussein the Emir, and it please him to send for the woman and question her of her father's saying, the truth will appear. So he sent for her and brought her, but no sooner had he set eyes on her than he fell in love with her, so, becoming my rival, he denied me succor and was wroth with me, and sent me to prison, where I became as I had fallen from heaven and the wind had cast me down in a far land. Then said Marwan to her father, Wilt thou give her to me to wife, on a present settlement of 1,000 dinars and a contingent dowry of 10,000 dirhams, FN number 146, and I will engage to free her from yonder wild Arab. Her father was seduced by the bribe and agreed to the bargain, whereupon Marwan sent for me and looking at me like an angry lion, said to me, O Arab, divorce Suad. I replied, I will not put her away. But he set on me a company of his servants, who tortured me with all manner of tortures, till I found no help for it but to divorce her. I did so, and he sent me back to prison, where I abode till the days of her purification were accomplished, when he married her and let me go. So now I come hither in thee hoping and thy succor imploring and myself on thy protection throwing. And he spoke these couplets. Within my heart is fire which ever flameth higher, within my frame are pains for skill of leech too dire. Live coals in vitals burn and sparks from coal expire, tears flood mine eyes and down coursing my cheek net tire, only God's aid and thine I crave for my desire. Then he was convulsed, FN number 147, and his teeth chattered and he fell down in a fit, squirming like a scotched snake. When Muriel heard his story and his verse, he said, Marwan bin al-Hakam hath transgressed against the laws of the faith and hath violated the harem of true believers. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 693rd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph Muriel heard the wild Arab's words, he said, The son of al-Hakam hath indeed transgressed against the laws of the faith and hath violated the harem of true believers, presently adding, O Arab, thou comest to me with a story, the like whereof I never heard. Then he called for inkcase and paper and wrote to Marwan as follows, Verily it hath reached me that thou transgresseth the laws of the faith with regard to thy lieges. Now it behoveth the wali who governeth the folk to keep his eyes from their lusts and stay his flesh from its delights. And after he wrote many words, which, quoth he who told me the tale, I omit for brevity's sake, and amongst them these couplets. Thou wast invested, woe to thee! FN number 148, with rule for the unfit, crave thou thy pardon for thy foul adultery. Th unhappy youth to us is come complaining mid his groans, and asks for redress for parting grief and sadden me through thee. An oath have I to Allah sworn shall never be forsworn, nay, for I'll do what faith and greed command me to decree. And thou dare cross me in waiter to thee I now and I tie of thy flesh assuredly will make the vulture free. Divorce Suad, equip her well, and in the hottest haste with Alcumate and Ziban's son, hight Nasr, send to me. Then he folded the letter and, sealing it with his seal, delivered it to Alcumate FN number 149, and Nasr bin Ziban, whom he was wont to employ on weighty matters, because of their trustiness, who took the missive and carried it to Al-Medina, where they went into Marwan and saluting him delivered to him the writ and told him how the case stood. He read the letter and fell a-weeping, but he went in to Suad, as 'twas not in his power to refuse obedience to the Caliph, and, acquainting her with the case, divorced her in the presence of Alcumate and Nasr, after which he equipped her and delivered her to them, together with a letter to the Caliph wherein he versified as follows. Hurry not, Prince of faithful men. With best of grace thy vow I will accomplish as 'twas vowed and with the gladdest gree. I sinned not adulterous sin when loved her I, then how canst charge me with advouters deed or any villainy? Soon comes to thee that splendid sun which hath no living peer on earth, nor aught in mortal men of jinns her like shalt see. This he sealed with his own signet and gave to the messengers who returned with Suad to Damascus and delivered to Muawiyah the letter, and when he had read it he cried, Verily, he hath obeyed handsomely, but he exceedeth in his praise of the woman. Then he called for her and saw beauty such as he had never seen, for comeliness and loveliness, stature and symmetrical grace. Moreover, he talked with her and found her fluent of speech and choice in words. Quoth he, Bring me the Arab. So they fetched the man, who came, sore disordered for shifts and changes of fortune, and Muawiyah said to him, O Arab, and thou wilt freely give her up to me, I will bestow upon thee in her stead 3 slave girls, high-bosomed maids like moons, with each 1,000 dinars, and I will assign thee on the treasury such an annual sum as shall content thee and enrich thee. When the Arab heard this, he groaned one groan and swooned away, so that Muawiyah thought he was dead, and, as soon as he revived, the Caliph said to him, What aileth thee? The Arab answered, With heavy heart and in sore need have I appealed to thee from the injustice of Marwan bin al-Hakam, but to whom shall I appeal from thine injustice? And he versified in these couplets. Make me not, Allah save the Caliph, one of the betrayed who from the fiery suns to fire must sue for help and aid. Deign thou restore Suad to this afflicted heart distraught, which every morn and eve by sorest sorrow is waylaid. Loose thou my bonds and grudge me not and give her back to me, and if thou do so ne'er thou shalt for lack of thanks upbraid. Then said he, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, wert thou to give me all the riches contained in the Caliphate, yet would I not take them without Suad. And he recited this couplet. I love Suad and unto all but hers my love is dead, each morn I feel her love to me is drink and daily bread. Quoth the Caliph, Thou confessest to having divorced her and Marwan on the like, so now we will give her free choice. And she choose other than thee, we will marry her to him, and if she choose thee, we will restore her to thee. Replied the Arab, Do so. So Muawiyah said to her, What sayest thou, O Suad? Which dost thou choose? The Commander of the Faithful, with his honor and glory and dominion and palaces and treasures and all else thou sayest at this command, or Marwan bin al-Hakam with his violence and tyranny, or this Arab, with his hunger and poverty. So she improvised these couplets. This one, whom hunger plagues, and rags enfold, dearer than tribe and kith and kin I hold, than crowned head, or deputy Marwan, or all who boast of silver coins and gold. Then said she, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I will not forsake him for the shifts of fortune or the perfidies of fate, The being between us, old companionship we may not forget, and love beyond staying let, and indeed 'tis but just that I bear with him in his adversity, even as I shared with him in prosperity. The Caliph marvelled at her wit and love and constancy and, ordering her 10,000 dirhams, delivered her to the Arab, who took his wife and went away. FN number 150, and they likewise tell a tale of the lovers of Basora. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was sleepless one night, so he sent for Allah's Mind Hussein al-Ghaliya, FN number 151, and said to them, "Tell me a story, you twain, and do thou begin, O Hussein." He said, "'Tis well, O Commander of the Faithful," and thus began, "Some years ago, I dropped downstream to Basora, to present to Muhammad bin Sulaiman al-Rabi FN number 152, a qasida or elegy I had composed in his praise, and he accepted it and bade me abide with him. One day, I went out to Al-Murbad, FN number 153, by way of Al-Muhayliya, FN number 154, and, being oppressed by the excessive heat, went up to a great door, to ask for drink, when I was suddenly aware of a damsel, as she were a branch swaying, with eyes languishing, eyebrows arched and finely penciled and smooth cheeks rounded, clad in a shift the colour of a pomegranate flower, and a mantle of anwa FN number 155, work, but the perfect whiteness of her body overcame the redness of her shift, to which glittered two breasts like twin granados and a waist, as it were a roll of fine Coptic linen, with creases like scrolls of pure white paper stuffed with musk, FN number 156. Moreover, O Prince of True Believers, round her neck was slung an amulet of red gold that fell down between her breasts, and on the plane of her forehead were brow locks like jet. FN number 157. Her eyebrows joined and her eyes were like lakes. She had an aquiline nose and thereunder shell-like lips showing teeth like pearls. Pleasantness prevailed in every part of her, but she seemed dejected, disturbed, distracted, and in the vestibule came and went, walking upon the hearts of her lovers, whilst her legs FN number 158, made mute the voices of their ankle rings, and indeed she was as saith the poet. Each portion of her charms we see seems of the whole simile. I was overawed by her, O Commander of the Faithful, and drew near her to greet her, and behold, the house and vestibule and highways breathed fragrant with musk. So I saluted her, and she returned my salam with a voice dejected and heart depressed and with the ardour of passion consumed. Then said I to her, O my lady, I am an old man and a stranger and sore troubled by thirst. Wilt thou order me a draught of water, and win reward in heaven? She cried, Away, O Sheikh, from me. I am distracted from all thought of meat and drink. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 694th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the damsel said, O Sheikh, I am distracted from all thought of meat and drink. Quoth I, continued Hussein, by what ailment, O my lady? And quoth she, I love one who dealeth not justly by me, and I desire one who of me will none. Wherefore I am afflicted with the wakefulness of those who wake stargazing. I asked, O my lady, is there on the wide expanse of earth one to whom thou hast a mind, and who to thee hath no mind? Answered she, Yes, and this for the perfection of beauty and loveliness and goodliness wherewith he is endowed. And why standeth thou in this porch? Inquired I. This is his road, replied she, and the hour of his passing by. I said, O my lady, have ye ever foregathered and had such commerce and converse as might cause this passion? At this she heaved a deep sigh, the tears rained down her cheeks, as they were dew falling upon roses, and she versified with these couplets. We were like willow boughs in garden shining, and scented joys in happiest life combining, when as one bough from other self would rend and thou saidst this for the repining. Quoth I, O maid, And what betideth thee of thy love for this man? And quoth she, I see the sun upon the walls of his folk, and I think the sun is he. Or haply I catch sight of him unexpectedly, and am confounded, and blood and the life fly my body, and I abide in unreasoning plight a week or e'en a sennight. Said I, excuse me, for I also have suffered that which is upon thee of love longing, and distraction of soul, and wasting of frame, and loss of strength, and I see in thee pallor of complexion, and emaciation, such as testify of the fever fits of desire. But how shouldst thou be unsmitten of passion, and thou a sojourner in the land of Bassora? Said she, by Allah, before I fell in love of this youth, I was perfect in beauty and loveliness and amorous grace, which ravished all the princes of Bassora, till he fell in love with me. I asked, O maid, and who parted you? And she answered, the vicissitudes of fortune, but the manner of our separation was strange, and 'twas on this wise. One New Year's Day I had invited the damsels of Bassora, and amongst them a girl belonging to Sran, who had bought her out of Oman for 80,000 dirhams. She loved me and loved me to madness, and when she entered she threw herself upon me and well nigh tore me in pieces with bites and pinches. FN number 159. Then we withdrew apart, to drink wine at our ease, till our meat was ready. FN number 160, and our delight was complete, and she toyed with me and I with her, and now I was upon her and now she was upon me. Presently, the fumes of the wine moved her to strike her hand on the ankle of my petticoat trousers, whereby it became loosed, unknown of either of us, and my trousers fell down in our play. At this moment he came in unobserved and, seeing me thus, was wroth at the sight and made off, as the Arab filly hearing the tinkle of her bridle. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 695th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the maiden said to Hussein al-Ghaliya, when my lover saw me playing, as I described to thee, with Sran's girl, he went forth in anger. And 'tis now, O Sheikh, 3 years ago, and since then I have never ceased to excuse myself to him and coax him and crave his indulgence, but he will neither cast to look at me from the corner of his eye, nor write me a word, nor speak to me by messenger, nor hear from me aught. Quoth I, hark I maid, is he an Arab or an Ajam? And quoth she, out on thee. He is of the princes of Bassora. Is he old or young? Asked I, and she looked at me laughingly and answered, thou art certainly a simpleton. He is like the moon on the night of its full, smooth-checked and beardless, nor is there any defect in him except his aversion to me. Then I put the question, what is his name? And she replied, what wilt thou do with him? I rejoined, I will do my best to come at him, that I may bring about reunion between you. Said she, I will tell thee on condition that thou carry him a note, and I said I have no objection to that. Then quoth she, his name is Zamra bin al-Mughira, Tabu al-Sakar, FN number 161, and his palace is in the Murbad. Therewith she called to those within for inkcase and paper, and taking up FN number 162, his sleeves showed 2 wrists like broad rings of silver. She then wrote after the basmala as follows, my lord, the emission of blessings FN number 163, at the head of this my letter shows mine insufficiency, and know that had my prayer been answered, thou hadst never left me, for how often have I prayed that thou shouldest not leave me, and yet thou didst leave me. Were it not that distress with me exceedeth the bounds of restraint, that which thy servant hath forced herself to do in writing this, or it were an aidance to her, despite her despair of thee, because of her knowledge of thee that thou wilt fail to answer. Do thou fulfill her desire, my lord, of a sight of thee from the porch, as thou passest in the street, wherewith thou wilt quicken the dead soul in her. Or, far better for her still than this, do thou write her a letter with thine own hand, Allah endow it with all excellence, and appoint it in requital of the intimacy that was between us in the nights of time past, whereof thou must preserve the memory? My lord, was I not to thee a lover sick with passion? And thou answer my prayer, I will give to thee thanks and to Allah praise, and so the peace. FN number 164. Then she gave me the letter and I went away. Next morning I repaired to the door of the Viceroy Muhammad bin Sulayman, where I found an assembly of the notables of Basora, and amongst them a youth who adorned the gathering and surpassed in beauty and brightness all who were there, and indeed the Emir Muhammad set him above himself. I asked who he was, and behold, it was Zamra himself. So I said in my mind, Verily, there hath befallen yond unhappy one that which hath befallen her. FN number 165. Then I betook myself to the Murbad and stood waiting at the door of his house, till he came riding up in state, when I accosted him and invoking more than usual blessings on him, handed him the missive. When he read it and understood it, he said to me, O Sheikh, we have taken other in her stead. Say me, wilt thou see the substitute? I answered, yes. Whereupon he called out a woman's name, and there came forth a damsel who shamed the two greater lights, swelling-breasted, walking the gait of one who hasteneth without fear, to whom he gave the note, saying, Do thou answer it. When she read it, she turned pale at the contents and said to me, O old man, crave pardon of Allah for this that thou hast brought. So I went out, O Commander of the Faithful, dragging my feet, and returning to her asked leave to enter. When she saw me, she asked, What is behind thee? And I answered, Evil and despair. Quoth she, Have thou no concern of him? Where are Allah and his power? FN number 166. Then she ordered me 500 dinars and I took them and went away. Some days after I passed by the place and saw the horsemen and footmen. So I went in, and lo, these were the companions of Zamra, who were begging her to return to him, but she said, No, by Allah, I will not look him in the face. And she prostrated herself in gratitude to Allah and exultation over Zamra's defeat. Then I drew near her, and she pulled out to me a letter, wherein was written, After the Bismillah, my lady, but for my forbearance towards thee, whose life Allah lengthen, I would relate somewhat of what Peter did from thee, and set out my excuse, in that thou transgressedst against me, whenas thou wast manifestly a sinner against thyself and myself, in breach of vows and lack of constancy and preference of another over us. For, by Allah, on whom we call for help against that which was of thy free will, thou didst transgress against the love of me, and so the peace. Then she showed me the presents and rarities he had sent her, which were of the value of 30,000 dinars. I saw her again after this, and Zamra had married her. Quoth Al-Rashid, had not Zamra been beforehand with us, I should certainly have had to do with her myself. FN number 167, and men tell the tale of Ishaq of Mosul and his mistress and the devil. FN number 168. Quoth Ishaq bin Ibrahim al-Mawzili, I was in my house one night in the winter time, when the clouds had dispersed themselves and the rains poured down in torrents, as from the mouths of waterskins, and the folk forbore to come and go about the ways for that which was therein of rain and slough. Now I was straitened in breast because none of my brethren came to me, nor could I go to them, by reason of the mud and mire. So I said to my servant, Bring me wherewithal I may divert myself. Accordingly he brought me meat and drink, but I had no heart to eat, without someone to keep me company. And I ceased not to look out of window and watch the ways till nightfall, when I bethought myself of a damsel belonging to one of the sons of Almadi, FN number 169, whom I loved and who was skilled in singing and playing upon instruments of music, and said to myself, Were she here with us tonight, my joy would be complete and my night would be abridged of the melancholy and restlessness which are upon me. At this moment one knocked at the door, saying, Shall a beloved enter in who standeth at the door? Quoth I to myself, Meseems the plant of my desire hath fruited. So I went to the door and found my mistress, with a long green skirt FN number 170, wrapped about her and kerchief of brocade on her head, to fend her from the rain. She was covered with mud to her knees, and all that was upon her was drenched with water from gargoyles FN number 171, and house spouts. In short, she was in sorry plight. So I said to her, "O my mistress, what bringeth thee hither through all this mud?" Replied she, "Thy messenger came and set forth to me that which was with thee of love and longing, so that I could not choose but yield and hasten to thee." I marvelled at this, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 696th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel came and knocked at Ishaq's door, he went forth to her and cried, 'O my lady, what bringeth thee hither through all this mud?' And she replied, 'Thy messenger came and set forth to me that which was with thee of love and longing, so that I could not choose but yield and hasten to thee.' I marvelled at this, but did not like to tell her that I had sent no messenger, wherefore I said, 'Praise be Allah for that he hath brought us